Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall and in Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And today our invocation will be given by Pastor Rob Bailey with Southside Community Church. Pastor.
Let's pray. Our Father, we thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city. We pause today to pray for our police officers and firefighters and other first responders. Please protect them as they keep us safe. And we pray today for our mayor and city council members. Give them great wisdom as they listen, as they deliberate, as they decide on many important issues that affect the citizens of the Coastal Bend. Thank you for this great day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be given by Michael Fan, who is a fourth grader at Windsor Park Elementary School, and he's a shortstop for Select Youth Baseball.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Michael. Very good. So cute. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera. Mr. Barrera is here, but I think he stepped away. Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez. Here. Michael Hunter. Here. Jim Klein. Here. Mike Pesley. Mr. Pesley's here, but he stepped out. Everett Roy. Here. Dan Seckley. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Next item is Section E, our City Manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. We do have one item on the City Manager's report, and it's a timely one in that the return to school for our children is coming up in 2 weeks, at least for Corpus Christi Independent School District, and a lot of our school districts follow that calendar. So on the 12th of August, the first day of school will begin. So with us here today is our police chief, Chief Markle, as well as Corpus Christi Police Department Lieutenant Cody Harris and Melissa Castro, who is our crime prevention, one of our crime prevention specialists. Both of those professionals work in our crime reduction unit. And most recently, they held an annual program called Operation Safe Return, and that is an event that's a back-to-school preparedness and awareness event. And the chief, through his resources and his partners and his own team, spent last Saturday, visiting with families and handing out free backpacks, school supplies, giving them information. We want to highlight it because it's a significant event. Just last week in our council meeting, we talked about the crime control district and preventative measures that we can do to improve safety in the community. And this is one of those examples that if you didn't attend and you didn't catch it on the news, it may go unnoticed. So we wanted to highlight it here today. To show the great work that our police department does in engaging our community throughout the entire year, not just when there's a crisis. And that's why, one of the reasons why they have such a great working relationship with our community, things like Operation Safe Return. So this morning, as I mentioned, Cody Harris is going to come up. We do have a presentation, and his assistant there in this effort, Melissa Castro, they're going to walk us through a presentation on what took place last Saturday, and then also just remind us about the safety that we need to be mindful of when it comes to little kids running all around going to schools, right? This elementary, middle, and high schools. And I know from a parent myself, when I drop off my son or pick him up after sporting events, there's a lot of kids moving around and not necessarily paying 100% attention, right? A lot of them are looking on their phones nowadays, or they have the iPhones in their ears, and they're darting in and out of vehicles. And you could be picking them up at night in the fall when it's darker, after they've been to school all day, first practice, then school all day, and then more practice or a game, so they're tired. so they're not paying attention, right? So we need to pay attention as the driving motorist, so that we keep everybody safe out there. So that's the introduction. With that, we're going to have these two individuals walk us through what took place last Saturday, and then remind us from their standpoint as well about safety in our neighborhoods.
Thank you. To start off, I'll introduce myself. I'm Lieutenant Cody Harrison with the Crime Reduction Unit. That entails the Director Patrol officers, the bicycle patrol.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, pull that up there.
Sorry
Perfect.
about that. Lieutenant Cody Harrison with the Crime Reduction Unit, and that entails the bike unit, the Director Patrol officers, and the Enduros. And this is Melissa Castro.
Hello.
She is our crime prevention advisor. And so a lot of this has been, this is the 13th year of this. We've gone through, we actually pushed through during COVID, and we still made deliveries to the schools themselves. This is the second year back. We're very excited. Every year, the more people, the more the community sees it, the more they want to be involved. So every single year it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's a lot of community coming together and seeing that, and you see these kids. It's exciting to see them being excited about seeing stuff and being able to, their excitement about going back to school with these new supplies and stuff like that. So it makes you feel really good being able to see them be very excited. You get to see them with their parents are there, and you get to interact with them. They get to see us, I guess in no other way, as not a hammer but a resource. So they get to see somebody that they see us, and they see us as somebody who can be there for them and be part of the community, and somebody that they can look up to or they can go to when they need help. So.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I'd like to add as well, and thank you so much for our city manager, our mayor, and our council. Without the support, as Chief Markle has mentioned before, the CCPD hosts this event, but without the community involvement, it would not be a reality. Starting from our sponsors, the Selena Foundation, Citgo, Reliant, HEB, we had KIII as our media sponsor, Retro 104 as our, radio. So, our numbers doubled, but it was because of that involvement, that everybody was putting the event out there. A lot of our city departments and all, vendors, we had 140 vendors. Wow. And it was amazing because just Reliant itself, not only did they donate as a sponsor, as well, they distributed more school kits at their table, which a lot of these vendors now, what they're doing is they're earmarking this event in their budget, in their marketing. So we are super, if you took a look at all the different tables and just, they were giving away helmets for the kids that ride their bikes to school. It was a huge event. So like I said, we couldn't have done it without, our council setting the example to our community. They back up our police department. So thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And did you mention how many children you
Yes,
had?
we had 3,700 people attend the event.
Yes.
Wow.
And so, in that's a direct impact for every one of those as a citizen of Corpus Christi that gets to see us and gets to see that we had 22 different departments within the city that were also represented there. They came out and either helped out or had a table and as a vendor and gave out, stuff to the children. Yeah. So it was really great. Like I said, this is something that started out 13 years ago, and it started out in this unit where they saw a need for some kids that needed some stuff, and so they themselves went between the officers and got money, got supplies, and they gave those supplies out of the back of a patrol unit in a park to kids. Oh, wow. And it started that small, and then every year the community sees it, and every year the community wants to be more involved. And we have, and it's not just the amount of them involving like the financially, but from Dr. Hassan from the Children's Clinic, he was there by himself and he gave out 85 physicals in 2 hours. Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
And so, he was like one of the last people to leave because he didn't want to turn any of these kids away. And you see that, and you see that kind of response from people who really, really put the work in, and not just the money, which we really appreciate, but they put in that extra energy. We had Stripes came in, and they were going to just give breakfast tacos to our vendors, and they wound up giving out 600 free tacos. And so they were open the whole time until they ran out of tacos, given to everybody, free tacos.
That's wonderful.
So it was really, really nice to see everybody get excited when they see it, and they just want to give more and more every year.
Lieutenant, we have on the next slide, the AB control will turn it, but you'll see some pictures here from the event on the next slide. Go back one.
Sorry.
There you go.
Wow.
Those are some of the, right, that was at the American Bank Center in our exhibit hall. So it went from a police cruiser back to the trunk to this big exhibit hall, right?
Yes.
In 13 years.
Yeah.
And I think you all have a video as well. Is that the next?
That's correct.
Travis put together a video. We're going to roll the video real quick here.
Another great Travis production.
Yes.
There he is. That was really, that's amazing. And thank you for everything again, as you mentioned, I mean, it starts with, CCPD, and it started with what, 1-2 people?
Yeah.
That said, let's do something, and it's grown to this. This is really amazing. Thank you for everything you're providing. To the point, we've spoken a lot about our police force being proactive and more community-based, and this is what we do. So thank you. This is a beautiful, beautiful event.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we have a couple comments. If you'll hang on one sec.
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, Keith.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
No, I just wanted to say thank you again. I mean, I know, and in addition to this, I know there's times that we've had community events and the both of you are out there, and whether there's 100 people or there's 10 people, I mean, and it's after 5, it's on weekends, and I just for one want to express my appreciation to being out there in the community. I know several years ago when I first became I guess this is the Oscars. I'm sorry. No, I think, we had a community event and we spent most of the time talking about neighborhood safety and, the commitment that you have. I can't tell you how much it makes our job easier because you have that mentality of being engaged. And so thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Okay, thanks for your time. We appreciate the beautiful video, Travis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another one under your belt. Yeah. Peter?
Yes, Mayor. So that concludes our city manager's report this morning. We do want to thank the police department for that active community engagement, and then just remind our traveling public to be mindful of schools starting up. That means slow down and pay attention, especially in school zones. Our school zones are marked with either signage or flashing beacons that indicate it's a school zone, and allow extra time to get to school, especially in those first couple of weeks, because we know in those first couple of weeks when school gets back in, there's heaviest traffic or heavier traffic. So as families getting their children to school, allow yourself extra time to get to school so we can drive safely.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, that concludes our city manager report for this morning, and we'll turn it back to you.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, so we're a little early. It's 11:50, but we'll go ahead and start our public comment. So as we proceed to, that would be item F, I would just want to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standard of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been enforced for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it certainly isn't the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even an in-person appointment. With that said, let's please proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to the policy. And before I begin, I would ask City Manager Miles Risley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum. Did I say city manager? I'm sorry, city attorney.
Okay, we know what you meant.
Thank you.
Rules of decorum to effectively conduct the business of the city during public comment period. All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and address prior to your comments. If you have you have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at its present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allocated time, a buzzer will signal for the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary and she will distribute it to us before you begin. So with that, we will start with Mr. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I spend a lot of time running through all parts of our city. Even before the recent rainfalls we had, I noticed how green everything is. It wasn't brown like in times of the past when we have been in a drought. I wondered why. Could it be that most people were violating the water restrictions? I thought that unlikely, so I did some research on the drought the city has been telling us we are in. According to drought.gov, issued by the National Weather Service of Corpus Christi for July 12th, it says, I quote, "No drought currently across South Texas and above normal rainfall across the region." This report was issued before the recent heavy rains. When you look at the official map of the National Weather Service, almost our entire region is not in a drought. From the same report, our region has gotten significant rainfall before July 12th, and our region has significantly more rainfall than normal. So the data tells us we are not in a drought. Why are we in stage 2 of drought restrictions? It isn't because of lack of rainfall. Just like an income statement, there are 2 factors that impact net income. There are revenues and there are expenses. Revenues are like rainfall and expenses are like water sold. Cash in the bank is like water in the reservoirs. The reason we don't have a lot of water in our reservoirs isn't because of lack of rainfall. It is because the city has sold too much of our water to industry, car washes, and other major water users. If we want more cash in the bank or water in our reservoirs, we need to sell less of our water. It's just plain and simple. If the city hadn't oversold our water, we wouldn't be in stage 2 drought. Please think about that. The residents are being asked to conserve only so the city can sell more water to large water users. Our residents are being asked to pay for a portion of the desalination plant only for the city to sell that water to more industrial users. It seems like in the case of stormwater rates that the poor and people of color subsidize the rich. In this case, the billion-dollar corporations. If industry wants more water, they should be required to pay for 100% of it. Please stop taking public money and using it for private interest. Also, please ask Mr. Molly for an update on the additional 12 million gallons a day from the Mary Rose pipeline. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. David Loeb.
David Loeb, 4771 Ocean. I'm here on behalf of myself and not the college. First, I want to thank you for the time and effort you and your staff have put into getting community feedback for the sales tax reauthorizations. I'm here at the end of your public interaction campaign to reiterate the commitment we as a group and I personally made last fall. That was, if you ask, listen, and place what the people pick on the ballot, we will lead the effort to get it passed. We have at least 3 data sets that clearly point to streets and sidewalks and storm and flood protection as those choices, with clear and dominant majorities of voters supporting them. There are clear projects that need funding. The public does not need education. They see and physically feel the effects of bad roads, sidewalks, storm protection, and drainage. They know these are problems and they have told us they will fund solutions. They are ready to vote. The campaign strategy is clear. You spoke, the council listened, go vote yes. You can be free to focus your campaigns laying out your wider vision, and your staff can focus on executing your vision. We will raise the money and run the campaign reminding the voters you followed through on what they said. Anyone will be welcome to participate in that campaign in any way their time or resources allow. This is not to say there's no merit to the other ideas that have come up. People who have advocated for other ideas aren't bad people. They care deeply. I'm one of them. I know my heart sank when I opened the poll results and saw the idea I advocated for not even close to 50% support. But when I really thought about it, I ended at those of us who care about this issue have work to do. Advocates have the job of making your decisions easier, not harder. We have to advocate not just to you, the leaders of our community, but to the community itself to convince them to support their tax dollars being spent on our idea. In a lot of cases, the voters have already approved money for those ideas, and we actually need to focus on concrete and reasonable projects to spend it on. You know better than anyone that there are far more great ideas supported by impassioned people than there is money. That's your hard choice. You also know that putting an idea up for a public vote when it's clear it won't pass is a disservice to their passion and commitment. But you can help nurture those ideas to where one day they are ready. I've heard several of you and others speak lately of needing more transparency, stronger partnerships, and better ways to engage the community. Those are incredibly important for the city to build trust and hone those ideas so voters are willing to pay to address them in the future. So set up committees and partnerships on those not quite ready ideas. Fund smaller projects with existing resources and have frank discussions with the advocates on what they need to do to get community support. The best way to jumpstart that movement is to honor the results of your current effort and deliver a ballot to voters that reflects their feedback. It's your choice, though. You can choose to spend this fall trying to explain to people why what you picked is more important than what they did. But if you go with the results of your public process, we will be there to support and advocate for that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb. Ron Graven.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ron Graven, 202 Surfside Boulevard. I just want to commend all of you on yesterday's ribbon cutting at Surfside. It was a historic day, in my judgment, something that has been long coming, and I believe a new chapter in what many of you now see as a revitalized North Beach. And I really appreciate personally, and I speak for the community, thank all of you for your participation in that. It was just remarkable, the comments that were made, and thank you to the city manager especially for asking Carrie Meyer to give her 2 cents, because she knows North Beach probably like none of us know North Beach, and she did a great job explaining the history and some of that. And we look forward. We do have a meeting scheduled at the end of August, and I know Councilman Pusley, you've been a big advocate of the Eco Park for years and years and years, and hopefully we're going to address some of those issues. Thank you to all of you, Councilman Roy, and everybody that was there to participate. I also want to call out the Parks Department. Robert Dodd did a great job with his generals. We met at the Whataburger after Alberta and tried to come up with what he wanted to know was our priority list, and he jumped right on it with his crew, and just an outstanding job that they've done. They've replaced some of the trash cans that were damaged and et cetera, and they're just, you saw what we've been seeing for a long time. You sit under the tent, you hear the waves lapping in, and only about an hour after we all left, the kids were out there playing on a playground, the parents were watching them. It was a great experience. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. We appreciate that. Rachel Caballero.
Good afternoon. Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I would like to thank my elected representatives for voicing their concerns last night against a community-destroying ammonia plant in the Calallen-Robstown area. Just kidding. Only 3 of you were courageous enough to speak against, 2 of you. So thank you, Dr. Klein, and thank you, Mrs. Campos. I did expect better of my District 1 representative and my other at-large representatives, except for the County Commissioner Hopeful. That individual has made their loyalty and priority to industry clear. As far as the inability to speak on behalf and in favor of the community because of an elected family member being on some TCEQ committee because it's a conflict, doesn't bode well for a mayoral race. No one wants a mayor who can't or doesn't represent the community or their constituents. I'm extremely disappointed by the 5 people who voted in favor of giving the city manager an increase in pay, a longer severance package, and additional vacation time. This was completely irresponsible considering the following outstanding issues: 2020 EPA outstanding wastewater lawsuit requirements to repair the pipelines, the Title VI lawsuit with the Hillcrest community over desal, inability to secure actual water conservation options and or alternative water resources, and not including Lake Santa in drought percentages, inability to complete bond projects in a timely manner, inability to maintain city assets, a high staff turnover, continued issuance of certificates of obligation totaling $101 million of debt that was not voted upon by this community. Most importantly, the inability to maintain a city budget, stay within the budget without revising throughout the year and completing projects. The City of Corpus Christi budget was $983 million in 2019 compared to last year's $1.5 billion budget. Now, we're claiming we can go back to the $990 million for fiscal year 2025. We are being promised that this isn't going to affect any services to the community. Now, I'm no forensic accountant, but where did the excess go the last 5 years? If we've been capable of running a budget at $990 million, why has it been so high the last 5 years? Also, this definitely sheds light to an administrative leave for our city auditor. Very odd how all of these things are coming into play at the same time. We will be taking our community back in control in November, and we are going to start holding those accountable that have been misleading this community for decades. We are also, the community advocates are going to make sure that we tell our community to vote no on all bonds and no on all sales tax increases.
Thank you.
Have the day you deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Tom Tagliabue.
Good day. I'm Tom Tagliabue, 6025 Ocean. I'm here again to discuss the library's collection development policy. Previously, you've heard a small group of individuals state they do not support making graphic, sexually explicit material available to children. However, they never give an example of how the library is making such material available. Why? It's because the library doesn't make such material available to their children, and it's because the city's existing library collections policy adequately addresses such things. You have the power to stop these lies and stand up for your respected professional library staff who have done a great job serving the entire community. One principle of the existing collections development policy states, quote, "The library staff does not serve in loco parentis. It is the parents and only the parents who may restrict their children and only their own children from access to library materials. Selection will not be inhibited by the possibility that materials may inadvertently come into the possession of children," unquote. That's immediately followed by, quote, "The library is not a judicial body. Laws governing obscenity, subversive material, and other questionable materials are subject to interpretation by the courts. Consequently, no challenged materials will be removed from the library for complaints of obscenity, pornography, of subversiveness, or any other category covered by law until after receipt of an independent court order. Conversely, materials provided judged unlawful will not knowingly be selected," unquote. The library board is attempting to be the judge and the jury of library materials. They are unqualified to do so and are exceeding their legal authority by interfering in library operations. In the selection area of the policy, it states, quote, "Patrons are free to choose what they want from the collection and to reject what they don't like, but not to restrict the freedom of others to choose. Decisions about what materials are suitable for particular children should be made by the people who know them best, their parents or guardians. The selection of materials for adults is not constrained by possible exposure to children or teenagers," unquote. Finally, the selection area states, quote, "Responsiveness to the interest of one individual or group is not restricted on the basis of dislike or objection of another individual or group," unquote. By continuing this unnecessary and divisive subcommittee, you're giving a platform to spew hateful, bigoted, and discriminatory language that incites violence against fellow Corpus Christi residents. I ask you again to please stop this and leave the collection development policy intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tagliabue. Susie Saldana?
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you today to tell you, one, Thank you for the budget. I know it was hard for it fall. There are some things I don't like in it, some things I like in them. But you did your best, and I think you came up with something that may be workable for us. The second thing I want to talk to you about is, there's a lot of issues that come up before you, and people say, okay, why do you take one side and why do you take another? Let me tell you, our city manager is worth every penny you're paying him for. He has taken our city and made it into a larger, more equitable place to come to. He has made improvements that people don't really see right off, and I see it. And anyone that does a good job like that should be complimented and not put down. When you listen to everyone, you need to judge by the actions, and that is what I do. I judge by the actions and the accomplishments that have been done. So far for that is my thing. On your library board, I am appalled that at the last meeting I was here, a group of people were degraded and put down by a pastor, and our attorney did not stop him. It says in your decorum that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. That includes a whole group of people that were degraded, put down, and it was allowed to. Not a single one of you put a stop to it. If our mayor, who has the ability to put a stop to it, didn't, our attorney should have. So I am holding you all responsible for when people come up here with hatred and go after a certain group that is against your decorum, that you put a stop to it. It is enough what has been done and said about these people, and it is enough that they are hurting and that you allow them to be heard when our attorney should have put a stop to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Augustine de la Garza?
Good morning, council members. My name is Augustine de la Garza, and I reside at 4006 Solomon Way. I'm a second-generation Texan and a third-generation Corpus Christian. Today, I want to address the recent discussions about a library's subcommittee efforts to remove books that cover diversity, equity, and inclusion, or anything containing those themes from the content of the library. This initiative coincides with an ongoing crusade by Citizens Defending Freedom, which seeks to eliminate DEI themes, undermining the expertise of our trained professionals who curate our library content. I recently witnessed many of these individuals speak out at a library board meeting last month. Many of those speaking out admitted to not reading, reviewing, or seeing the content in the books. However, they were told they needed to support this mission. It's disheartening that in 2024, we still have to defend the principles of DEI. Our nation is at a critical crossroads. We can either continue to progress forward towards liberty and justice for all, or revert to prioritizing certain groups over others. We can't afford to regress, especially when we have other pressing issues before you, such as the lack of affordable primary care and mental health care, low educational attainment in our schools, high poverty levels, the decaying infrastructure of our city, and rising crime rates. Never in my life as a Corpus Christian have I seen so many murders on almost a weekly basis. Yet we're spending our time talking about DEI. As a healthcare professional with over 20 years of experience in the field, I work to bring physicians to this area. I can attest that none of them want to come here. There is a clear lack of amenities that other cities can offer, such as entertainment options beyond beaches and bars, outdoor activities beyond splash pads, and exercises options like bike paths, nature trails, etc. We can't even offer these individuals direct flights in and out of Corpus Christi or to major metropolitan areas. The physicians that do consider coming here, albeit as a last resort, always ask, is the city safe for my family? Are there others that look like me here? Will we be welcomed? With all the rhetoric I've heard about the adversity to DEI, I'm hearing a resounding no. We don't want your kind here, no matter how desperately we need your knowledge, skills, and abilities. Healthcare in Corpus Christi is becoming increasingly difficult to access due to an international shortage of physicians, coupled with a number of practitioners exiting the workforce due to age, health, and their ability to earn a sustainable living. We're seeing an exodus of physicians returning to their countries of origins where they are welcomed, accepted, and valued. In my estimation, we're just a few short years away from having to travel to major metropolitan areas to access basic healthcare services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De La Garza. Bill Jaron Holscher.
Your favorite topic, the library board. So this weekend, since I don't have much to do, I read all the...
Holscher, will you state your name and address?
Bill Helcher, 525 Texas Avenue. Apologize. I read all the library board minutes since January 2023. Since January 2023, the library board meetings maintained a standard of decorum and inclusivity. However, the December 2023 appointment of members from Citizens Defending Freedom and Moms of Liberty has significantly altered the dynamic. These groups have been actively advocating for censorship, particularly targeting LGBT+ materials, and pushing to revise the collection development policy to remove commitments to diversity and inclusion. The Southern Poverty Law Center has identified these groups as anti-government and hate groups due to their harmful practices and beliefs against certain communities. This shift in board composition, with 4 members from the same socio-political faction, undermines the intended diverse representation of the city's community committees. They use rhetoric of parent rights, radical indoctrination, and grooming used without any factual support, stoking fear and division. The City Council's actions raise serious concerns about the respect for the First Amendment, governance integrity, and the erosion of public trust. It is crucial to consider the long-term implications on free and equal representation beyond immediate political gains, and to reflect on the importance of personal integrity, morality, and authenticity in public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holscher. Meredith Grantham.
Hi, good afternoon. Meredith Grantham, 3605 Swiss. I'm a longtime resident of District 3. I was raised in Corpus Christi, left after high school, went to college. I'm one of those that returned back to this community. The reason that we did that was because my husband and I wanted to raise our children here in this community. Reading to our children was a daily activity, and going to the library was an outing that the kids always look forward to. Getting their library cards was a time of celebration in my house. As a mother, I believe in nurturing a world where my children can explore ideas, learn about different perspectives, and grow into thoughtful, empathetic individuals. Books are not just pages bound together. They are windows into different lives, ideas, and cultures. They spark curiosity, ignite imagination, and sometimes challenge our most deeply held beliefs. When policies are adopted that limit what books are available in the library, we're not just removing stories from shelves, we're closing doors to knowledge and understanding. We're telling our children that some ideas are too dangerous to explore, that certain experiences are unworthy of their attention. But how can we expect our children to navigate the complexities of the world if we deny them the chance to see it from various viewpoints? As a parent, it is my responsibility to guide my children. It is not the responsibility, nor is it appropriate, for a select few to determine what is fitting for my family. We need to pay attention when select groups begin to try to determine what is suitable for us all. I ask you, Mayor and City Council, to please pay close attention to the formation of the Library Board's subcommittee and its consideration of changing the acquisition policy. Every person has the right to choose for themselves what is appropriate for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grantham. John Hendricks.
622 Texas Avenue, John Hendricks. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, I begin by mentioning Texas Avenue construction project, and I encourage all of our at-large candidates to go down there and speak with the people about how they think things are going. And I do thank our District 2 Councilwoman for her attention. Next topic. Earlier I commented on deaths from drug overdoses and suicides amongst our young men. Today I bring you statistics. Slide 1 comes from Texas State Health Services. Texas suicides are 80% male. What about South Texas? Maybe things are more even? Slide 2, please. No. Nueces County suicides are more lopsided than the state's. Nueces suicides are 13% female and 87% male. Slide 3, please. In the year 2000, our local annual suicide rate was only 10 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. By 2023, it had risen to 19.4 deaths, almost double. What about deaths from drugs? We do have a lot of head shops everywhere. Maybe those help us reduce deaths due to more dangerous drugs. Slide 4. No. According to the Caller Times, since 2019, our local drug overdose deaths have more than doubled. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, you all set the economic climate for the entire coastal bend. That could be a climate of hope, opportunity for our young men. They could be looking forward to buying property or a house, starting a business, supporting a family, raising their children in an environment free from sulfur dioxide and smut. Or it can be a climate that we currently inhabit, with suicides and overdose deaths running off the charts. Seems as if our house is on fire, and we await this council to ride to our rescue. Corpus Christi City Council should be making every effort to push, shove, elbow our young South Texans to the front of the line for any job opening with the city contractors, the port, CCAD, Del Mar University, our hospitals, Refinery Row. All and every employer that we patronize and subsidize, these all need to report annually to this council how many South Texan applicants have these employers passed over only to give a job to some outsider. Then, if that number is high, those employers need to pay a fine to help us finance more mental health programs and rehab programs for our young people who are suffering. And if those same employers don't want to help us out, they should simply lose their city contracts, all their tax breaks, and all their subsidies for water and whatnot. And I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Adam Rios.
Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Just want to say thank you to those of you who were able to make it over the weekend to MOS, held at Del Mar campus. It was nice to see some of you there. I wish there was more marketing involved. I had no idea it was the first year. It had been involved like 10 years. But we were able to make it, and my wife and I had a great time. I also want to thank everybody who showed up yesterday for the Surfside Park ribbon cutting ceremony. Parks and Rec have worked on that for quite a while. I especially, again, want to thank, I heard her name mentioned earlier, but Carrie Meyer for her positive words of encouragement for what I think we both try and achieve throughout the city, which is just something positive for the community. As many of you know, I am my father's primary caretaker. In his age and condition, he's not able to get out and do very much, but I was able to show him the video of the ribbon cutting ceremony, as I do for every ribbon cutting ceremony that I'm able to attend. And to say he smiled from ear to ear is kind of an understatement, because, as most of you know, my father didn't have much growing up, so when he hears his son's name mentioned by the mayor and city management, and council people, it just meant a lot to him, because it just kind of comes full circle of what the dream you have for your children is. And I don't know, I just wanted to mention that and thank you all for that. He did talk about Old North Beach, though, and there was a movie that was based kind of on what was going on in North Beach called Raggedy Man. You guys should check that out. Sissy Spacek, right after she won her Academy Award, that was the first movie she did, and it showcased what Surfside used to be because it was based in Gregory. And the whole storyline was, my father told me about that, so I learned something from him as well. I also want to take just a moment to speak about something that has become aware to me as a homeowner. And I talked with my father about this, things that used to be in Corpus. What used to not be in Corpus was TWIA. And I want to take a moment to speak in opposition to what it is they're trying to do. As recently as 2021, they demanded an increase, pretty much enforced an increase of 5%. And now they want a 10%, which we all know means 20% going into next year. TWIA seems to just kind of disregard widespread opposition to any increase. The effect that this is going to have on private and commercial real estate, coastal businesses, residents, county and city, we should have a reversal of these rate hikes. The TWIA continues to ignore legislation, public comment, and show zero regard for coastal Texas. This increase is only going to cause financial hardship for a lot of folks and possibly drive people out of their homes that they can barely afford. It was nice to see the city and county come together. I'm just here to say no to a rate hike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Lamont Taylor?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Lamont Taylor, 522 Hancock, Corpus Christi, Texas. The Hillcrest Resident Association was established in June 15, 2007 as a 501c3 nonprofit organization for the purpose of safety and the well-being in the Hillcrest community. In that time, those 27 years, we've had 3 Title VIs against the city of Corpus Christi. In 27 years, we have fought against the desalinization plant. We're fighting against the desalinization plant, wastewater treatment plant that was in our city, and also the Harbor Bridge. I come this afternoon, to talk about 2 things in particular. One, historic, the Bayview Cemetery. As you know, for the past 27 years, HRA has been here. However, for the past 60 years, new Bayview Cemetery has been there. There's no fence around that cemetery. It is a historical marker, historical place, just like the old Bayview. There's no fence around that cemetery. You have graves from 1858 in that particular cemetery, and the city, only thing they do is maintain the cemetery by cutting the grass. No fencing, no placard, none whatsoever, but we're working on the placard from the Historical Society, Texas Historical Society, to make sure that you know about what happened to old Corpus Christians in this particular area. The second point that I want to make this afternoon is to make sure that since we the neighbors, and we've been neighbors to the industrial complex that is right across the street, and you have an industrial agreement that we have nothing, we have no thought of what goes on in that industrial agreement, and it impacts us, specifically the people in the Hillcrest, because you're condoning the air pollution that's coming out of there. You are participating in land swaps with the Port of Corpus Christi and Flint Hills so that you can build a desalinization plant over there. And we have no idea, you don't have any idea of what's going on in your industrial agreement and how it impacts the communities that are adjacent to you. So I would please allow the open and transparency of that particular agreement with the citizens of Corpus Christi so that we know that there's no shenanigans going on in that particular agreement. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Cassandra Champion?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Cassandra Champion, 634 Sorrel Street, proudly in District 2. Thank you. I just want to say today that the subcommittee for the library is of concern to me as a parent. I'm going to echo the statements of the parent who spoke earlier that decisions about my children's access to information should not be made by special interest groups. One of the first things I did when I moved to Corpus Christi was took my young son and went to La Retama Library and got a library card. It is his access, his right to information that he seeks should not be controlled by a small subcommittee that has certain political interests and leanings. You mentioned, Mayor, when you talked about the council and public comments, that inclusivity is a value. And that does not seem to be the case when it comes to these library subcommittees. So I'm just asking that you pay attention to that. It is our job as parents to really parent our own children, and we do not need government or any board or any committee getting in the way of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Champion. Kelly Bezio?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kelly Bezio, and I live at 418 Troy Drive. I'm speaking today as a private citizen on the matter of the Corpus Christi Public Libraries Collection Development Policy, like many other people have spoken today. In my view, this policy needs to retain its current commitment to, and I quote from the policy itself, a lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion. And it has a further commitment to, quote, providing the entire Corpus Christi community with access to books, ideas, and knowledge, and to fostering a library for all. I'm an English teacher, and I see no need for the type of review or change that seems to be being proposed by the Library Board Subcommittee. So I wanted to speak to this matter today and speak out against these efforts at censorship in the context of my professional life. I've had the great pleasure to teach literature courses at colleges and universities since 2007. And I've had the privilege of serving the Coastal Bend community in this capacity since 2014. I've taught all kinds of books. I've taught Christian women's memoirs from the 18th century. I've taught the writings of Frederick Douglass and other memoirs from enslaved peoples. I've taught the Declaration of Independence. I have taught the letters written in exchange between our founding fathers and mothers. I've taught the conservative writings of Ayn Rand and the progressive writings of Sandra Cisneros. And I have taught stories of LGBTQ writers such as Maya Kobabe and Audre Lorde. In every instance, I have taught these authors and their books to students who represent the full social and political spectrum of this region. In every instance, my students have placed more value on the access to books, ideas, and knowledge than they do to whether or not a specific book fits within a specific social-political worldview that they hold. The days in my classroom when students are the most engaged, the days when they learn the most, is when they see diversity represented in the books they read and get a chance to discuss, debate, and understand the world through the perspectives of other people. It is my hope that you are remembering your own time in classrooms like this, having these exact experiences. We need diverse books. To deny the people of our community that access does harm. Having a library for all does not cause harm. It is my hope that the City Council will help to maintain our library's commitment to ensuring the freedom to read, hear, and watch that undergirds our democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bezio. That concludes our in-person public comment. I believe we have a WebEx and a phone. Is that correct, Ms. Huerta?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Okay.
So the first person to speak would be Victoria Holland, and she'll be speaking by phone. No? Okay, so Ms. Holland's not available. How about Ms. Peacock? Okay. Okay, and Ms. Peacock is listing that she is not a resident So I'm going to give her 1 minute. She moved right.
Okay. Maggie Peacock, 4407 Southeast 28th Avenue. Today, I will be reading portions of information provided to community members at our most recent People's Assembly organized by community members. For decades, political leadership in Corpus Christi has prioritized the profits of private corporations above the basic needs of residents. This is exemplified by the city continuing to entertain outrageous industrial district agreements. In exchange for paying only 60% of their income tax and therefore not contributing to the city's tax base and being able to use city services instead of employing private labor, industries with IDAs are supposed to provide jobs for residents in Corpus Christi and surrounding areas. However, concerned residents revealed that the city does not require the industry to adhere to minimum requirements for job production. Meanwhile, those same industries are allowed to use up to 80% of water, create wear and tear on residential streets, and add to regional air, soil, and water pollution. Annex the industrial agreement and make them pay their fair share. Lastly, stop discussing behind closed doors in executive sessions.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock, very much. All right, Mayor, that concludes our public comment period.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, well, that'll take us to section I of our agenda, and that is the consent agenda, items 2 through 9. Are there any items that any council member would like to pull for individual consideration? Items 2 through 9. Number 4. Okay, there being nothing else, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 4.
So moved. Second.
Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 4 is zoning case number ZN 8120, Mustang Island LLC, located in District 4. Councilman Klein, your question or concern?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you put your light on? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I checked with Development Services about this. So I got contacted by Cliff Schlabach. He's the chair of the county's Beach Advisory Committee, and had some lengthy discussion about this property, about this developer out there on the island. And he had some concerns about this, about the impact this is going to have on the dunes out there. I know this is a zoning case, not necessarily impacting the dunes, but I don't want to contribute to anything that's going to harm the dunes. The dunes are the reason the islands are still there yet. And the reason that they're going to hopefully stay there is because of the dunes. And so we need to kind of take that serious. That's why the county decided to form that committee. Mike and I have kind of had some conversations about this. So I think, I know that there have been 2 residents that have come forward in opposition to this. And Mike, I wonder if you could just kind of, you mentioned this to me before, I wanted to make kind of clarification for the rest of the council as well, what the rationale for their opposition is.
Absolutely. Mike Dice, Development Services. So we received 2 letters of opposition within the last week from property owners within the area. The property owner to the north is stating that it's a decline of property value. Sorry, it's a little feedback. And the property owner across the street, across 361, stated it should be a special permit.
Right, and again, just to be clear, there was no mention from those, from that opposition, no mention of concern about flooding created by this new development, proposed development in the area?
Not within their letters, no.
Right, yeah, that was a conversation again that I had with the gentleman from the county's Beach Advisory Committee. All right, thank you, that's all I had.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Oh, do you have, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mary.
Councilman Hunter and then Councilman Pusley.
Okay. Does it need to be a special permit?
There's many ways to skin a cat, but in this particular case, Planning Commission, this body itself, and staff have also recommended that this be the full zoning rather than the SB.
What would you recommend if you were to start from the beginning?
I'd recommend the zoning that we're at today.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, a couple of things.
I assume they'll have, I don't know, I'm just assuming they'll have to get a dune protection permit before they can start construction.
Correct. So currently
Which
they are
goes
working.
through the county.
Absolutely. So currently they're working with GLO to do follow through with their mitigation plan. At that point, a DPP, a dune protection permit, and then a BCC, the beach construction certificate, will then be issued. And key to this particular development, because it's multifaceted, they'll have to pull the DPP and the BCC for each phase of that development.
Okay.
So there'll be multiple times back through this review for dune protection.
Okay. Okay, good. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Did we have a second on that? Yes, we did. Okay, please submit your vote. The motion carries. Okay, that takes us to Section K, public hearing items 10 through 12. Item number 10 is a public hearing of the proposed Bond 2024 program.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager. And here today we are to have a public hearing for Bond 2024. And if we bring up the slides. As the council is fully aware, we have been engaged with not only council since earlier this year regarding Bond 2024, but a myriad of stakeholder groups across the community to include ISAC, the West Side Business Association, the Corpus Christi Rotary Club, and other agencies of that nature. In addition, we have had 6 town halls throughout the community to gain feedback from our citizens regarding the Bond 2024 program. Based off of the feedback that we received, we're here today to present to you all our proposal for that program, which includes streets, 21 projects for $89.5 million, 11 parks projects for $37.65 million, 7 public safety projects for $45 million, and 2 facility projects for $2.85 million. There has been some changes to the original proposal as discussed with council earlier this year. As we had stated before, that we would bring a recommended list to council, and then we had anticipated that were going to be some changes and revisions to the list based off the feedback that was encouraged with our citizens throughout the community. And based off of that feedback, there were some changes since you all saw that original proposal that included removing Bear Lane. And what city staff recommended is funding that project with type B sales tax, and instead replacing it with a $2.5 million project for Andrews Park. Regarding the Texas State Aquarium parking lot improvements, that was removed. And again, that will be seeking to be funded through the type B sales tax. And instead, we are plussing up the Levante Park expansion by $1 million. And the Cheryl Veteran Memorial Park for an additional $1 million. And then in District 1, we had looked at reducing the funding to the Lixine Little Martin's House and Tex-Mex Railroad House to $850,000 and add an additional $400,000 from that project to the Levante Park expansion. And again, today is the public hearing where we're looking to encourage feedback from our citizens. But I must note that our engagements with the community is ongoing. We do have scheduled events coming up, meeting with different agencies, and we plan on having sustained engagements and conversations with the community through November. And with that being said, we'll stand by for any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Dr. Young. I don't see that we have any questions, but I'm going to go ahead and, everybody okay over there? I'm going to go ahead and open public. Do you have, yes, Councilwoman?
I just had a question about the Levante Park.
Yes,
what exactly would you be doing with that extra $1 million?
As you're fully aware, with Levante Park, we was able to successfully mitigate deteriorating wastewater treatment plant that was there. That wastewater treatment plant was removed and was able to add additional green space to Levante Park. And since we have made that commitment to that facility. Levante Park now stands as the second largest park facility in the city of Corpus Christi. And now that we have such a large recreation area, what we're looking for is the funding to basically program it. First, we're starting with connectivity to connect, the two parcels. And that will be accomplished through walking trails. And then in addition to walking trails, there is going to be some landscaping that's needed. And in addition, we are going to basically need to furnish the park. So there is a very detailed plan for Levante Park. We just need to get the funding in order to make sure that we're offering our citizens a modernized park facility that they deserve up in District 1.
Right, and even that includes ball fields on the former water treatment side of the facility. The community needs more ball fields, especially that's been brought to our attention by the representing council members that know that district well. So that's the initial plan, is some ball fields, whether it's softball, baseball, diamonds and fields, and then the connectivity of the two parcels. When you connect the two, it's 80 acres. And so the initial, what's in this bond, the most current bond program is funds to connect the two. And then this second bond would be for ball field development and other amenities.
So the park itself is, did you say 88 acres?
It'd be 80 acres when you combine the two. We own the entire site. And so up until recently, one side of the site was for the water treatment plant that was decommissioned in the 50s, I think. And so we tore all that stuff down, and now that site's ready for development. And ball fields would be what we would put over there, because it's a little higher, and it would escape any type of flooding from the Nueces when it does overtake the banks.
Well, I just haven't personally been to Levante in years.
Right.
I just see all the activity in some of the other parks, and I was just wondering how much activity is there to deem? Is there? I mean,
there is a lot. Yeah, that's somewhat unorganized. So baseball teams practice out there, soccer teams practice. I've seen it myself when I've been up there. Recently, we planted 100 trees, so we know you like trees. You need to go see them. They look great. There's park benches, brand new picnic tables. It's a great spot because it's right by the Nueces River.
Right.
So families go up there to fish, the barbecue pits. It's just a great outdoor space. And then they do use the big lawn area for ball fields, soccer development, little leagues practice up there.
Okay, so basically the $1 million is to incorporate the two parcels together to, is that what you?
That's correct. We're focused on connectivity, but like the city manager stated, we did receive input from the district representatives, and based off of that feedback, we are looking at building baseball fields as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Thanks, Neiman. Thanks for the presentation. I didn't see it in the presentation. I think it's still there yet. I raised this concern before. I still have it, I guess, yet. In the bond proposal, this is in District 2, repairs to Alameda Street. And I'm talking specifically from the stretch from the geography right here, from Texan Trail down to Doddridge. That central part, I guess, of Alameda. That's one of the largest portions of the bond. As I recall from an earlier briefing, I think it's about $17 million itself. Large construction project. I drive that stretch of road every day. I live about 5 blocks off of that. I'm not convinced yet that that really needs to be a part of the bond project for this year. I think it could wait another 2 years or 4 years down the road yet as well. If there was a need to redo some of the substructure, water lines or other infrastructure below the street, I could understand justifying putting it into the bond this year, but I haven't heard any mention about that yet as well. So I still have concerns about that. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Neiman, or not.
Yes, sir. And I don't recall the last time that there were improvements made on the Alameda corridor, but it's been a long time. So in addition to us actually focusing on the surface improvements, there are going to be repairs needed in the base, in the utilities and things of that nature. So this is a situation where it shouldn't wait based off of, not only, the need that's servicing residential and commercial businesses along the corridor, but it's also going to require those utilities to be replaced as well. And the longer that we wait, naturally, the more it's going to cost as we go into the future. So we feel that this is economically, this is the time to do it, but in addition, it's a need that's been conveyed to us throughout the community to address the Alameda corridor.
And I want to be clear, specific as well, because the portion of Alameda from Louisiana down to Texan Trail is in much worse shape. That, I think, certainly is justified putting that into the bond. That is a part of it as well. The stretch of Alameda from Doddridge down south, I guess, down to Everhard, past Everhard, I think all the way down to Airline or thereabouts, also is in rough shape. It needs a great deal of help there as well. It's just this central section, again, that's the largest portion, I think, of this bond proposal coming out of District 2, I think one of the largest single expenditures in the bond,
yes, sir,
of $17 million. So I just still have some concerns about that. I know, and again, as I mentioned before, at the public input sessions, there were 5 of them. I think I went to either 4 or the 5 of those, and there's a marked difference in those public input sessions. The District 2 input session, there's a great deal of discussion from the residents about the need to improve the condition of sidewalks in District 2. And I didn't really hear that from the other input sessions that I went to. And so there's a possibility, as I said, again, I know this is kind of late in the game, of reallocating that bond money from Alameda Street, central section of Alameda Street, toward sidewalks in the area as well, either the full 17 million or some portion of it then as well, which would offer the opportunity to reduce the size of the overall bond as well.
Yes, sir. And I definitely get it. So with the Alameda corridor, it is a large project. It's a $17 million project. And of course, City Council can make a decision to repurpose the funding as you all see fit. I'd recommend against it. I believe that city staff would as well. Because with such a large program, yes, we could pour that money into sidewalks. But again, city staff is currently working on putting together a comprehensive sidewalk program so we could be strategic in how we invest in our sidewalks. But more importantly, the more that we invest into the sidewalks and continue to let that roadway deteriorate, I can give you 2 or 3 years and there's going to be a lot of commuters that commute through that corridor going to say, hey, that's nice sidewalks, but the roadways has now become a public safety hazard. So that's why we feel that we should prioritize the surface and the roadways and then focus on sidewalks.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks, Ian.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. So with respect to Labonte Park, and I know we've had discussions about, and I know there's a master plan, parts of which we may never get done. But I think on a go-forward basis, we probably ought to have some kind of basic roadmap about what we think we're going to do first. And, excuse me, so if I understand it right, with the $1 million and then the $400,000, we now have a total budget of 3-point-something million. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So we've got about 3.4 million.
Yeah, 3.4.
Number 4.
Plus some money.
It was up here on the screen a while ago, but they took it down. And so for that
3.15 says Neiman.
3.15.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what was on the slide. They'll put the slide back up.
Yeah, 3.15.
Slide number 3 on that last presentation.
Yeah, we probably ought to have some type of basic roadmap about where we think we're going to go first. And I know we've talked a lot about it. And for those who are not familiar with the area, the lower Labonte Park that's been in place for a long time. It's a great park, and the city's done lots of improvements there. And during the holidays, weekends like Easter and whatnot, that park is packed. You can't get another person in there.
Right, sir.
But it has, over the years, been susceptible to flooding when the river comes up. This newer part where we tore the old water treatment plant down is much higher in elevation and to my knowledge has never flooded. So we can put some things there and leave them because I think the city's go forward plan was to build things that wouldn't wash away on the lower part.
Yes, sir.
But I think it'd be good to have a basic plan of where we're going to go with the 3.15 million.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Roger that, sir.
And to add to that, and I know this is a public hearing section, but I wanted to ask some questions about how all of this relates to our bonding capacity. And I saw our bond guy here afternoon. And So is it okay if, when we get to that, if I come back and ask questions about this?
You can, yeah, that's what, right, the last presentation today is by our financial advisor.
Okay.
And it goes to the question that Councilman Hernandez and a few other council members had, which is, with our property tax values that we have today, can we still afford the $175 million bond program?
Right.
And so that's what Victor's going to go over with us today. The answer is yes, but he's going to go over it in a financial way with y'all.
Well, I have some other questions
Yes,
not
sir.
related to that. But
Okay.
anyway, that's my input on Labonte. But I think it's a great project for Northwest Corpus Christi, and some very basic things like ball fields and whatnot.
Right.
In other words, that park is immediately adjacent to a school district whose girls have won state championship in softball now 2 years in a row.
Okay.
So we ought to have some, girls softball parks, at least one in there as well. So anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Roy.
Yeah, I wanted to also kind of ditto what Councilmember Pusley said. But I also wanted to talk about, I wanted to thank the council members. When we initially rolled out the bond in the beginning, we talked about Upper Broadway, Middle, and Lower Broadway, and to the tune of about $30 million.
Yes, sir.
And then we ended up basically going with repairing Upper Broadway, which enabled us to have about another $20 million that we could use across the district.
Yes, sir.
So, and I say that because I think that this project in Labonte Park is extremely important in the Northwest. The problem is that when you take a look at Oil Belt and some of the other areas, the kids just don't have a place to go in terms of practicing. And we're hoping to get some lighting and some other things done there.
Yes, sir.
And it is a really good location because it is the opposite end of the traditional park, which had the soccer fields and the fishing and all that.
Right.
So I just kind of wanted to bring that in perspective. And I'm also looking forward to the day when we complete the sidewalk study, because sidewalks is a big topic. In the Northwest and all of District 1, there's areas that they've never had sidewalks. And then, of course, there's areas like the Saxon area, Oak Park, that their sidewalks are, if you can, in some places you can't even tell it's a sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
So I'm looking forward to that project being done so that we can have a holistic approach in looking at how to repair those or what we're going to do with sidewalks in the future.
Definitely, sir. Yes, sir. Our Public Works Department is on that. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
All right, Neiman, looking good, by the way.
Thanks, sir.
The city manager provided us some information about our capital improvement budget for this coming year, for 2025, being $867 million. Now, it was $700 million last year, and we had to add in all the projects from the 2023 bond, I believe, are kind of reflected in that. So in voting for these particular projects, $175 million won't affect us in this next year's budget, but it will affect us in the following year's budget when we start to sell these bonds when these projects come available.
Right, sir.
In looking at our debt service fund for the general fund is about $70 million, which equates to about 22% of our general fund budget. So, in looking at this, it's been progressively increasing the amount of debt as a percentage of our general fund budget.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that we're cautious as to where we see the limits and how much we put on our credit card, so to speak, that we can not be forced to make reductions in our operating budget like we're having to do this year. Our debt service went from $55 million last year to $70 million this year.
Yes, sir.
Do you see what I'm saying? We can't not pay our debt, right? You have to pay your debt in order to maintain your bond ratings, and you just have to pay your debt. The only other choice is to deduct from your operating budget. So I want to make sure we're clear that the more we borrow, the more we have to pay, right? So it affects how much revenue we can that we'll have in our operating budget.
Yes, sir.
So I'm looking forward to the presentation from Victor to kind of explain all of that.
He's ready, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 10, or proposed bond 2024 program? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and I will entertain, no, I'm sorry, there is no action. Action on this item will happen on Thursday during Thursday's workshop. So we'll move on to item number 11, which is a public hearing of the proposed sales tax reauthorization. Hi, Heather.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Heather Hilbert, Assistant City Manager.
Can you pull the microphone down a little bit?
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Looks like our presentation's up. So today we have the public hearing on the Type A sales tax reauthorization. We have been talking with this through council along with doing public input sessions. We have joined in on all the bond public input sessions, so the 5 that were held, along with meeting with almost 70 different organizations to talk through these proposals. So for the first 1/8 cents, there have been 3 kind of alternatives that have been discussed. The first is what we've called our baseline, which is utilizing the sales tax for the whole American Bank Center, which would include the arena, the convention center, and the Selena Auditorium. There are a lot of capital needs within those buildings, along with continued needs over the next 25 years that this funding could be utilized for. In addition to that is expanding the use of that to not only the facility at the American Bank Center, but also including other city-owned facilities within the C district, which are proximate to the American Bank Center. And so this would include the 3 city-owned museums, which is the Art Museum, the Natural Science and History Museum, along with the Asian Cultures Museum, along with the Harbor Playhouse and the Water Garden. So all of those are city-owned facilities. We do partner with third parties to manage those facilities, but the city is still responsible for those capital upkeep for those facilities. So in addition, an alternative has been discussed by City Council in several of our different formats, is utilizing it for those facilities, city-owned facilities that are included in 1A, but then possibly including industrial streets along with infrastructure in support of the military. So those both are eligible uses of the sales tax. But if we were to combine those 3 different uses, we would need to authorize it under Type B instead of Type A, which would provide us with the ability to utilize one proposition. And it is, when you have mixed uses like that, it is better to authorize it under Type B. The final alternative that has been discussed by City Council is the reauthorization under Chapter 327. So this chapter is an eligible use of sales tax. It is not necessarily an economic development use of sales tax like Type A or Type B is, but it would do up to a 4-year authorization to be utilizing this funds for city-owned streets and sidewalks that exist at the time of the election. So this would be a cash-funded pay-go. We would not be able to issue any type of debt against it, since it would only be authorized for a 4-year term, but we could allocate the sales tax to reinvesting in city-owned streets and sidewalks that exist at the date of the election. Then the second proposed use for the additional 1/8 cent sales tax that is currently for the seawall is to continue the use for the downtown seawall flood control structures, which include the breakwater, the salt flat levee, the T and the L heads, the marina basin, and flood control pumps to protect the downtown businesses. But in addition, add other flood control and coastal resiliency projects that would be across the city to help expand new business areas, along with protecting those business areas that already exist. We've received a lot of support of this one. This is something that would, and the feedback from citizens is flood control and coastal resiliency is a concern across the city. And so this would touch multiple areas across the city, not just focused in one. So in addition to the use of the sales tax is also the term. This we could consider, council could consider a term shorter than 25 or longer than 25. Staff has proposed a 25-year term as it would enable debt to be issued against those funds, to be able to utilize it for larger projects, and then be able to have the capacity to be able to pay that off of a 20-year term. There's also the consideration of reauthorizing one or both of those under the Type B to better accommodate proposed uses. We will discuss this further on August 1. This is just the public hearing to receive public comment on these proposed uses, along with any other considerations. And then August 1, we'll be discussing it further during the budget workshop and leaving that workshop with a final decision on what will be taken forward in August 13th for calling the election. So.
Okay. Heather, and you said going the streets route is a 4-year max?
If under Chapter 327, yes, it's a 4-year max, can only be authorized for up to 4 years, and then we'd have to come back to voters for either reauthorization or purposing for another use.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, when we discuss this in the near future, can you please provide us whatever your year under 25-year terms and give us the options and the pros and cons on it?
Sure.
And then I just wanted to tell you and the city staff that y'all did a great job reaching out to everybody in the past year.
Thank you.
And we've actually received quite a bit of compliments on it. Of course, we can always do better, but we did step it up, and y'all have been reaching out. So I just wanted to show my appreciation.
Thank you. It has definitely been a team effort. We've been dividing and conquering to make sure that we have sufficient staff at each and every presentation.
And Councilman Hunter, can you just elaborate a little bit more so we're clear on you're saying for any one of the uses less than 25 years? Is that what you?
Yeah, I just think that, sorry.
Yeah.
Are you on? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mary.
No, there you go.
Mine off.
Oh, you did. Okay, hit it again. Click.
There we go. We made it. Okay. 10, 15, 20-year options, whatever is available, and what the benefit of going with a 10-year option is, other than relooking at it every 10 years and giving people flexibility.
Okay.
And then,
yeah, I got you.
I just think 25's, it's kind of sticking to the status quo, and we should be given different options to look at and different opportunities is all.
Okay, that's good.
And I think that with y'all's financial expertise, y'all will be able to coach it.
So actually, there is not a Type B for Whataburger Field.
Well, no. It was a Type A for Whataburger Field that we repositioned for Type B.
Exactly.
Right. So that's what I meant to get across.
Sorry. Yes. So that one expires in 20. See, it was passed in 2016, effective 2018. So 2038.
2038.
2038. Yes.
There's also the option to try and line it up with that one to where we have them all at the same time, or I don't know if we want to, or we can, it doesn't have to be specifically that one is 20, they're both 25 years, one could be 20 years, one could be 25 years, depending on the dollar amounts that are required. That could be a recommendation for you to have from us. I don't have a problem with the 25 years.
Sure. So are you saying that having different projects have different funding timeframes, we'd still have to, the term would have to apply to a 1/8 cents? I could break that up.
Right. So you have some identified costs associated with the convention center complex. You have some identified costs with stormwater projects. You have, some identified costs. You can kind of base it on what your revenue requirement based on your conservative, 1% increase year over year?
Yes.
Okay. So you can look at it from that perspective. Okay. And you can bring a recommendation based on that.
Sure.
Or the other option is to line it up with the current Type B. I would also recommend that we do all these in Type B. And it's the difference between Type A, Type B for general information is Type A is project specific, Type B is purpose specific.
Yes.
Am I correct there?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, so we have that builds in some flexibility around those projects.
Yes.
Also, I'm in favor of splitting up the second or the first one that you mentioned, with military infrastructure, commercial streets in the C district. You know, I think the problem we've had with our seawall fund is it made more money than we originally thought, right? I think it started off at $3 million, now it's at $9 million per year. And then we started using it for other projects other than the flood mitigation. It kind of became a slush fund, so to speak. Not exactly, I know you guys don't like that term, but I mean, we're voting on something today, the People Street Boardwalk, right? It's not a flood mitigation project.
Sure. And actually, just a clarification, so the voter approval was for improvements to the seawall. It wasn't necessarily flood mitigation. And so that's why these are considered improvements in those areas, so.
Right. I'm with you. But like I said, this should be for flood mitigation.
Sure.
And that's what I'm saying. We got to tighten up the language on both of these. So we need to rebuild that trust is that we're going to use this money for what we say we're going to use it for.
Sure.
That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay. So with respect to the term of what we're going to do with either one of these, and Councilman Hunter's question about what difference it makes, I'm assuming that if we were going to use the sales tax revenue to go out and secure bonded indebtedness, that if you shorten that term up too much, you're going to put yourself in a situation where it would be difficult to do that.
That is correct, and that is why we brought forward the 25-year term, which would enable projects to get developed, be ready to go, and then we would issue debt, be able to have that 20-year capacity.
So is 25 kind of the minimum that you would?
I mean, we could shorten that up if we felt like
you did 20 years.
20, yeah.
Yeah, if we did 20, I mean, we wouldn't be able to issue 20-year bonds, most likely, because we still have to have the projects ready to go. And just like we've done with a lot of our bond projects, we wouldn't want to issue it ahead of a time. And so having that 25 years allows us the ability to possibly not only issue at one time, we could spread that out as we move into projects over the first 5 years. If you confine it to just a 20-year term, then you would have to issue 20-year or below bonds, because we may not want to issue all of them on day one.
Which is going to make the cost, at least in the short term, to taxpayers more.
It could. I can't, it's sometimes you can
depending on the rates.
Exactly, depending on the rates, exactly, depending on the bond structure.
Okay. Well, I think Councilman Hunter's question is important. We need to make sure we understand what those cutoff points are and how they impact what we do with respect to borrowing money.
Sure.
Because I assume at some point, especially with the seawall, you'll go out and secure bonded indebtedness for whatever project is necessary to do that. And then the second part of my question is on the second 1/8 cent for the seawall.
Yes.
Would we be, I know in the, I hate to even say the word, the Proposition A, that we put out here a little while back, we specifically defined the area that would be supported by that seawall fund. Are we intending to do that again?
That would be up to City Council.
So at this point, you haven't done that?
I do not have a defined area as specific as it was before. It is defined as the flood control structures, which include the seawall, the salt flat levees, the T and the L heads, things along those lines. So it is specific. It's more specific than what it was prior, but not as specific to the 5 feet or 10 feet or 20 feet, that type of thing, because we are including or proposing to include the T and the L head land masses, possible dredging of the basin, of the Marina Basin, because that is all works together, including the breakwater. So it is not as specific as it was prior, and there is more allowable uses within the marina area. It does not include necessarily any type of vertical structures or things along those lines. So when we come forward on the first, I do have sample ballot language language that would be presented for consideration by the council as we walk through that process on Thursday.
Yeah, well, I know we specifically drew a boundary so that we wouldn't end up with, as Councilman Hernandez was referring to, projects being done with the seawall fund that have nothing to do with flood mitigation.
Exactly.
And so I think it's important we look at that again.
Okay.
Yeah, we support that, Councilman Pusley. We just so that's clear to the voter and clear to the policymakers. We would want maps that show clearly it's just for flood control mitigation, so things like water gardens and other facilities wouldn't be included.
Yeah, because I'm kind of trying to understand what Councilman Hernandez was saying a while ago about making these all type B where they're project specific and what? Yeah.
Purpose specific.
Yeah, purpose specific rather than project.
Project specific, yes.
I don't know if that little bit makes me nervous because I thought what we wanted to do is assure taxpayers that whatever we did with these, they were going to be allocated for those type of things and only those types of things, regardless of which one we're looking at. So anyway, I'll visit with him offline and try to understand what he's talking about. It's like, okay. And the reason I asked that question, I've always in the back of my mind, and I don't know what this would cost. It may be cost prohibitive, but for us to extend a breakwater that includes the Lexington Battleship Museum and at least some or all of the North Beach area.
Sure.
And maybe engineering can give us some kind of ballpark number.
Yeah, there's been numerous studies, so we probably could get one.
Yeah. I think that'd be worthwhile discussion. So thank you. That's all I had.
Sure.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm glad that the 327 possible bond proposal or 1/8 cent taxes is up and that it's being considered. And I just want to say that it's really wonderful, refreshing to see and hear that once we put it out into the public and they have an opportunity to voice their concerns and their opinions, that we that we actually listen to them. So this is, I think, a good lesson for all of us, that, what we may think is a good idea, wasn't with the other one. And so I wanted to also just acknowledge that the survey that was done, I think you did quickly show it the last time, but it is kind of nice to visually see where their survey landed. It's just nice for the public to be able to see that. And I also, look at, I think protecting the seawall is essential. And I'm also just saying, yes, I'm very much in favor for this Chapter 327, even though it's only for 4 years, but we'll have another opportunity to look at that. The only other thing I'm looking at is the language you just said, city-owned streets. What is that? Why wouldn't you say residential streets as opposed to city-owned streets?
Because Chapter 327 allows for any city-owned street. So just you wouldn't be able to use it on a county road or a TxDOT roadway, but the Chapter 327, because it is not an economic development tool, allows you to utilize that on arterials, collectors, residential, any street that is owned by the city.
Well, I personally would like to see all this used for residential streets, but that's my my opinion. So thank you again for including this, and thank you to the people for raising this issue.
Councilman Roy.
A couple things. It's already been mentioned that I think under the flood mitigation part, looking at North Beach and some of the challenges that they have there, I think it's a good to maybe expand and look at that area. But I also think, like the other council members, that we really need to define it. My question is, under the Chapter 327, earlier some of the suggestions were that we would have the Type B board manage, these
So
I think you're headed down this.
So type B would only manage type A or type B authorized. A chapter 327 would, and I'll have to go back and double check, it's either managed, I believe it's just a special revenue.
Right.
And so it's managed by city council, is not managed by a secondary board.
Good. I thought that would be good for the public to understand that. And the other thing, for the record, can you just go back and state, under that agreement, how much would that give us for the city-owned roads if we went to the 327 plan?
So right now, the sales tax, 1/8 sales tax produces about $9 million. And so it would be 4 years of collections. So 9 times 4 would be what, $36,000 over a 4-year period.
36 million.
36 million, I'm sorry, 36 million over a 4-year period.
Yeah. And then and at the end of that 4 years, if let's say that the public at that time says, no, we want to do something else, then will the city have the opportunity to get that out back to the voters, or do we just lose that?
No, it could be just like our type A's or type B's, our crime control, anything we are already utilizing, we could bring it back out to the voters for approval for either the same use or any of the other allowed uses under the sales tax statute.
I'm going to ask this question right now, but I'll probably come back and reiterate the question later on. But is there any significance in terms of our credit that if we were to enter this agreement, this 327 agreement, would it actually position us better? I mean, it is, or would that be looked upon being favorable, or does it just, it doesn't matter?
No,
it has no impact.
It's just another revenue. And so since it's not going into the general fund, when you look at our general fund credit, it's not going to affect our general fund credit because it's not a general fund revenue. By authorizing under 327, like I said, I believe it would have to stay in a special revenue. It's an isolated revenue. It would just, it would not affect our credit rating at all.
All right. Thank you.
And then Councilman Roy Miles was out when you were asking that question, but he's confirmed that the 327 would report directly to the city council. So it would not be with a type A or type B board. It would be the council would be the overseers of the money.
Yeah.
It would just be a special revenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley?
Thanks, Mayor. One question, Heather, about this time last year when we were going through a similar exercise with respect to the less than successful endeavor we went through. I'd made the suggestion, and I think we were proposing to do this, was to carve out the dollars that were in the seawall fund that were going to be accruing in the seawall fund up until its maturity, which I think was about $14 million. So if we stay with that same proposal with the seawall and the flood mitigation, would that be the proposal to keep kind of that seed money in there directed specifically for the seawall? Not that the other projects wouldn't be important, but I wouldn't want us to be spending all of our dollars on a OSO flood mitigation project when we haven't protected the seawall.
So that would be up to, we'd have to decide what that amount it would be, whether it is just on an annual basis. A portion of that is just like we do on type B, where we say, 50% is going to go to economic development, 500,000 is going to affordable housing, and the remainder goes to streets. It is something that we can put in the ballot language and say a portion of it goes between the two. In the presentation that we brought out to the citizens, we worked with engineering to understand what on just at a minimum we would want to dedicate to the seawall. So it was about $73 million over the 25-year period just to maintain, do the routine inspections and things like that. So I would not necessarily recommend $14 million was just what we thought was going to be there. I would recommend that there would be a funding amount or a dedication that would go through with type A or type B, depending on how it's authorized, to say that a minimum would be maintained for ongoing needs. Just like right now, what we're doing on the TERS side with Packery Channel, there's a dedication of about $1.5 million that is being set aside on an annual basis to make sure that we maintain that proper reserve. So it could be accomplished several different ways. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that we would stick to that $14 million. That was just what we estimated would be available at the end of the term of the current type A authorization.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Heather. refresh my memory. I think we talked about this before, but I just wanted to get had a nuts and bolts question, I guess, about the use of the 327. If we were to do that, would it require a separate ballot question?
It would be its own proposition, yes.
Right. So you'd have one then for, let's say, the seawall, and then I have a separate one for the streets. All right, Thank you. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Pesley.
Never mind.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got one more item. It's 1:20. Heather, thank you. At this point, I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 11, the proposed sales tax reauthorization? Okay, there being no one, I will close public hearing. And again, there will not be action taken on this item until Thursday's workshop.
Right, and Mayor?
We will go ahead and complete item number 12.
Yeah, Mayor, can I just, let's see, Thursday, it's a council meeting at 9 o'clock on this item, on these two items.
Oh, I
Yeah.
said workshop.
Yeah, I just want to make clear, it's not,
I'm sorry, not workshop, but a council meeting.
Right now, it's posted as a city council meeting.
Okay.
And it will be for the council to decide on these two 1/8 cents, what
Right.
would be on the ballot.
Correct.
So it'll be a full-blown council meeting, public can make comment as well
Okay.
then. We wanted to add this public hearing in case somebody couldn't make it at that 9 o'clock time. That's why we're doing
That's
this
great.
today. Yeah.
So we invite the public to come
Yeah.
or send in your
Right.
your comments or suggestions on this. This is a huge decision to make.
Right.
And it is yours to make,
Yeah.
the public. That said, I'd like to request the survey to be included on Thursday's agenda.
Okay, we can do
Or in
that.
your presentation.
Right, and just to remind everybody, we did email the entire survey results, I guess we emailed the memo to council.
Correct.
With the entire results, and we'll show it again on Thursday.
Thank you, I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
that.
Okay.
Okay, again, no action until Thursday. We're going to finish up item 12, and then we will break for lunch. Item 12 is a zoning case number ZN 8254, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 7702 Starry Road.
Mayor, I move for approval. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I will open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 12?
I'll let you.
Okay, there being nobody, I will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Hernandez.
Well, thank you to my passive-aggressive council member friend over there for jumping in on something in my district. I'll remember that for your district, buddy. Just some questions here. Obviously, there's homeowners behind where this project's going to be, and I just wanted to know what the setbacks are going to be, since we're not going to actually see the plat.
Mike Dice, Development Services. So again, one of the key points in this particular zoning case is the elimination of Starry Road, which is going to provide even more of a buffer for the proposed multifamily going in. So they'll have an additional 15-foot setback, plus any additional UDC setbacks for the...
Did you say 50 foot? Or
15 foot.
15 foot.
Sorry.
Okay.
So there'll be plenty of setback between the two developments.
I understand that. Okay, now what about barriers? What's the requirement for RM2?
The requirement for the UDC is a 10-foot, which they'll already have 15, and then a 6-foot solid fence.
So it's 10 foot in addition to the 15?
No, the 10-foot is within the 15. So they're going to have 15, which is more than the required 10, and then a 6-foot solid fence.
So really 5 additional feet?
5 additional, 50% increase.
Okay.
It's all in the numbers, sir.
And then what about barriers besides?
A 6-foot solid fence.
6-foot solid fence.
Again, not being a commercial retail development or something of that nature, it doesn't have the noise or the effect of constant traffic.
No, we had a similar situation over on Cimarron, where you had some homes that were being abutted against a project. Now, RM2, does that allow for 3-story apartment complex?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
it's
so
34 units per acre? 32.
Okay, so like I said, we had a similar situation over on Cimarron, and we required some trees in order to prevent people from looking into the backyards of those homes. Is that going to be a similar requirement here?
So again, the zoning is on the table today. As they come in for that proposal, we'll have to look at how they do the layout of these buildings, and it will have to meet the UDC requirements. There are also ways to step buildings back. So
Well, I understand that, but we're not going to see that here.
Correct.
So
there's ways to mitigate that, and that's required by the UDC, but at this point, there is no conceptual drawing of that.
Okay, so, we're not getting necessarily the pushback we got over on Cimarron for this particular thing, but I want to be, cognizant of that.
Absolutely.
Because, sometimes you come after the fact, and I've had several examples of that.
Yeah, there's approximately 10 lots, residential lots to the rear, and that's part of our review process. We want to make sure that the development meets the code and is neighborly, per se, with the existing neighborhood. Again, part of the larger development, Ozo Creek Corner, schools, commercial, that's all going in this, from this location to the east.
Right, it seems to be right across from where the new elementary school is going to be.
And junior
right?
high, correct.
Okay, so I know there's a motion and a second so far, but and I'm not going to see it on, for the plat for if you're going to require trees or not. Is there something that we should do, or?
Well, in the plat, it doesn't require the trees. The landscape ordinance is in effect during the building permit phase, and that's public record. Anytime a building permit's filed, you can actually research that online. But we do meet the UDC requirements for all permitting.
Now, I think the developer over on Cimarron actually said that they would provide the trees in order to create that barrier. That was their offer, right? It's not something we required them to do.
Again, they could provide that as part of their development. As it goes forward, we always ask developers to be good neighbors, reach out to the neighboring homeowners association, neighborhood association that may be there. That helps their development in the long run.
And there's nothing we can necessarily say in terms of requirements for that, right? Maybe we need to make some updates to the UDC.
We're in process.
Might want to include that for, anything that's above.
Landscaping is always a great issue.
Above 2 story. Anything, that's above 2 stories, you should probably have that.
And we've had this again with other, not only apartments, but other commercial being that close. And again, as we get to Article 8, those discussions of how development occurs, spatial locations, that will come into play. So we're beginning those discussions. We have a development DS tag is the group reviewing it. We start in August to start those discussions. We're actually moving Article 8 up front, so we hit the real heavy part first.
Okay. There's not really much we can do here on this particular thing, so I will trust your judgment, even though I'm not
Don't
comfortable.
tell me you don't trust me, sir. You trust me. That's what I'm here for.
Let me say it again. It's not that I don't trust you.
I will do.
But I don't trust you.
I'll do every effort to.
I'll be looking at it, and like I said, we don't see the plats. It doesn't come to us. It goes to Planning Commission.
You'll be the first person I call.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
I can withdraw my motion.
Oh, well, that's what I was about to ask. Would you? I'll rescind my second so you can be a part of it. Okay, that's all.
Okay. All right, Councilman Pusley. Councilman Pusley.
That's right. We're the ones in trouble
Oh,
now.
sorry.
Yeah, in these situations, and this took place several years ago, a friend of mine who lives just off of Northwest Boulevard invited me over to his house. And I wasn't on the city council at that time, so I was glad of that. But they built a new business in front, right behind the subdivision where he lived, and his house backed up to that general business development. And it was a big business, and they had an 18-wheeler parked behind that business unloading it. And it's loud and noisy, and you would have thought, sitting in his backyard, that the 18-wheeler was in his backyard. So those are things that we need to, when we're looking at these deals.
And we've had a number of those incidents with development along Yorktown. You've got a lot of commercial businesses in close proximity to those residential. This being a little different, being apartments, you won't have that type of 18-wheeler type of delivery every day. You may have trucks come in.
No, but you could have a guy on a third floor balcony with a beer yelling down, "Hey, how's it going in your swimming pool down there today?"
That's just like every day on the island.
Yeah.
Come on.
So anyway.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everyone, please submit your vote.
You better not. Oh, yes, Gil.
Okay, the motion carries. So the council is going to go into executive session on items 21 through 23 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. We will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. And gentlemen, ladies, do we have any motions?
Mayor?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Go ahead. No, don't. Hang on.
Well, let Michael go.
You want me to go? Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle the case of Sylvia Wilson versus City of Corpus Christi in an amount not to exceed $125,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle the case of Martin Ramos versus City of Corpus Christi in an amount not to exceed $222,500.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And that puts us at Section L, individual consideration items 13 through 19. Item number 13 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with NITEC LLC for the identification of a reservoir location and design of the underground natural gas storage project.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I'm going to introduce this item. I'm going to turn it over to Bill Mahaffey very quickly before Mr. Pusley asks me any difficult questions that I can't answer. But this is a professional services contract that is not unlike the normal professional services contracts that we manage. The scope of the project is a little bit unusual, and for that reason, I'm going to let Mr. Mahaffey talk about the technical aspects. We do have a presentation, if you can pull that up. All right, well, while that's happening, I'm going to turn the floor over to Bill Mahaffey.
Thank you.
Well, we'll see if the presentation comes up. I know that I've shared the presentation with all of y'all, and I've talked to y'all in the past about it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So I guess if you can skip to slide, well, go to, yeah, there you go, 2. So the design contract is $4.5 million, and this is kind of the full design of the facility, selection of the reservoir. There's a lot of reservoir engineering attached to this. Really, half of this is doing all the geological studies and selecting the best candidate reservoir. We have a lot of reservoirs on properties that we own. We just want to make sure that we're selecting the ideal candidate that has the best chance of success for an underground storage facility. If you want to skip to slide 4, keep going, or one more. So a natural gas storage facility, the primary purpose of it is to store natural gas underground in a depleted reservoir. And so what it is it's a reservoir that used to hold gas. And these reservoirs, held gas for millions of years in a very contained environment at a very high pressure. Normally these reservoirs were 3,000-4,000 plus PSI. And so when we store gas in it, we're not going to be reaching those original pressures. We want to keep the seal, we want to keep it contained, and we want to keep it safe. And the reason we want to store gas underground is because the gas market fluctuates, and we want to be able to buy gas very low for our customers and store it for a later date. And this facility will help us give our gas customers some of the lowest gas costs in the state. And usually there are other facilities, and if you can skip to the next slide. One one more slide. So there are a lot of gas storage facilities in the state of Texas. Let me get the right slide here. Can you go to slide 8? Okay, so this is a map of all the existing gas storage facilities. So we're not reinventing the wheel on this. There's a lot of facilities in the state of Texas. There are no facilities here in South Texas, and you know, storage service contracts are really expensive. If we went out on our own, what it would end up being is an additional fee that we have to impose on our customers for that service. And what we've discovered is that, for one, there's a high demand for the facility here in the region, and there's a lot of potential customers in the region. And so this is a good business opportunity for the gas department. And so if you want to go to the next slide. So there are a lot of LNG facilities that are going in South Texas area. There are already some that exist, and then there's, I think, 3 or 4 more that are going in. And what's going to happen in the future is these LNG facilities are going to stress the market, and then the natural gas price is going to go up. The market's going to get more volatile, and that's why we need this facility in the Corpus Christi area. I think I'm just going to skip most of these slides because, like I said, I've already seen these, and I kind of want to just get to the questions. But let's go to the next slide. So here are our primary goals. Of course, the first goal is for price and supply security for our gas customers. And I want to give our gas customers that benefit without any additional cost to them. And so what we want to do is we want to commercialize this facility so that it pays for itself. And then our gas customers get all the advantages of the facility without having to cover the cost of the facility. And that's why we're looking to commercialize this, which means we need a bigger facility, and we are bringing in a midstream group to help us expand that facility. And so right now, ARM Energy, we've done a memorandum of understanding with them on a preliminary agreement to look into the options of expanding this facility and then potentially leasing the excess space that we have in the underground. So, next slide. So this kind of just shows that the estimated payback on the facility side. So initially we were looking into just doing a proprietary facility. It had a 10 to 12 year payback, which would equal about 10% return on investment, 8 to 10% return on investment. And what we're looking to do is to commercialize it to a 30 BCF facility and increase that return on investment to hopefully 5 years. So that'd be a 20% return on investment. But that's very speculative. Our main goal is to get to 10% return on investment. So next slide. I think that's the last slide. So I'll just stand by for any further questions.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Great presentation, Bill. Appreciate the briefing you gave each of us, you and engineering. My only question, and I didn't think of it during that briefing, but thought of it afterwards, is this is obviously a multi-year project to get to where you want to be and get it where it's operational. But what, if any, regulatory concerns would be involved in possibly delaying or stopping that project as we start to spend money?
Well, the Railroad Commission regulates the storage facilities in the state of Texas. We have a very good relationship with them that goes back 50, 60 years. So that's who we would be getting the permitting from. And I think that is that the only regulatory? I think that's the only regulators. So we know them very well. They're very pro-municipal gas owned. I think this being a municipally owned storage facility will help, all the regional customers, because for instance, if Valero or CPS or Cheniere, they come in and want storage contracts for us, any benefits we give them benefits the community. So I think this will be very, a very easy facility to get permitted.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
I'm knocking on wood about that, but.
Councilman Hernandez.
Motion to approve.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Bill, thanks for the presentation. I also appreciate the briefing as well. I also forgot to ask this question during the briefing. You said that this is the design here, this is intended, I should say, it's intended to help save gas-consuming customers money to hold down the price of natural gas. Do you have any numbers as to how much it's going to help?
Well, my goal, and this will change, and of course, when we get there, I'll get y'all an update on the gas pricing, but my goal on this facility is to get to a base rate where my customers, they don't have to worry about what their gas price is going to be. Is it going to be, $10 this month? Is it going to be $6? What is it going to be this month? What we can do is once we get it operational and start filling the reservoir up, we'll have a inventory of gas that we know is a certain price that we have already purchased. And then every year, I can give you an update on how much we have in storage, what we expect going forward. And then we can do like an annual base rate that is very low, in the way less than the market average or the PGA average. And it's very speculative. We're talking about the gas market, so it's like trying to predict stocks.
Right.
But if we meet our goals, I'm expecting it to save our customers, $1 to $2 MCF on the average.
Right.
So if they're paying an average of, I think they've been paying an average of about $7 an MCF since Uri. So, it would be, let's just say $5 if everything works out. So it would be a big benefit to them, and maybe even less, because there's going to be a point where I have to sit down with y'all and say, hey, here's what the cost savings we've got, because you always have to look at it as the cost savings you can decide whether the customers are going to get that part of it, or you're going to be charging them part of that. There is a little bit of revenue we have to make on our gas costs. So there is a margin there, and that margin will shift depending on how y'all want to do it every year. So it'll really be up to y'all in the future.
Right. You're not expecting any kind of ongoing maintenance costs, or maybe perhaps that those maintenance costs would be paid for by the savings?
Yeah, so that is being developed. If we did the proprietary facility, or if we did our own commercial facility, then yes, we'd have a lot of operating costs. We'd have a lot of maintenance costs. The facility itself will pay for those. When you do firm storage contracts, every time they inject, they're charged a fee. Every time they withdraw, they're charged a fee. Those fees are kind of set up to pay for the maintenance and operations of the above ground facility. So those returns have OPEX expenses built into them, as well as CAPEX expenses. And all the returns that I showed on that last graph that was up, those are based on a 10-year return. So basically, our financing is 30 years or 20 or whatever we decide to do, and I'm basing that off a 10-year financing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a good deal, and the NITC, they're going to assume a lot of the risk involved in maintaining and monitoring this. And you'd look at this deal, and the first thing you would say is, okay, well, why don't you just do a hedge? But hedges tend to be short-term in life. If you can get a year hedge, you're usually pretty lucky. But this gives you a longer term to hedge your gas prices against market fluctuations. So from that respect, and the fact that they're going to assume most of the responsibility for maintaining and monitoring and making sure you're not leaking gas off of some fault slick somewhere, that makes a big difference. So
and this engineering contract's built in for way after the facility's operational. So there's, hopefully it'll last for a while, but NITEC's going to be involved throughout the whole process. And they are one of the stronger reservoir engineering firms in the country. They've actually done more. They've been doing underground storage projects for 30 years.
Yeah, they're very strong.
Very strong. And then if everything works out with Arm Energy, then they would be operating the facility, and they're looking to bring a couple $100 million to help us expand the facility.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it looks very good. Thank you, Bill. Good work.
Bill, so it sounds like, or I guess I should ask, how did you come across this initiative? Like, how did this even come about?
Well, of course, after Uri, we realized how vulnerable we were to the market. Before then, there was really no worries. The market was very stable, it was very low, and you might have had some high months, but Uri definitely gave us a eye-opener, and that's when we started looking for solutions. And, you can buy futures for gas. They're all attached to fixed delivery amounts. But the problem that we have is our usage varies so much. Even in the winter, we can go from 6 million a day to the next day we can use 15 million. So without any kind of storage contract, it's really hard to manage that in a futures situation. And we just really realized that this was the best option. And then we also realized that Corpus Christi is a prime region for a storage facility. And then we also, ARM approached us about commercializing it. And it's kind of like all the puzzle pieces have started to fit together, and we're really ready to put that puzzle together and see how it looks.
Well, wonderful, and I want to thank you. I kind of knew half the answer to that, but I wanted you to state that, because that just goes to show, at the end of the day, it's an initiative you looked into and brought forth, and then at the end of that day, this benefits the gas user. And so that's the ultimate goal, is to be able to, spend our, the dollars wisely, where in the end, it's really going to benefit all of our customers. That's wonderful. This is a very good news item.
And it's a great business opportunity for us. And, the gas department needs to grow. And it could be a great revenue source for the gas department and the city going forward.
Wonderful. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. So, our group is from San Antonio and not Colorado.
Excuse me.
So, NITEC is a worldwide engineering firm. Their
headquarters is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, their headquarters is in Colorado. They have offices in NITEC and KBC. There's two engineering firms attached to this. They have offices in San Antonio, Houston, all over the world.
But not in Corpus.
No.
And there are no other companies here in Corpus or near us that can accomplish these feats.
There are some smaller, I'm sure there's some smaller reservoir firms, but there are no firms that have any experience in an underground storage facility. It's a little different than the normal firm, but there's going to be a lot of activity surrounding this, as far as, we're probably going to have some of these local firms, like especially people that have information of history of the reservoirs in this area. They probably will be getting involved in this through the NITEC contract. Because part of that NITEC contract is getting information on historical usage and everything. So there's a good chance that there's going to be some local firms.
Is there a good chance or a great chance?
I don't know.
They're here.
Great chance. I mean,
good. All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to have landmen. There's going to be a lot of people in the local area that are going to be involved in this.
Yeah, and both issues are important. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. I know you've been here all day. But this council is very, we support local, right, in a very strong way. So obviously, as was mentioned, anything local that we can bring in to help this initiative or to assist in, it's greatly appreciated. Yeah. Okay, Bill. Sure. Thank you. That's all the questions or comments. At this point, I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no one, I will close public hearing. We have a motion and a second, so please submit your vote. The motion carries. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Item number 14 is a motion awarding a construction contract to SR Trident, Inc. to construct the new Peoples Street Boardwalk. Mr. Edmonds.
Mayor, council members, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. This is a motion to award the construction contract to reconstruct the Peoples Street Boardwalk, which is kind of a long-awaited project. The permitting on this took a long time. We wanted to be here some time ago. This is an approved CIP project. It's funded out of the Type A Seawall Fund, and we're recommending award to the low bidder, SR Trident, which is out of Gregory, Texas. They have good references. They've done work for the port as well as a lot of other governmental entities focusing on marine construction. Also, some of their key people are folks that had worked with J.M. Davidson, who was the contractor that did the Cole Park Pier. I stand ready for any questions.
I move for approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez?
Jeff, does this, since this project is paid for out of the Seawall Fund, does this have any flood mitigation components to it? I don't think that would be a stretch. Is that a yes or no? I'm going to say that's probably a no. That wasn't part of the intent of the project. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pesley?
Yeah, so what we're tearing out is old wood structure and we're going to go back with wood, is that right?
No, negative.
No?
So the thought was that you might have had a little bit of life left on the existing timber, but it had been there probably 35 years, and we felt like to put new on top of the existing timbers would have been a false economy. So it's all going back reinforced concrete. Okay. It's going to be similar to the construction at Cole Park Pier.
Okay. And so the boardwalk will be made out of concrete?
It will be concrete structure. It's going to have composite decking like we have at Cole Park Pier.
Okay. So all the wood's being eliminated. That was
yes, sir.
That was my main concern. Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Councilman Roy?
I think this is a good news item for District 1. What's the estimated time that you think that it's going to take in terms of constructing this?
Well, so we bid this with 180-day construction time, and assuming that the bidders are planning to deliver in that. There weren't any questions about that, and it's $1,200 a day liquidated damage, so that's what we're saying, construction, 12 months.
You said this
sorry, 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah, 180 days.
You said that this company had done some things for the port before and had pretty good track record.
That was what our reference check reported.
Have they done anything that we can recall with us in the past?
The company itself hasn't done work for the city, but some of the resumes that they submitted were folks that worked with J.M. Davidson on the Cole Park Pier.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions and comments. We do have a motion and a second. I will open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 14? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 15 is a resolution to authorize, amendments to the professional services agreements with Lloyd Gosling for attorney services and NewGen Strategies and Solutions, LLC.
The proposed resolution will authorize amendments to the PSA's professional service agreements with Lloyd Gosselink for attorney services and NewGen Strategies and Solutions. $415,000 for Lloyd Gosselink, $108,000 for NewGen Strategies for expert witness services in defending the case of the petition by outside city ratepayers appealing the water rates of the city of Corpus Christi to the Texas Public Utility Commission. Next slide. Texas Water Code 13.043 provides that customers of a municipal water provider may appeal their water rates if at least 10% of the affected outside city limits customers file a petition within 90 days after the effective date of the extraterritorial rate increase. We had 242 signatories to the petition. We verified 75 outside city limits signatories. The vast majority were inside city limits persons who had signed. Signatories included some of the large industrials outside the city limits. So, next slide. Kemp Smith, LLP, law firm of Austin, Texas, submitted a petition to the PUC by the outside city limits ratepayers. The city hired Thomas Bricado of Lloyd Gosselink to represent the city on a possible appeal last year. The city responded to the appeal. The PUC determined the appeal was administratively complete in April of 2024, and so a referral, that is referral to the State Office of Administrative Hearings, was jointly requested. Next slide. Financial impact to the city of Corpus Christi, $415 for our attorneys, $108 for NewGen Strategies, cumulative maximum amount of $523,000. And we do have a clause that states that we want that the entirety of the funds would be attributed to the outside city limits ratepayers, who are the only persons and entities that have the right to make an appeal to the PUC. Next slide. The minimum monthly charges, when we did the increase, basically the schema of the entire charge was we brought the outside city limits rates up to what the inside city limits rates already were for the most part. Next slide. As you can see here, the outside city limits, the commercial, it was $556 per thousand. The outside city limits before had been $422. It was brought up to what the inside city limits ratepayers were already paying. And then for large volume, it was $394 a thousand and brought up to $394 from the $1.95 per thousand that it had been before that. Next slide. The expected schedule timeline forward is we will have the direct testimony of us in November. They will have their direct testimony in February. The PUC staff will then testify April 14th. We will have rebuttal on May 23rd. There is a deadline for depositions for everybody of June 25th. There's quite a bit of other discovery included. That's why we're wanting $523,000. Pre-hearing conference, July 25th. We will have a hearing on the merits scheduled for July of 2025, and then that hearing on the merits would result in a proposal for decision of October 28th, 2025. Next slide. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Miles. The defense of our new water rates is going to cost us $523,000?
Going forward, yes.
Yeah.
Future money.
Right. And I think you made mention of this before as well, that we're going to pay that with funds coming in from those outside city limit water ratepayers. Is that correct? Did I misunderstand that?
What is included in the resolution is a finding that the outside city limits costs are attributed to the outside city limits costs. Therefore, when they put together rates, they will have the ability to attribute that cost entirely to the outside city limits ratepayers. The effect will be, the goal is to be able to say that the outside city limits ratepayers are essentially paying for the defense of their own motion to appeal our fees.
Yeah. I understand that, appreciate that, but help me with this. If this challenge had not been made to the PUC, that $523,000 could have been spent on something else.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, the
on the city water department. So
It could only be expended on water, of course.
Right.
So it would be spent on other water matters.
So the reason I bring this up is, and I don't want to belabor the point, but there's $500,000 worth of work on our city water lines that's not going to get done because the outside city limit ratepayers challenged our effort to try to create equitable water rates. Am I misunderstanding that?
You're getting it exactly right.
And one last thing as well, if the industries outside city limits had been annexed into the city, would they have been eligible to challenge the water rates from the city?
Only outside city limits, only persons who reside, entities that reside outside the city limits have the ability to appeal their rates. So those people inside the city, those entities within the city, presumably have y'all as their available representatives, so that the schema is that only outside city limits ratepayers have the ability to appeal. Therefore, if they were in the city, they would not have that ability.
Right. So just to be clear, if we were to do this, annexation of those areas would prevent this sort of thing from happening again.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Hernandez.
And Miles, is probably more a question for our water department, but this is one of the biggest issues was how you got to the $3.94 rate. And there was an effort to explain to City Council, but it was never truly fully explained. Hopefully, our staff and this attorney can do a better job explaining to PUC than you did to us. We utilized an outside consultant, NewGen, that came up with the cost of service that was attributed to determine the outside city limits rates. Like I said, it was not adequately explained to council. We still had a lot of questions on it. You know, I voted for it because it was better than the $1.95 rate that was below our cost, but it should have been explained a little bit better in terms of how we got to that exact number, and it wasn't. Thank you.
I think that's all the questions. Miles, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing on item number 15. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 15? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 15 as read. What's that? We have a motion to approve? Okay, do we have a second? Okay. You have a second? You'll second, okay. Councilman Klein seconding. Any further discussion? Yes. Go ahead, Councilman.
Miles, I'm sorry, let me ask another question. In the event that this goes forward, because my understanding is that it's not something when you go in front of the commissioners that the likelihood is that even if we're found in favor of that our rates were justifiable, there could be the possibility that they would tweak our rates a little bit, right?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's not uncommon for an entity that's justifying its increase in rates to suffer some level of a haircut.
So I know that some people, when they talk about this event, they call it like, you know, we're being sued. But in actuality, it's, even though it has a lot of the similarities of being sued, this is not a situation where we can, if we're victorious, whatever that means, that we can recoup our legal costs.
We can't recoup our legal fees are always a cost that are attributable to the rate base. So our legal fees will always be recoupable. And there's no legal fee shifting in this case. But we defend with our rate base, of course.
People that challenge us pay us back.
No, they don't.
Say that again?
There's not fee shifting that will apply.
Yeah, the question was, with the persons that filed the PUC, can we charge them for the legal services? Yeah. The answer is no. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I kind of needed to clarify that in my decision. Thank you.
Well, as an alternative to that, that's why we have that section 2 where the entirety of the funds are attributable to the outside city limits ratepayers.
They're paying for it anyway. But it is, like Councilman Klein said, it takes away other projects that we could have invested in or used. So at the end of the day,
Right, and if we lose, it's going to shift the cost to other customers because we still need the revenue to run the system. So if we lose or if we lose some portion of it, that means the burden is placed on all the inside city customers.
Okay, so we just, or anytime we have, increase, which we've had, right, increase in legal fees, and we vote on that, which was not long ago, right? It was a couple weeks ago, I think there was another case, or it doesn't matter. It happens. Those monies are coming from somewhere. And my point is to Councilman Klein. So these are monies in defense. I mean, they're monies to right, defend, whatever the case is, whether it be a car accident or in this case, it's the PUC. But they're coming from somewhere because the comment was made, we're taking them away from somewhere else. But we can kind of argue that in any case, that we're having to spend money on defense.
Right. We almost never have the ability to fee shift to a plaintiff. There's a very small group of cases that we might have the ability to fee shift, and this is not one of them either.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I was a sole council member that voted against the rate change. First off, I'm going to support the motion. We obviously have to defend ourselves, and I just want to reiterate, I had said back then last year that, I say it all the time, any type of business wants a predictable regulatory environment. And I think we could have done a better job of communicating with our industry partners. There are large employers here, a lot of the community counts on them. In fact, I've said before, and I said it before when we were talking about water, what happens here has global consequences. So I just think it's important that we be conscientious. I'm looking for the water people, that we be conscientious when we're putting this item together. And in my discussions prior to this, a year ago, I think industry had expected an adjustment, just with not within a period of, not with such short notice. So I think this is somewhat self-inducing. However, we have to defend ourselves. But so once again, I just want to state that for the facts that I do support this. I just think, however, if we'd have done a little bit more due diligence, if we'd have done a better job, then we wouldn't have this problem right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, motion carries. All righty, item number 16 is a written presentment of citizen initiative for future council action if requested by City Council.
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. The city charter allows citizens to propose ordinances to the City Council through an initiative process. And there are multiple steps in the process that are outlined in your agenda memo. So we're currently on step 2, which I'll outline shortly. So a statement of intent to circulate a citizen initiative petition was filed with my office for a proposed ordinance. And the statement of intent contained the number of required signatures. There are at least 50 signatures required, so we received 58. The city attorney has drafted an ordinance in legal form consistent with the laws of the state and United States, incorporating the substance of the text of the ordinance submitted. So per the charter, I am now presenting the proposed ordinance to you for consideration. The title of the ordinance is Ordinance for the Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District to provide information with regards to potential risks of the mRNA injection. And this is a written presentment. The agenda does not permit City Council consideration on the state. Instead, the council may do one of the following. One thing you could do is do nothing. If the council takes no action, then I will give the proponent a petition page after 45 days. And the petition page can be circulated among the registered voters of the city. If the proponent can obtain the signatures of 5% of registered voters, then an ordinance would be placed on the ballot at a city council regular election. Or the council, you could vote to place this item on a future city council agenda, this ordinance on a future city council agenda. So those are the choices before you. City staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, so Rebecca, what is it there? I've read this thing several times. I'm not sure I understand what it exactly is. Are they asking that we just, and I saw our public health director here. Oh, there she is.
She's here also. Dr. Khan is here,
Yeah.
and of course our city attorney as well.
What are they actually, are they asking us to pass an ordinance that says you have to tell them the pluses and minuses of the COVID shot before they take it? Is that essentially what we're talking about here?
Yes, sir, but we already do give them vaccine information statement that has all the side effects listed.
So we're already doing that?
Yes, we are sharing the vaccine information statement with the patient.
Both pluses and minuses about the vaccination?
Yes, it has the side effects.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
So I don't understand why they're asking to do something that we're already doing.
They want to add additional side effects.
They want to add additional side effects? Okay. Have we looked at those additional requirements and adjudged whether?
Sir, our grant is from the federal, federal law requires us to give the vaccine information statement that we get from CDC.
Okay.
So we have to give that information.
Dr. Khan, can you move that microphone over a little bit?
Yeah. Can I add to that? Yeah, so Councilman, all the COVID shots that we give out today are either federally or state funded.
Okay.
And we have to follow the federal government's rules on what we tell people about the side effects or the state's rules, and we can't deviate from that. We can't add.
But they're asking us to pass an ordinance that would deviate from that?
Yeah, they're asking us to add more cautions or side effects.
Okay. Are we allowed to do that?
No, we're not
No,
allowed
sir,
to do
no.
that. We're not allowed by the federal government or the state government.
Okay.
We have to be very prescriptive to tell the patient exactly the side effects of the federal government and the state government. So,
Okay. Sony's dying to tell us something here.
Yes, sorry. Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sony Parnell, Assistant City Manager. Just to elaborate with Dr. Khan, is that, for instance, so we can't put the side effects on there if it hasn't been established by the CDC or the state. So, for instance, if someone says, hey, I have a massive headache, and that person may relate it to COVID, and that might not be substantiated. So therefore, that's why we can't put side effects that are not approved yet by the CDC or the state onto the document.
Okay.
Councilman, can I, along the lines of your question just now, can I please ask what could be something that, I'm sure everyone's wondering this, but how is something that is not legal allowed on an agenda to vote on? Because this is state and federal. We're local. We don't have, you just told us, Councilman, you just asked, how are we to put something like this on an agenda?
Mayor.
Okay, hold on.
I guess.
Mayor? Mayor?
Go ahead, Council. Why is your light not turning on?
I don't know.
There you go.
Okay. And Ms. Huerta can maybe comment on this. We have an ordinance in place that allows them to ask this. I mean,
Correct.
they
Yeah.
could have they could come up here and ask us to paint the outside of the building yellow. And
That's true.
we'd have to make a decision whether we wanted to do that or not. So that's how it gets there.
Wow. Then it sounds like, yeah, we need to relook at that because it doesn't make any sense to be able to put something that would be illegal, essentially. We're not the state, we're not the federal, government.
I mean, I don't have any objection at all of telling people what the pros and cons are of any vaccination.
Correct.
Whether it's COVID or for measles or whatever. I think we owe that to them to be sure they understand with respect to their physical situation or their whether or not they have other pre-existing conditions that may be impacted by that. So I don't have any problem with that whatsoever, but I just was questioning what additional information was it that they wanted to put here, and are we allowed to do that?
So we are not allowed to add any additional information to that form. We cannot add or modify that form, and we give that information for every vaccine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I have a little more experience with this because I brought these individuals because they asked me to introduce them to Dr. Khan. And what they're referring to is guidance from the CDC, but they have not provided the actual regulation and I don't think it's law, I think it's actually CDC regulations, similar to how TCEQ provides regulations that aren't necessarily law, but you have to follow them as they're published. The only thing they provided was kind of like one of those guide sheets that states what there are, and we had asked for, or I had asked for the actual I guess, regulation from the CDC, and they were supposed to provide that to us, I guess, before this came to the agenda. Maybe I was incorrect about that assumption, but I'd still like to see the actual regulation because the devil's kind of always in the details. I have personal experience with TCEQ on this when they provided recommendation on backflow preventers, and since it wasn't actually part of the actual context of the regulation, we pushed back on them and won. So we want to see the actual regulation to say that it is not, changeable by the actual statute or the regulation, not by some guidance sheet. Because that, like I said, they could write a letter and put in whatever information they want. So if you have the actual regulation that you can provide us, so we can make an informed decision. I think it's just the CDC, which is a federal bureaucracy versus a state one. I don't think we ever talked about a state regulation that had this kind of restriction.
Yes. And follow, I believe our meeting was last week.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. So in that meeting, it was discussed that you had asked for it within 2 weeks.
Right.
So our staff is working on it. They have to work with dishes or whatnot to then get the actual document.
So actually, this is probably something we should postpone until the next council meeting, so they give our health department enough time to find that regulation from the CDC specifically, so we're not, just brushing it away without having all the information.
Okay. But this was brought, by the way, who brought this forth, and do we have that information?
It was Mr. Samuel Fryer is the contact for the.
Is he here?
No, ma'am, I don't see him.
Mr. Fryer? No.
And for the record, part of that meeting with Councilman Hernandez, Samuel Fryer was in attendance in that meeting as well. Mm-hmm. And so we provided him with the information.
So he knew everything.
Correct.
And they have submitted this.
Yeah, so prior, when he made the petition, then from there, post-petition, then we had a meeting with Mr. Fryer to then share him the process with our health district staff. And so in there, we gave him the documents where it states for any given vaccine, it's required to where someone coming in then has to read the consent form that lists out these potential side effects of a vaccine, and that's required. And so as part of the attachments too in the agenda, we gave the documents where each patient, when they come in, they receive the information list, right. A consent form consenting, you have read and you understand the potential side effects of the immunization.
And he still wanted to move forward with it, which is why it's before us today.
Right, yes.
I mean, that's the assumption, if it's here. Okay. Councilman Roy? Oh, were you done, Councilman?
Yeah, I was going to say, just for further explanation, there's the information in the VIS, which stands for Vaccine Information Statement for COVID-19. There's a lot of the information that's in there, but it is not, there's some things that are left out, which they're trying to add to it. But again, this isn't just Samuel Fryer. He's the one that brought the petition. There's I guess Gail Anderson is another one, and there's a few other people associated with it. They're asking to be.
He's the contact. I'm sorry. There were other individuals, but
right.
Yes, that's right.
So like I said, the devil's in the details. You should have the actual regulation so you can actually prove it out. And once you have that, the stating that you can't change that form or add information to it, then that's what we need. So, like I said, I recommend that we postpone this until the next council meeting when we have that information.
There's a motion to table on the floor if anyone wants a second.
Well, can I?
Councilman Roy.
So let me get this straight. There's a couple things that kind of I find interesting here. Number one, it's pretty clear here under this document that talks about the federal law. And it tells specifically under this document what you are supposed to say, right? And the guidelines that's given to the healthcare professional in terms of what you're going to say. Okay, so if somebody feels like that the federal government is missing pertinent information that they should be, in their opinion, that they should be sharing with the patients, right? There's probably a process, I think, and not starting at the city level, at the local level, that they should go through to be able to challenge that document and say, yes, but we feel based on the number of whatever experiences that we've seen that you need to add this symptom, that symptom, and this symptom. This is definitely at the state or federal level higher than what we're dealing with, right?
Yes, sir. And the VIS is updated frequently.
Yeah, because
as new information comes, yes, it's updated by CDC.
Okay, so how often do you get those updates?
It really depends. Like our last update for COVID was in 23.
So how do you know if you're giving information out? Do you periodically check those updates?
Yes, we have to give the latest update to the patients.
Okay. But here's the other thing. The fact that this made it all the way to council, when this was going on, behind the scenes, behind the curtain, we got somebody that's coming up, they want to do, I mean, it's within their right if they follow the rules. They want to do a petition. They want to go through all those things and get those. I feel like that should be communicated, I think, to us in advance. Because number one, I think it's kind of interesting that so that we can ask questions or whatever the case is before we get to this point. Because I don't want to start, I mean, I guess people have the right to do whatever they want. They follow the rules, they follow the precedents in terms of what the city secretary outlines. But I think this could be something where all of a sudden people want to go, well, you know what, I don't agree with this traffic ticket. I mean, the officer only asked me 3 questions, and I feel he should have asked me 6 questions. So I'm going to get 50 people, I'm going to put a petition together, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try to make sure that they ask additional questions. That's kind of that slippery slope that I'm looking at, you know, and I think we got to be really careful with this. That's really the only input I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera?
Well, did you want to make a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to say,
Sorry.
all Rebecca did was what she's required by the charter to do.
Yeah.
And what you see in front of you is what I was required by the charter to do. Once we received the 50 signature petition, I was required to draft in legal form a ordinance that adopts as much of what they proposed as is possible to do and still be legal. So what you have before you is the most we could do, the most legal form we could put that ordinance into. But we are required by the charter to present it to you. You then have 45 days to, do with it what you will, but she's done her duty under the charter because they got their 50 signatures.
Yeah, I'm not trying to question somebody whether their duty was done or not. The only thing I'm just talking about is the process and at what point in time do you kind of circle the wagons? That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
The individuals who brought this to you, or the group, I know they, are any of them doctors? Or are they subject matter experts? Do we know of that?
No, not that we're aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Nobody or the.
Any of them have any experience with the CDC, a consultant for the CDC, a consultant?
No, sir. Just with the meeting we've had, the information that they brought was just information from online or information that they looked for. And that was what presented, but not their credentials of saying, hey, I'm a doctor, or hey, I'm.
So none of the individuals that brought this to us are credentialed?
Correct.
That we know of?
Correct.
And they didn't present any with any of their documents when they were making this recommendation?
Correct. The only credential our city staff.
So our option here, I guess there's a motion to table.
Right.
There hasn't been a second.
Sure, are you tabling the presentment, this whole?
I think it should be postponed until the next council meeting, so if you could rephrase it to postpone to the next council meeting.
Will you have?
For what reason?
Are you postponing?
My motion to table, and I motion to postpone until next council.
To receive the regulation? Is that why we're postponing?
If we can get the actual regulation from the CDC, not just the form.
This was just.
So will you have that by next council meeting?
Pardon?
Is that available at the next council meeting? Do you know? You'll have it by next council meeting? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, is
What are we supposed to have at the next council meeting?
the regulations from
The
the
Vaccine
CDC?
Entry Act.
Dr. Khan,
So I'm confused. I mean, here the other day, we had an individual had a proposal with regard to another option with regard to water, of which had not been vetted, of which they wanted to go through. I mean, how often are we going to go through this? I mean, so we have the ability to vote no on this simply because we know that it has not been vetted by any subject matter experts. I mean, I'm sure they're well-intentioned. I'm sure they're well-intentioned. But we have a process with everything. When we have, I just think it's dangerous for us to vote to support or even postpone or consider, because we have a process with which we vet information, we hire professionals. We did a national search for our current director of the health department. And, you know, and obviously there's some ideology included in this. And once again, I said from some well-intentioned people. So we have a process with anything. I mean, we just recently talked about the process with vetting somebody with regard to the consultant on this initiative with the gas department. We had a procurement process with which we looked at, we did the research in which we've done that. This isn't something that's council initiated. Now, if there was a process in which we went through that, where we had some subject matter experts, other than some well-intentioned people, then I don't see the reason to move forward. So obviously there's a motion and there's a second to postpone this, but once again, I don't understand. If there's no subject matter expert, why is it that we should move forward when we're already following the requirements of us by the federal government? So anyway, thank you.
okay. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, so in listening to Councilman Hernandez's explanation, what they are wanting us to do is, besides the current proclamation, if you will, that you have from the CDC and the state with respect to what you have to put on your disclosure statement to patients, they're saying that there are other things on the CDC document that we're not listing?
No, sir, they're not on the CDC document. They have listed it on a Word document. They want us to add it to our protocol.
So this is a document they created?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, so sorry. So to elaborate is, so they have a list of side effects that, well, they believe are caused by the
COVID-19.
So with those, they want to add that to the list of side effects. but we cannot alter the document to add side effects because
Okay,
again,
what Councilman Hernandez is asking for is that we get a copy of the regulation that y'all are working from.
Correct.
So that we have evidence to back up whatever it is we decide to do.
Correct.
Is that right?
Because right now on the documents itself that's provided by the CDC, it's listed on there that we can't alter the document. So he wants to see the actual the written policy.
The written policy from CDC.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Couldn't we get the written policy? Can't y'all pull it up in 2 seconds?
No, staff had tried the actual, I guess, legislation or from dishes, but we're working with dishes in the state to get the actual, I guess, document or policy. Because even though it says so on the document that's provided by CDC, he wants to see the actual policy of that document.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So again, it's adding side effects that they believe again it to be on there, but again, it's not substantiated.
Well, I think
by CDC.
Our best motion forward here is to postpone this till y'all can gather more information to come back and basically substantiate what the CDC is telling you. Does the state issue any guidelines over and above or different from CDC?
We have to follow the federal guidelines.
I know the state legislature passed some laws with respect to you can't close schools or some of that kind of stuff like they did before. But other than that, the state doesn't get into describing the side effects of COVID or the non-side effects.
This is federal vaccine.
This is federal only.
Yes, this is federal vaccine, and as providers, we are required to give the VIS, and the VIS cannot be altered.
Okay, and you said we get grants from the state to provide this vaccine.
It's federal money that comes through
Through the
state,
state.
but it's
That's what I
federal money.
assumed.
We are a contract.
It all is going to come from federal money.
Yes.
They're just a pass-through agent.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't time this discussion, but Rebecca, do you know how much time we've already spent on this issue?
How do you mean, right now?
Just since it came.
No, ma'am,
since
I
it
haven't been
started.
timing it.
It just seems that it's redundant. I too, tolerant with, some people that have their own issues on how COVID affects them and so forth. But I feel that that's why we hire that's why we hire experts. That's why we have staff to provide us the best information. And I also feel that if the whoever is proposing this should have said, based on this information, like you said, the devil is in the details, they would have said, this is where I'm getting this from. But they also never provided that. But now the burden is on us. So now here we are having to, look, we're going to be voting on it to see if it's going to be tabled or not. But again, we're going to have to spend even more time to come, for me, to come to the same conclusion that we should not be trying to overstep the federal guidelines. I mean, that's what they are. These are federal guidelines. We provide what are the side effects, and that is our obligation, and that is what we do. I am of, I see how it got here, and I do applaud them for that because I've never seen anything like this. So I feel that this is going to probably open the doors to other, other people that have their own, ideas of what we should be doing or not be doing. This is kind of dangerous. So again, I think, had it been vetted thoroughly, I think, they also have an obligation to have to pass a certain, guideline. They should have provided, this is where we're getting it from, but they never did. So I don't even know how it got this far. So I just want to, I guess, call the question. We're going to have to vote since it's, we have a, call the question.
We have to vote on the call the question. You can't just say that. You can't.
No.
It's got to be second.
Okay.
I second. What was the?
That we do nothing with it. We do. Yeah, I know. I saw.
Were you going to speak, Mr. Hernandez? Is it? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, unless, is there any more discussion?
I have one last thing.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, look, we've had people go through the trouble of filling out a petition. And we should do they took the time and effort. They came out to meet with our public health department. They're providing all this information. We shouldn't just dismiss them because we think they're, doing something they shouldn't be doing. So we should allow them to give the information. And, we come across this even in the city where our own staff doesn't follow their own policies. Or, we have a debt management policy that we're not following. So we want to make sure that you look at the letter of the law, the actual documentation where the policy is in place, not just some recommendation or what somebody says. It should be exactly what's read through. And I'll always go back to the documentation. I know I get people complain about being in the weeds, but sometimes you have to be. So let's give them the respect of the individuals that signed the petition to go forward and give them the full vetting of whatever this is. And if it comes out, we have the regulation where CD says, you can't do it because we're the federal government and we don't care about you guys. I mean, that's fine. That's what it says, and we move forward. So, just to say that, if you trust the federal government blindly, I'm not sure I can go there. So I will. That's all I ask is that we postpone this, till for 2 weeks until we get all the information. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Time me, please. We should be done. But anyway, because it's my second.
10.
Listen, okay, so there were several people today that came to public comment. There's been times that we've had people, in fact, I just whispered to somebody that I said, so is Councilmember Campos then now starting to ask all her experts on desalination? Are they going to be able to do that? So I think that's the thing, So now we're going to inform the public that if they don't have any subject matter experts, if they're going to make decisions based on ideology, because I'm sorry, I know they're well intentioned. I know I've talked to some, I know some of these people on a much favorable basis, but the thing is that number one, our time is valuable. The staff time is valuable, and we have a process with which we follow. If somebody wants to say, as somebody that has been involved in the legislature on a regular basis, and there needs to be changes to be made, then they need to go to their either federal lawmaker or their state lawmaker, because we have some very strict rules that we're going to follow. So if we're going to come to that point where every individual that goes through this process at once, and we want to continue to vet it, then we have precious staff time that we have very important things to do that affect this community, they affect the economic development of the community, they affect the health and safety of this community, that I just think it's a very slippery slope. And I don't think, and candidly, my colleague that refers to me as passive aggressive, and that's passive aggressive for me to say that, is I warn you that this looks as if very much cherry picking the arguments that we want to be placed on the agenda. So I think for that very purpose, whether it has merit or not, there's a process with which we follow, and I think that we have staff with which we, once again, there's a little, I've just said it over and over again. I think everybody understands what I mean. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Rebecca, did they follow the city charter on putting this on the agenda?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Miles, did they follow the city charter on putting this on the agenda?
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Thank you.
Last question. Regardless of what you bring forth in a week or 2 or 3, does this body have the authority to make any changes to a federal document?
No. As a practical matter, Regulations are
Thank
not,
you.
if we're operating pursuant to a federal program, we have to
Can you talk a little closer to your microphone?
As a practical matter, if we're operating under a federal program, if we're spending federal money,
which we are,
we have to spend it in accordance with federal policy, regulations, administrative rules, executive orders. We have to comply with all of the policies that would apply to expenditures, even if not formally preempted, as if we weren't spending federal money. So when we are spending federal money, we are at our most restricted.
Right. Thank you. Please submit your vote. And the vote is to postpone.
Yes, to postpone till the next council meeting on August the 13th.
Okay.
Okay, so it fails.
The motion fails. Item number 17. Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sony.
Thank you.
City Manager presentation of fiscal year 2025 proposed operating and capital budget presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, this is the annual budget presentation. I am required by the city charter to prepare and then present to city council annually a proposed budget. And so that's what this presentation is meant to do today. Before I begin, though, I do need to acknowledge people because a team of professionals helped to develop this budget. And in particular, the budget office. We have about a 9-member team in the management and budget office. They're overseen by Assistant City Manager Heather Holbert, who's here. And then our budget director, Eddie Houlihan, who this would be his 25th budget, this budget today, 25th.
Wow.
Where's Eddie?
Where is he?
There he
Eddie,
is. Okay.
congratulations.
That's a long time, 25 budgets, yeah, with this city of Corpus Christi. And then Amy Cowley is our Assistant Budget Director. We had 3 former budget staff members come back and help. They were in transition, so that includes Christine Garza, Camille Taras, and Vanessa Sanchez. And then the new budget analyst, pretty much the team this year is all new. So this is their first budget. One of them told me this morning that he had many midnights here at City Hall getting to this point today. So Felicia Horn is one of our budget analysts, Lois Hinojosa, AJ Garcia, Davina Escobar, April Rodriguez, Christopher Reyes, and then Kelly Davis. That's our budget team. They're all up here to my left. Right. Congratulations, you guys.
Yeah.
It's a tough job doing this work, but they're glad they're here today at this point, and then they know we still have part 2, and that's coming up over the next 5 weeks or so. So, and then behind me also is the entire, or most of, if not the entire executive team, and this is a team effort to develop this budget. Certainly a few of us didn't sit down and develop it. It really starts from the director level and their teammates providing critical information to us and the budget team to be able to develop this budget. So thank you for being here as well. So, as you can see, our budget is balanced. We did provide it to you earlier this morning, and the budget does reflect the City Council priorities. You may recall we had a goal-setting session on May 13 with the City Council to develop the budget. This budget, the key takeaways for this budget are here, that this budget provides substantial property tax relief to homesteads and seniors, and it eliminates fees for working families. The budget focuses on police, fire, and streets, and invests in our employees. And it is consistent with City Council approved financial policies that we'll see the next council meeting. So before we got to today, there was a lot of background work, but most recently in this last week or so, we have briefed numerous stakeholder groups on the budget, including the mayor and council, our Police Officers Association, the Firefighters Association, the city's top 6 boards and committees were briefed. The Visit Corpus Christi Board, Executive Committee and CEO Brett Otting were briefed. OVG 360, our managing partner at American Bank Center. The Regional Economic Development Corporation led by Mike Culberson. The Downtown Management District, we met with the chair as well as Alyssa. So the chair, Glenn Peterson, and Josh Richline was there as well. Nueces County Appraisal District with Ronnie Canales. The Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. And then our local media partners, we need to thank them. everyone for being here yesterday and for following us on the budget. That does include the Caller Times, KIII, Chris 6, Curro, and also the Chronica. So today is the beginning of a 5-week dialogue with the council and the community. And next week, Monday, will be our first of 7 community engagement sessions with the community. You may recall last year we had 5. We added 2 more this year to give the island a unique environment or unique setting or a work session, as well as the Cal Island area. We know that area sometimes doesn't get the attention that the inner city does, so we have a special work session just for the Cal Island, Toloso Midway, Annabelle. Yeah. And it is in Cal Island. Councilman Pusley made sure we got the right location. So you can see that on this slide here coming up that we're going to change the format a little bit, and we told many of you in our briefings in the last week or so, but we've changed the location from things like libraries and senior centers to fun places like Fun Trackers or Brewster Street downtown or Dock Seafood on the island. And so the goal is to attract even more citizen participation. We're providing an open house format, so it won't be, lecture style. I'll give the persons that come in, the community members that come to these, to have one-on-one conversations with council members, with city staff. Many of the entities where we're going to, many of the establishments will be providing complimentary snacks and food. And so we appreciate that. They'll be sponsoring that. And it'll be a casual, fun, and a little bit better engagement session. So we hope people come out. We're going to, Councilman Pusley said he's going to go to at least one. And it should be a good way. We'll try it up. We'll see. We know many council members told us we need to do something a little different, and that's why we put that line up like that. So in addition to the community, we will have 5 work sessions with the City Council over the next 5 weeks, beginning this Thursday. We know we have the council meeting to begin with, but then we'll do a work session on water and wastewater, and then we have 4 additional ones over the month. They're all here in these City Council chambers, all from 9 to 1, with the exception of this Thursday. It'll be from 10 to 2. They are open to the public, and they'll be viewed in our normal outlets as well. So the budget development process, just a quick overview of this. I'm not going to go through every word on here, but we develop our budget by beginning with the base budget, and then that's where the budget office looks at the line items that could be eliminated because they may be one-time in nature. They reset the cost for personnel for what people are making today. They do other adjustments, and then they give that to the departments as their base budget. The departments then, is that it? Well, good. Okay. Yeah. We're okay with that. Rebecca? That's all right. Yeah, and then the departments did meet the requirements that we asked for this year, which was develop reduction packages equal 5% of your budget. But we also said bring to us what you need. We need to know as a team, what do we need in our departments? And there's still a lot of need out there. Whether it's positions, I think, or equipment. There's still a lot of need, so we have that list, but our budget, as you can see, focused mostly on reductions this year. And then after all those packages are developed, we meet with all the departments one-on-one, myself, the budget team, the assistant city managers, deputy city manager, and develop the budget that we're presenting to you today. So this slide here is the city's budget, and yesterday we confused a few people in that circle, so that the inner circle there is just the operating funds. It excludes one-time capital projects. And so this year's operating budget, when you look at all funds, is $990 million. And last year, now we're going to send this sheet to the council, the budget team just finished it up this morning, but last year that inner circle was $911 million. So it's gone up by $78 million. The reason I want you to get the list is because it's pretty much all capital spending. The reason that these operating budgets have gone up. So it's things like cash funding to capital projects in our water and wastewater funds, or it's the cost to buy water meters, or it's developer participation agreements, or it's the trust fund to developers. So generally the costs are going up by that $78 million in the operating because of capital expenditures coming out of those funds. And then the capital budget, you can see in the bottom right in the green, that this year, for the first year of the 10-year plan, is $867 million. And that also has gone up by about $257 million from last year. And that is pretty much explained by our seawater desalinization project. The one-year cost for that in this budget is $211 million for that project. A few other projects bring that cost up to that number that we see there today. Also on this chart, you can see our general fund budget, and I'll go over that in more detail. We have enterprise funds. That includes our aviation, Corpus Christi water, the Gulf Fund. Special revenue funds at $225 million. That includes our streets funds, our TERS funds, type A and B and HUT. And then debt funds are the funds that we use to pay annual debt service payments on the money that we borrow. So one key takeaway after having seen all those numbers is in the general fund, which is the one that most impacts our community. That budget this year is being proposed today is decreasing by 2.6%. So that's an important fact to make sure people are aware of. Our budget for this new fiscal year is less than the current year budget. The current year budget is $352 million. The proposed budget is $343 million, or 2.6% less. This here shows our general fund budget. There's a lot of material here. That black ring on the outer circle is the revenues that we use in the general fund. And you can see if you look at about the 11 o'clock time frame, sales tax and then to the 1 o'clock property tax constitute 51% of the budget. So we have two revenue sources that fund half of our general fund budget. So if there's any disruption in any of those, it has an impact, obviously, on our budget. You can see other revenues as well. There's services and fines and fees. Indirect cost revenue are in those, and interest earnings are in the category called other resources. We are using 9.5 in fund balance to help fund streets in this budget. And then what you can see in the center circle is where the city's priorities are. And almost 50% of our spending for this next fiscal year will be in two departments, two of the most important, our police and fire operations. It's almost 49% of the budget, followed by streets and then solid waste and parks and recreation. That little slice for reserves includes accrued leave pay, and a reserve appropriation that's in the financial policy of $500,000, and then some industrial development agreement refunds.
Peter,
Yes, sir.
Sales tax revenue, does that include the?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, does that include our 1/8 cent sales taxes that we're talking about reallocating, or is that?
No, it does not, right.
This is just the?
This is just the 1 cent.
1 cent that we receive?
Yes, sir, just the 1 cent for the general fund.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
Okay, so we went over the general fund. Let's just spend a little bit of time on the revenues. So I'm going to go over the revenues here. This is a summary table. You can see the two main revenues, property tax, sales tax, and then other revenues. So our property tax is less this year, 1.2% or 1.2 million less year over year. Had we kept the homestead exemptions at the rate they were today, this would be more like 10 to 11 million more. But we know why we did what we did to provide property tax relief, so 1.2% less. Our sales tax is doing okay. Most of our monthly payments are coming in at or a little bit over budget. We're being a little conservative and budgeting just 2% more for next year, or 1.5 million more. And then all other revenues are up by 8.2%, and those do include things like revenues from the sale of gas from our closed landfills, indirect costs, and interest earnings. So that's 8.2 million more, and that's helping us in our general fund budget. So specifically on property tax, let's look at this table here. This kind of tells you the story. So last year this time, we were talking about 13.6% growth in property tax values year over year. 13% growth, and the last year prior to that was 13 also, and prior to that was 6. So it went 6, 13, 13 to this year, 0.66 in the negative. So no growth, in fact, lost value. And you can see why new value is still new construction. There's still valuation on new development, 2% growth there. But the reappraisals is less by 2.7%. That's a combination of lower reappraisals on existing property and then the implementation of the homestead exemption that I'll show you in a moment. We did want to point out that the tax rate still in this proposed budget remains the same that we have today, 0.59 cents for every $100 evaluation. And we did want to point out here, and we'll talk more about it later with the council in one of our either one of our workshops or at a council meeting, but there is still some capacity before we reach the state cap growth of 3.5% in revenue. So the tax rate could be increased without voter approval, should the council want to levy more money, say, for police officers or firefighters. And we'll go over that with you in more detail later. But this council here in front of us has been consistent in providing property tax relief. This chart helps to demonstrate that, a almost 5-cent reduction on the city's property tax rate over the past 2 years. Last year, City Council reduced the tax rate by 2 cents, and prior to that, the year before, the City Council reduced it by 2.6 cents. So this City Council has a record of reducing the tax rate. And then more importantly, in the next slide, this shows you that you've reduced the general homestead exemption. This is a percentage that's taken off the value of a home or a home before the tax rate's applied. So if you look at this, the middle row in 2024, the homestead exemption was 10% of the homestead value. Last year's decision doubled it to 20%. Also, if you look at the far right column, the over 65 exemption, that is if somebody's over 65 or disabled, they get additional dollars off the value of their home. Last year it was $50,000. City Council approved an item that increased it for this budget coming up to $62,500. So those two things combined provide substantial relief. As you can see in these next sample notices here, these notices are sampled just for the city's portion of the tax rate, and it's important to remind everybody that when you do get your tax bill, the city is only 25% of that bill. 50% is for the school districts, and then the other 25% is for Nueces County and the hospital district. So if you're in a $200,000 home and you only qualify for the general homestead exemption because of the doubling of this by City Council providing meaningful relief, this year for this tax bill, somebody will have a $121,000 savings. Now, last year we ran some bills if you lived in areas that had a higher assessed valuation. The $200,000 is the average homestead value across the entire city. But if your home value was $400,000, then you would see a $250,000 break this year on your tax bill. And then if you are over 65, or if you just turned 65, and or if you're disabled, that second exemption is on because of council's policy. And so you can see here that somebody in that same $200,000 home now has about a $200,000 savings. And if they're in a $400,000 home, that would double to about $400 annually in their tax bill. Okay, so we just went over the revenues and kind of the general framework, and we're going to get into kind of the departmental budgets here in a moment. But just to remind the council, in addition to having a strong financial plan in terms of providing services, we're still reserving funds in the event of a catastrophic event. We refer to this as our rainy day fund or our financial reserves. The council policy is 20% of our expenditures, less certain things. And so that reserve amount this year is $66.8 million. We do have that still, and that'll help us with our financial ratings. You can see on the left, Standard & Poor's and Fitch Ratings recently reassessed our credit worthiness. Just like we have a credit score as individuals, the city has a credit score as well. And both these rating agencies reaffirmed our high grade score because of strong leadership, strong financial management, strong city councils, and a decent economy. And so our financial ratings are still good, and our financial reserves are still at 20%. Now, there's a few good summary slides in the 60-slide presentation, but this is a real good one here. This shows you what we've done in the general fund.
Excuse me, Peter, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So, Mr. Zanoni, just a quick question, since we're talking about how receptive we are to the taxpayers. If we have a 2.05 cent decrease in the rate, with a 20% increase on average appraisal values across the city, is that a tax increase or a tax decrease?
What would the 20% increase, is that in the values?
Actually, it was 25%, but I'm just asking about 20%.
Well, so it's really, I don't know if you can combine the two. So the city sets the tax rate, and so no matter how much somebody's value went up, if you decrease the tax rate.
I'll ask it in a different way.
Yes, sir.
If you have 2.05 cent decrease in the tax rate with a 20% increase in appraisal values on average, then does that mean the average citizen will be paying an increase or a decrease at the end of the year?
That's a better way of saying it. Probably an increase. Without running the numbers, it'd probably be an increase. So, yes, sir. Okay, so on this slide here.
One more, Peter.
Oh, sorry.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, Peter, on this slide, you have the Economic Development Department. You say mandated increase and then reduction. What? Can you explain that?
Yeah, I can. I will. Yes, Councilman. So let me just give an overview for the other council members who may not have seen this slide yet, and then I'll answer your question. So these are the actions that we did in each of the general fund departments that are listed here. Now, this is just for the general fund, and this is to balance the budget. So you can see in the far left, the actions. It does include mandated increases. There's improvements. That means kind of spending beyond what is mandated to be spent. The row called reductions, and then a few departments recommended revenue changes in this budget. So the first one, mandated increases, those are things that we are required to do either because of a contractual agreement or we have a contractual agreement, say, with a developer, or we have a contract that has an escalator, or if it's to fully operate a capital project that we're building. And so we're considering those mandates. So you can see police has mandates and fire, that's from the collective bargaining contracts. Parks and Rec has mandates, that's for the Bill Witt swimming pool and other assets we're bringing on from bond programs. City Auditor has a mandate because of their peer review that has to get done. Solid Waste has increases in contracts at the landfill. Human Resources, that mandated increase is for FLSA requirements and pay from the federal government. Intergovernmental Relations, a contractual arrangement, we have a consultants. Finance is where we're putting any type of the finance actually is for the comprehensive annual financial report. We have a contract there. Economic development, the mandate in economic development, we're considering those to be our developer participation agreements. And so we have agreements that City Council has approved to expand the width of a road. It could have gone either there or in Public Works, but we kind of put it under economic development to show that we're investing in the community. So those are agreements we have with developers who have upsized a road, and we pay the difference in that road. Based on council policy. Okay, so the improvements, the key thing here to see is only 4 departments.
Real quick on that one. Is since you have both of them here, I guess, and I haven't had the opportunity to look at each individual one in terms of which one's actually going up and which one's going down. But just as an example, for economic development, you have your personnel costs going up from last year by $200,000, roughly $200,000. You have your operating expenses going down, and then you have your internal allocation going down. But overall, your total expenses have gone up from 3.15 million to 3.328 million.
Right.
So is that,
yeah, it's a net effect, Councilman.
Is the overall net effect to go up or to go down?
Yeah, so the reductions won't mean your budget went down year over year. It means it didn't go up as much as the other answer. So the reduction in economic development is it's a part-time parking attendant. The parking division we moved from the police department and put it into economic development in this budget. And so their initial review is this one part-time, actually it's a parking technician. We don't need that vacant position, so that's recommended to be eliminated.
And why was parking moved to economic development?
Because we thought the police department should be focused on crime prevention and safety and not focused on collecting quarters out of parking machines. Yes, sir. Okay, so the improvements, police and fire obviously have a few improvements, and we're going to go. Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to get
before you get too far ahead. I just want to going back to our exemptions just for a second. And I asked for this, I think, in our last budget process last year, but I think it's important, especially for.
Although the Oso Parkway and prior developer agreements is somewhat situated in the neighborhoods, but
okay,
usually the more collector arterial streets.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this chart here, let's see, back here we go on slide 18. So The improvements for those departments that received improvements this year in this proposed budget, or that we're recommending, I should say, improvements, is police and fire, and I'll go over those momentarily. Animal care does have an improvement. We're going to go over that. And then human resources, the improvements there are for the entire organization. We're considering the pay for performance and others there in human resources. And then you can see the reductions. Each department listed here had some level of reduction. I'm going to go over those with you this afternoon. And then we did have revenue changes in fire for our EMS and parks and rec, primarily for the after-hour kid power, and then in our health department as well. So what we're going to do now is go through each one, and there's almost just one slide or so for each department, and highlight some of the major initiatives to include improvements, mandates, and reductions. So we know that in this budget we did not add any additional police officers. Today we're at 501, and I'll show you a table in a moment. This budget, though, does include funding for a police academy that's already that'll begin, in July of 2025. So it fully funds a police academy, just like we've done for the past 5 years. The big story for the police chief is he needs vehicles. The dealership canceled our order the last time we ordered them due to COVID and other, the remnants of that. So we're going to do the 35 additional replacement vehicles that we normally would buy. But in this budget, we're putting funds in to buy 40 more, so that he'll have 75 vehicles coming in. The 40 additional is necessary for backup vehicles and also to be used for the 50 police officer positions that we've added over time. You've heard the chief talk about them at a recent council meeting. The budget also includes $300,000 to support the operations and maintenance of our brand new and first ever built-to-suit training academy. You can see a picture of it there. So $300,000. There's $50,000 in the current budget. Full year funding, we add another $250,000 for $300,000. So this chart here reminds us of the great work this city council and the chief has done in adding 55 police officer positions. As a reminder, it's double the amount that we had initially 5 years ago. That goal was to add 25 police officer positions, but because of this council and the commitment we have for public safety, we more than doubled that and have added 55 over the 5-year period. And then we have fire, our other important public safety department. So the firefighter count is 455 firefighters. We didn't add any additional firefighter positions as well. However, we do have a fire academy class scheduled and budgeted in this budget. And it's easy to forget that 6 years ago, we weren't having frequent academy classes and people retire. And so we had a huge vacancy rate when I came here 5 years ago in the fire department. I think it was almost 50, 60 positions, and all that vacancy was being handled or managed with overtime staffing, which placed a big burden on the firefighter and cost taxpayers more money because we were paying people overtime. So we do have a academy scheduled in this budget. Chief Wade's been here for about a year now, and over this past year, he has extensively reviewed his operations. He's met with most of his team members at all the fire stations, and he is recommending some changes to his leadership team, and we're recommending those as well. So I'll show you in a moment in an org chart, but using existing positions, he would create an additional deputy chief, 2 assistant chiefs, and 3 captains, and 3 captains' positions to serve as a medical officer, and I'll go over what that means here in a moment. That does cost $355,000, and so that's included in the budget. We are continuing and recommending the continuation of fire pumper replacements. That's another area where if you stop buying vehicles like this, these are very expensive, you get into a jam basically, because it's tough to recover if you have an aging fleet, and each piece of equipment is $1 million. So 2 fire pumpers we're recommending, and then 3 medic units as well. We do have support for Fire Station 3, $50,000 more in this budget to be added with the existing that we have in the existing Fire Station 3 on Morgan. So the new one, as you can see, the picture of it there, will be opening next year, and we'll have sufficient budget to operate. And
Peter,
maintain.
what are we expecting through the grant task?
Right, so the SAFER grant, I failed to go over that bullet. So because of the...
No, not that one, I'm sorry,
okay.
the TASP.
The TASP, right.
The TASP grant.
Yeah, we have, I think about $2 million.
Yeah, but we expect it October?
Yes, right. Usually it comes in late September, early October. So we've assumed an estimate of about $2 million in this budget
Okay.
already that helps fund this in the fire department.
Okay.
So if it comes in at a higher amount, the council priority and policy has been to make sure we buy only fire equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They'll stay. We'll keep that policy.
Okay.
So we'll see in September, October what happens with the task grant.
But we don't anticipate any of that changing. It's coming in. Okay.
We could get a little more, but we'll see. Yeah.
A little less depending on
Right.
other cities.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Right, but on the SAFER grant, just to point it out, Mayor, I thought you were speaking on that one. So we did apply for firefighter positions through what is known as the SAFER grant, and that would have ended up with an unfunded mandate after 3 years because the funds only provide you funding for 3 years funding, and then at that fourth year, we have to pick up 100% of the costs. Because of financial challenges in this budget, we said, you know what, it's probably more prudent just to withdraw, and we'll see how we look next year. We can always reapply. Those grant funds are pretty much annually available. So next year, we'll see how we look financially, if property values begin to go up again, and then we may reapply next year, maybe not for that big 78 number, but for something, because it is good money for 3 years at least.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
Okay.
So, Chief, my question is that going to, I know that the whole purpose of applying for that grant was to staff up to the 4, and you're saying that operationally, are you doing anything that is going to change as far as being able to work around that request, or?
So with that was going to help us increase the staffing to 4-person staffing, right? But with the financial outlook, what we didn't want to have is get awarded that grant, and then based on the outlook, in 3 years, us not being able, to take on those positions. So because you can apply annually to the grant,
just do it.
Let's hold off. We'd rather pull back from the grant. Other agencies had done the same thing around the country, do the same outlook, and instead of getting awarded it and then saying, no, we don't want it, which doesn't look good as well to the folks that are awarding grants. So we'd rather just pull back, reassess next year, and then we can apply if
Okay, but you're not going to hold off 3 years. You're going to elect to take a look at it again next year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to put the PowerPoint back up here. And so this is, Chief will go over these next 2 slides in more detail next week. But this is his current organizational chart. And the next slide kind of shows you where those additional assistant chiefs would be added, as well as the 3 field medical officers. There'd be 1 for each shift. And these are important because they provide expertise in medical procedures. They're a hospital liaison. They really are a quality assurance, quality improvement position. And that's those ones in the green box to the far right. You can see the additional deputy chief and then 2 assistant chiefs to break up or have better span of control for the battalion chiefs, which on that prior slide, if we go back, all the battalion chiefs reported on the far bottom left to 1 assistant chief. So that's a huge span of control. So Chief is saying on this next slide, let each of 4 battalion chiefs report to an assistant chief who would be on one of the 3 shifts that we have, A, B, and C. Okay, so we went over police and fire, and then our third biggest initiative in any budget, and especially here, is streets. And so the story for streets is this budget does not include revenue from the street user fee. We know we let that sunset last year to provide fee relief to working families. And we do have a little bit less in the property tax revenue. So the goal for the last couple of months was coming up with $19 million. That's the combined effect of no street user fee and $6 million less in property tax revenue that we've had the ability to do in the past couple of years. And we did meet that goal. We're happy to tell you today we have the funds by making some recommendations to you today to fill the gap so that, as you'll see in a moment, streets is actually more than what it was in the current budget. And so we're able to do that by using $9.5 million in fund balance. We're also able to do that because we're recommending canceling or postponing 3 capital projects. They were paving the City Hall parking lot, paving a parking lot across the street that we own, and a smaller parks project. We're saying put those on hold for now. Let's get these streets paved, and we'll get back to the parking lot at City Hall at some other time. This slide also shows you 4 pictures on the left. I want to point it out. You can see the top one with the roller. That's a city crew, most likely. So we pave our own streets. That's something new in these last 5 years. We didn't do any self-paving prior to 5 years ago. So we're paving our own streets. We have crews that do it. We have 3 crews. We're staffing up the 3rd one. This budget also includes funding to buy more equipment, heavy equipment, for one of those crews. And then you can see 3 private sector firms up there: Bay Limited, Tex-Mex Paving, and then AC is Anderson Columbia. And these 3 firms we have under contract right now. They are aggressively paving our streets, our neighborhood streets, through our rapid paving program. We'll be reporting to you soon that we're just about out of money for this year because they're working so much, which is what we wanted. And so tremendous improvement. What we didn't want to do, what Ernie was very worried about, is if we didn't fund this $19 million, there would be extreme disruption in the private sector's work plans. They have literally retooled how they do business, how they set up their teams, how they buy material, so that they could meet our requests to do this rapid paving program. We don't want to let them down and let their businesses down and let our residents down, so that's why we have the $19 million in the budget. And so this chart here shows us our street funding, and these are for the past 3 years. You can see that this year's column, that bar graph there, is the biggest of the 3 years. You can see that the gray bar, which is our rapid paving program, and a few other things in there, 6.3 million more than the prior year. The orange, the middle bar, that's arterial and collectors primarily funded through bond programs. A little bit less, just 3 million less, but that's the nature of us completing capital projects. The next bond program would be 2024, and that'll help bring that orange up. And then the blue bar is also up at 3.7 million. That's our public works crews. So that includes things like potholes, our self-performance of our own work that we do, and other things in there. Some things that are helping raise this streets level does include those developer participation agreements where we're paying for wider streets. It does include ADA ramps where we're required, if we do work of a certain nature in our streets, to fix ADA ramps. So we have monies in the budget for that. We're going to try a new initiative that Ernesto recommended, our Public Works Director, which is skin patching. And so we're real familiar with those streets that have like 50 pothole patches. Ernie, finally, one of our Public Works Directors, says that's just ridiculous, patching 50 holes. So we're going to do what they call a skin patch and just overlay the whole street. It's a thinner application, and then eventually it'll come in with a much thicker application. But intuitively, it probably is quicker and cheaper than filling in 100 potholes every 100 days. So the skin patch program has $700,000 in the budget for it as well. And then I mentioned additional equipment. There's $3.3 million for additional pavers so that the crews we have can do even more work. They're wanting a wider paver. I think we have 2 wider ones and a more narrow one. We need a 3rd wider so we can aggressively pave as well.
Councilman Hernandez?
Can you go back a slide? Okay, in the actual budget, you have total street maintenance fund, 1041, and then you have residential street reconstruction fund, 1042, right? And we transferred $6.1 million from the general fund last time, but you didn't do it this year. Where's that funding makeup coming from?
You know what, Amy, I don't have that book in front of me, but why don't we get that answer while we keep going, and then we'll get it to you, unless you have it?
It's in the capital projects.
Okay, it's in the capital projects? Okay, it's in the capital projects account, Councilman, so it's not in the streets fund, but it's a street project, so.
So you're going to you're going to borrow money to do residential streets, is that?
Yes, yes, sir. So see up there, the goal in the middle, there's two ways of solving it. 9.5 million with cash out of the general fund, and then using 3 capital projects funds, which are already approved by council. It was COs, but we can convert it to 7-year debt if we want to, and that would be funds used to keep the streets program whole. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll ask, we'll talk about this offline because I want some more detail around that, because it seems, I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but I want the better explanation how you're going to do that.
Yeah, and that's it there, but it's, what we did is we said, what projects do we have that council already approved funding for? And so the council did, and so those 3 projects included the City Hall parking lot, one across the street, and a park project that all totaled about $9 million. And they were to be funded with certificates of obligation. And we said, you know what, it's probably better to pave residential streets with that than City Hall to keep at least this next year whole. So that's the recommendation. Okay, so we completed that. Now we're going to go into Parks and Rec now. Did Councilman Roy have a question?
Yeah,
okay.
Councilman Roy, and then, just Councilman Roy.
$6 million again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a request. You were talking a moment ago about potholes and all that, and I know we talked a couple days ago. Can we make sure that I get an updated list so that I compare what I got from Public Works and then what was put out there to make sure that I have accurate data?
Yes, you can, Councilman. We provided that to you a couple months ago, right? Like the number of potholes.
And then the recent data that I have. So I just want to make sure that I have one good set of data that I can feel confident in. If we can get that ASAP, that would be
We'll get that for you. The number of the request is the number of potholes.
And the number of linear miles that we've done in terms of the last 2 years.
Okay.
And comparing it with the prior years. If that information's right, then just let me know what I have is correct also. I don't want to get out there and put that out there if it's not accurate. I've had a lot of constituents asking me questions about that.
Okay, we'll make sure you have the most updated.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, so in our Parks and Recs department, you can see here mandated increases in some of the operations there, no improvements per se, but we do have some mandates. So the Billwit Aquatic Center will be opening up later this year. 435 million, 28 positions. What this doesn't tell you, and so I'm going to tell you now, is that the initial plan was to try to keep at least the lap pool open year-round. The family leisure pool would be seasonal, but due to budget constraints, we're saying keep the lap pool open seasonally as well. And however, we do have a lot of interest from leagues who we think would rent it at the exact cost it takes to operate it. So that could be a model that we look at, and we're going to work with Parks and over these next couple of weeks and months and see. But right now the plan is for the entire complex only open it as a seasonal facility. And so that's a little bit of a deviation, and that's due to the constraints that we have financially. So Water Garden, we have $298,000 for full year funding for it, and that's primarily 3 positions and the cost for the electricity and chemicals, that type of thing. Cole Park splash pads, $25,000, that's in the budget. And then just Monday, we were at North Beach Restroom just yesterday, and so $200,000 to maintain and operate and make sure that place looks as good as it did yesterday morning throughout the entire year. So there is one improvement in Parks and Rec, and that is we've had tremendous support for the after-hour Kid Power program. A few years ago with COVID and the availability of grants, some of the school districts were trying to use grant funding to run a similar program. Those funds have subsequently been used up, and there's no repeat money. So they want to continue to do work with us as a after-school provider for homework and other activities. And so this budget includes 3 additional school sites in the Corpus Christi Independent School District, and then it keeps the sites that we have in the Calallen School District. So we're adding 84 part-time positions to do those 2 things. 1, add the 3 new sites, and then 2, have sufficient staff for increasing enrollment in the programs. They're all part-time seasonal type positions. The key thing though is the fee that we're setting based on Parks input and the work that they've done with the district is it's 100% 100% cost recovery. And so the schools have agreed to a little bit higher one-time application fee, and then the fee for the program for the month or whatever the payment is. So it'll be 100% cost recovery, and that is one improvement in the parks budget. We do have some reductions in the parks budget to balance what essentially is a close to $10 million funding gap that we have. So due to not really using these budgets, there's still monies remaining. We're going to reduce the natatorium budget by $127,000. That's basically the budget historically hasn't all been spent. That was still going to provide the same service, same funding amount. $127,000 was savings annually, so we'll just right-size the budget in that case.
Peter, could you give us a little bit of info on that? We shared that with CCISD?
Right, yeah, it was a co-built, it's a facility that I think is on their property, but we manage it together. There's an agreement that has protocols in place, and we have certain use rights of the lap pool, and they do as well. We also have a facility there, like a gymnasium, that we manage as well. That they own, right?
But it was
own
co-built,
yeah.
so it belongs to both?
It belongs to them, I believe. Is it the schools? Yes. It belongs to the schools. We helped to build it, probably with bond monies back in the day. And then so because we put capital into it, because we put monies into it, we have use rights of it.
Right.
But I would say they have the preferential rights, so they're probably more than
Right, it's their building.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
We do have a contract, yes, sir. Yeah, there's an agreement, yeah.
Okay.
So as an example, recently we got familiar with the agreement because a piece of equipment broke and the school needs to tell us about it, and we come together with an agreement of how much we're going to pay and when, and we didn't all follow the exact steps, so we had to make sure we, we learned from that. But.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. We were just given this information, Thursday? I mean, I know I was just briefed. I think it was Thursday.
Right.
And so I had a question about the Zavala Greenwood Senior Centers, and you said, well, we're thinking about privatizing. But I personally have not had enough time to analyze, to go and check out those facilities. And for you to place this already on the chopping block seems a little premature. So I wanted to know, how much homework have you done, or what have you done to come to this decision? Because I know for a fact that the Greenwood just got renovated. We've, got the roof fixed, and we were all happy about, using the facility. And now it's...
Yeah, so Councilwoman, let me get to the bullet first, but secondly, you don't need, this is the first of 5-6 weeks worth of work. We don't expect you to even be proficient on any of this material. This is our recommendation, all the folks behind me, and we're not expecting that you know any of this. So this is the presentation of our proposed budget, the city managers with the assistance of the teams behind me. The next steps are to go through 5 weeks of community engagement and council workshops, and then from there, if there's consensus amongst the 9 to change something, we'll be changing it.
Okay, so that's what I was afraid of. I was like, oh my God, it's already,
No, this is
okay.
not,
So I hope so I'm hoping the community is listening, that if you all don't come up to these community input sessions, this is what's possibly going to be cut. So
Right, and so if you remember, this body makes that decision, and you speak for your district.
Well, yes, but I'm just trying to get the community more involved and to please come out to these input sessions so we can, more or less have them, give us some direction as well.
Yeah. So we may have kind of gone over it in the beginning, but essentially in the general fund, because of less revenue and because of mandated increases in our spending, like contracts, and to put on capital projects, we have about a $10 million gap. I don't want to call it a shortfall per se, but so to make our budget balanced, if we are short $10 million in money, we have to cut. You have to reduce the budget, just like we would do at our home finances, right? So what we're presenting to you is our best recommendation. Nobody wants to cut this stuff. I said that to council when we met last week. Nobody behind me and myself right here, we're not excited about this. But we do have to be fiscally responsible. We do need a balanced budget by state law. And so we have to cut spending. And so these are the recommendations. However, this isn't it.
Right.
The budget won't be adopted until you all adopt it, and that'll be on September 10th. So that's 6 weeks from today.
Okay.
We have 5 weeks of engagement to the first read on the 3rd of September, and then the 10th of September is when you'll adopt the budget. So that's why we actually added 2 more work sessions to make sure we can really get the community out. And that's why we've tried to jazz it up a little bit and get it to where families can come out, like at fun trackers on Flower Bluff, and their kids can play while they talk serious budget with us.
Okay,
So that's
well,
just
then
about,
we all
yes,
have our
ma'am.
homework to do.
That's what we're about. So we do have reducing a welder and a park planner position as well, as recommended by the Parks Director. This one here is going to get a lot of attention, so I'm going to go over it slowly. There's a picture of it in the upper left. So at Oso Bay Wetlands is an outdoor park environment, and no changes to that. It's still going to be open the same time it's always open. There's walking trails, there's kiosks where you can read about grasses and animals and that type of thing. However, there's also a building that you can see there that provides programming that has city staff. There's 6 positions. To come up with the 10 million, we're recommending closing that facility, at least for now. And just kind of putting it on hold for at least this next year, and then seeing, do we really need it for this in this format, or can we transition it into something else? That's at the Oso Bay. So the Oso Bay Wetlands and its connectivity to the bay, the Oso Bay there, which eventually will have the trestle track, all still remains. What closed is really a learning center. That really is kind of a niche place. When I talk to people about it, a lot of people don't even know where it's at. But nonetheless, it's important to some people, but we have it on our list as a way to come up with those funds that we need to balance the budget. I don't know if Councilman Suckley had a question.
Councilman Presley actually has a question.
Okay, with respect, do we own that building?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we own that building.
Okay, so you're just going to mothball the building?
We'll just kind of mothball it, probably keep it, keep the AC on, keep it running. It could be a spot where we put staff one day. We're leasing space right now for the Parks administrative team.
Well, the public isn't the only one that didn't know about this. I didn't either. So where's this?
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's off of Ennis Jocelyn, a kind of, it's by Paul Jones, Ennis Jocelyn. It has the big metal bird that's out there. What is that bird?
Cutting my hair at
Okay. And you said you want to outsource the Zavala Greenwood Senior
Well, I'm going to get to it. Yeah, so so we have 8 senior centers today. One of them, the Zavala, is already co-run. So that means WellMed, partner agency of ours, has about half the staff that keeps that open to the community. We're going to see if working with them, they would increase their staff so the city can eliminate our staff. And so that's the model. We're pretty confident they'd be willing to. It could be in the form of a lower...
the center would still be open and operating.
Absolutely, yeah.
Still receiving,
Yeah, right. It would be, yeah. So the most important time is at meal time, like 10 to 2.
Right.
But the WellMed business model works where they interact with seniors and they help them get health care. Yeah. So that one we have high confidence in terms of the minimal interruption. The other one that Councilman Campos talked about is the Greenwood Center. That's on the corner of Horn in Greenwood, and that one has been closed for 2.5 years. We just reopened it. So the reason that that's important is because the clientele really has found other places to go in the past 2.5 years.
Okay.
There's several senior centers close to this one. We're saying this one, let's see if a nonprofit like a WellMed or another company like that would be willing to run it for free rent, say. And so we're going to check that and see. It could help us save in total $236,000 to balance the general fund budget.
Okay.
Peter, don't we already, outsource, or WellMed does?
Right. WellMed's doing the one at the Zavala.
Oh, they are the ones at Zavala. Okay.
Yeah, so they're at Zavala. We're going to see if they would want to also use the Greenwood, or there could be another provider agency that would want to use that space and provide the services.
Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter and I, just to share what you and I had already visited about with regards to the Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve Learning Center is, I've already had some folks reach out to me, just disappointed to hear that it's being considered.
Right.
But to yours and my conversation is we need to remember that the $16 million trestle is going to dead end right where near that facility is. So I think if we are going to make this decision to mothball it, it should be communicated that I would hope the city would do it on a temporary basis and figure out how to better incorporate it into that $16 million trestle project.
Right.
So.
Yes, Councilman. Yeah, that's what Councilman Suckley and I talked about. We're probably talking 2.5 years for the trestle, maybe even 3. We're still waiting on the letter that we actually did receive the grant funds, and we still have to budget monies for some of the design work. But that's a good idea, which is that by the time that opens, maybe this is repurposed. The other thing is this, and this is important for the entire community. I just spoke with Ronnie Canales yesterday, and we met with him several times. One of the times I even went to his office. But the downturn in our property values that not only are we seeing here in Corpus Christi, but the entire state of Texas is seeing. We did a scan of the major cities and minor cities in Texas, and it's statewide. It's not just here where property values aren't as growing as much. Anyway, all that to say, Ronnie yesterday said that he thinks that by next year we're going to begin to already see a rebound. They're working on reappraisals now. You know, their inspectors go out now this time of year. So he's already seeing that probably next year we're going to see a rebound in our property tax revenue. And remember, that was 31% of our revenues in our general fund. So any type of rebound is going to help us fund something like this. Right now, again, though, and we all know, this council knows more than anybody of being financially prudent and fiscally responsible. And we're doing what we have to do. Although you may not agree with the reductions and we may swap them out, we still do have to reduce our spending to stay within the resources we are able to levy.
Councilman Roy. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh. Go ahead.
You know, Peter, when I first came on council in that 2017 timeframe, we were going through a period where it seems like we were outsourcing everything.
Right.
They were taking maintenance on the cutting the grass and all that, and they had outside companies.
Right.
You look at our tennis courts and a lot of the things that we were doing, we were outsourcing that because at that time the mindset was that it limits our risk in terms of keeping up with equipment and don't have to worry about staffing and that. And so now it's interesting because I'm seeing, and I think, you know, having to look at the budget and make sure that you're doing the right thing to balance it. Now we're looking at going back and outsourcing some of those things like the senior center and that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the right answer is, if there is a right answer, or is it a blend?
Yeah.
But I think we have to continuously look at that because it is expensive. It's really expensive. But I think one of the main concerns is that the quality in terms of some of those organizations that we were outsourcing, the quality was lacking. And when we bought it in-house, we had better quality. We might have paid a little more, but we had better quality. So that's also kind of my fear when we look at some of the senior centers, that people still look at that. That's a city, it's a city facility. It's a city, you know, property. So their experience that they have when they're in there, if it's not good or if it's lacking, then it still falls back on the city. So I think we really got to be careful when we do that.
Yeah, we agree.
When we do things like Greenwood and that, it's free. They basically take over the facility. They don't pay us for it.
Right.
And they reap the benefit, but we're required to handle the maintenance, right?
Well, it depends. It depends on how we structure it. Yeah.
So how are we, I mean, what's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on these two senior citizens?
Well,
if they take over for free, are you going to have them maintain the building?
Well, we're not, we haven't got to that point yet, but the cost here mostly that we're seeing in the savings is the staff. So it assumes the maintenance that we would continue to do in the building. But the movement is, do we charge them a certain rent amount, or if we take over the maintenance and their rent increases, say? The reduction here that you see, the value is primarily in staff. Today, the Zavala Center has WellMed staff in there, and we're probably running the building, but we're going to see, can we shift some of that to them, and they have more access to the building. The Greenwood Center has been closed for 2.5 years, so there is really no comparison model right now. Just opened up last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But you're right. So in this business with 29 different lines of business, there's a lot of analysis each year about, do we do the work or does the private sector do it? And one year it could be better, or in some time frames it could be better if the private sector does it, and that could switch. I've seen it in my over 25 years in this business that sometimes it's better for the private sector to do it, but things change where you say, you know what, now the economy of scale or the economy is such that it's better for the city to take it over. And so it's never static. You always have to continue to look at it. That's in the form of mowing, that's in the form of security services at our parks.
Street sweeping.
Street sweeping, yeah, street sweeping, even street paving. Remember 5 years ago, we had zero street paving of real substance. We're doing some chip seal stuff that we banned since then. But so there's a blend, and I know Councilman Klein constantly talks to me about let's bring all this stuff in-house, all the street paving. But there has to be a good blend and a good mix, and it depends on what service you're looking at.
All right.
So, yeah, so nothing's for sure yet on the senior centers, with the exception of we're presenting this today. Robert Dodd and his team are already looking at what is the interest, how could we achieve the savings. The majority of it here is from eliminating positions, but how could a contract be structured where, one, you do have that quality that you just mentioned, but two, realize the savings that we're talking about.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I believe you've already brought this up here, but just to clarify, if we do shut down the Oso Bay Learning Center,
right,
have we contacted the aquarium and the botanical gardens for taking over the animals?
Right. So we know there's snakes there and spiders and that type of thing, and we're going to begin that. We're going to begin that work. We haven't yet, Councilman, but that
Spiders and snakes right here next to us.
over this side. Yeah. No, but that I think you brought that up in our meeting, Councilman, is that the Texas State Aquarium has several animal species beyond just the marine life. So we would make sure there's a home for these animals. Yeah, they're in glass aquariums. You know, it's a learning center, so little kids go in there from school and check the snakes out and the spiders. And
because we're already here.
Yeah.
Animal care services.
Right. No, they can't. Yeah, we don't. Right. They're good adoptable pets that we have some. You know, we could take them to the. Yeah.
Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just looking out for the West Side residents. You know, we're right now we're pointing out Zavala and Greenwood, but I'd also would like to see if you're going to be doing this, going or possibly going towards privatizing or the sharing of resources. If we're going to do that, then it needs to be done citywide, because it's not fair that it be just limited to these West Side community senior centers.
Yeah, well, let me just make it clear, we're not privatizing out the city.
Well,
I think beyond this reduction here, there's no other like that. So, and the reason these two we weren't picking on the district or the West Side, but Zavala today is already a co-branded.
And how did that happen?
They wanted to. They helped us pick it years ago. The contract's probably over 10 years old, I think. Right? Yeah, it's over 10 years old. So they saw it as a good location back in the day, and which is a good thing. That's not a bad thing, because in that center, you could argue they're getting even better services than the center in say West Guth Park, because what WellMed offers is clinical services, persons that are professionals in healthcare management, and can refer resources to seniors that need medical attention. So we don't have that in all our centers. It's a premier model, really, is what it is. So you guys are fortunate.
Well, I think I'd like to, see that firsthand, because I haven't visited Broadmoor, but from what I hear, the residents that were going to the Greenwood Senior Center were told that they needed to go to the Broadmoor. And as far as I know, the Broadmoor is a lot smaller than the Greenwood. So maybe it should be the opposite, because it's more space in Greenwood than it is at Broadmoor. So just saying.
Okay, good input. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, so we're going to move on to library, and this is another one that's already getting attention. I know Councilman Hernandez is, we spoke, but may have a different mindset at this point on this one, but to balance the budget, we need big ticket things. And so one thing here is the library, the Garcia Library, which we know was a business model that now doesn't even exist anymore. So back in the day, it was built and to be operated with a joint partnership between CCISD and the city. CCISD at one point had librarians in there, as did the city. They had their book materials, as did the city. A year ago, CCISD said we're no longer interested in this business model, and they canceled the contract basically. So that mutual agreement where they had librarians, we had librarians, ended a year ago. Also, the building now is tough to get into because of school safety regulations that didn't exist when this was built, whenever it was 10 years ago or so. And so also we do have monies in our bond 2024 for a brand new library, standalone off the school campus, somewhere in City Council District 5, District 3, District 5 area. Also, it's no, a little bit more centralized into District 5, District 3, maybe around the Yorktown area, around the OSO campus. This one's in 5 now, but it's kind of in the, it's a little bit more south versus central, but yeah, so we are recommending that we close this library a little sooner than later. It is planned to be rebuilt somewhere else, and the reasons being are it's an outdated business model. The partner that we had canceled the contract and has backed out. It's tough to get into, and it does have good utilization, but that's when school gets out, and sometimes it's seen more as a holding spot for the child to get picked up by mom and dad rather than checking out a book. So again, this is a recommendation we have. It's $648,000. So if we decide that we don't want to do this, then we have to come up with $648,000 in additional cuts to balance the budget at some point as we go along the work here.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I've gotten more emails and text messages on this particular thing than I've had on any one issue.
Okay.
I've even got Denise telling me that I got a phone call. I have to call somebody back about this as well.
Yeah.
So this is probably one of those things where you have a lot of people that utilize this facility.
Yeah.
That, and I understand the part about getting in and out of it.
Yeah.
It's right next to a middle school that only has 2 streets aligned to it. So people are lined up trying to pick up their kids, blocking the entrances for the library. And, obviously you have kids that come out of school and they sit there and wait until mom or dad picks them up.
Yeah.
That's also an issue that we have at that location. However, in terms of utilization, it does get utilized quite a bit.
Right.
In the events that we have at that location, where we just recently had the MPO do their presentation there and had people come in and out of that. So you may have to look for something else besides this location being closed. I have some ideas. I'll circle back with you on those as we vet some of these things.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Right.
Like I said, I've gotten more, and I would imagine several other council members have gotten emails and text messages too.
Okay.
Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Peter. I just echo, I think, what Gil's mentioned over here. This is all anecdotal. I've been down there for a number of different public input sessions. And when I usually arrive early, and I do see a lot of the public utilizing the library down there. So I think it is being utilized by the public. I've also been communicated or contacted by a number of members of the public as well, concerned that it's the only library, I guess, down on the south side, that section of town as well. So I'd like to see what we can do to try to keep that as well.
Okay.
I'd be interested to see what.
Yeah, the nearest library is 5 miles from there.
Alternatives.
Yes, sir, Councilman. Yeah, the next library is about 5 miles from there on Gullahar, but this is the only one in the south side. But the reasons that we stated are still, impediments to being high functioning, to include the partner for their own reasons, which we support, decided to cancel the agreement we had. And so, but we have a list. We have every department developed 5% in reduction proposals. The next, we'll use that list to come up with alternatives as we go through this.
And I know access again is going to be limited, I guess, during the drop-off and pickup times for the school there, but that's only about, I guess, maybe an hour and a half in the morning.
It's about 2 hours, they were saying, in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right,
the whole span of time.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree. This is an outdated business model. They came to Tolosa Midway when the city did, when this whole program started, and we elected not to participate because we didn't we didn't think it made a good mix in because you've got kiddos that are using one part of the library and adults are using the other. And we need to be sympathetic to the new security rules and whatnot that are going on with people accessing school properties. So if we're going to build a new library in this area anyway, we ought to be able to find a piece of property in close proximity to this that would be off school campuses where we're not interfering with school business. Right. And again, I want to reiterate, we need to be sympathetic to that. That's a big deal with schools now. Right. And our librarian who is standing at the back of the room needs to have some input into this as well. But I just think that we'd be better suited moving this somewhere where general public can access it without interfering with school business.
Right, we agree, Councilman.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, we saw this coming. That's why we have it on the bond for the new library, but that's just for design. We would have to go back to the voters back in 2026 to get construction. So you're looking at, 3-4 years before you actually build something. Yeah. So, there aren't very many facilities on the city facilities on the south side to begin with. Yeah. Also wanted to go back to the previous page with the Parks and Recreation and privatizing some of these things. I know back then we did not have contract managers like we do now. Yeah. Right? And in parks, I don't know how many contract managers do you have now?
Several, he said, yeah.
Right, so that was one thing. When we audited some of these contracts that we had, we weren't actually monitoring it, so we have the ability to do that now, which we didn't in the past. So some of these privatization aspects, we could probably manage a lot better than what we did in the past. Right. That doesn't apply to here with the library, but maybe some of those things we could look at and have somebody manage those contracts within the city.
No, thank you. Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just want to make sure that that we all know that it's not because of lack of usage of this library, because I did reach out to to Ms. Garcia, and I asked her, I said, is there, traffic? And she assured me that there is plenty of traffic from the community. We're saying the same thing, We just need to make sure that we're not looking at this because there's not enough traffic. Yeah. It's just we need to figure out how we can still keep it open or still figure out a way, because I understand that there's going to be possibly, another library down the future, but we need to still be able to hold these kinds of community places, public places open, because I know for a fact that whenever we're looking for a place to have a meeting, there's hardly anywhere where you can go. You're forced to go to a restaurant, and that is shameful. Right. So I hope we figure this thing out.
Right. So just to remind us again, the exercise here is we have to cut back on spending. Mm-hmm. And remember that pie chart of the spinning wheel, as we refer to it, the public safety alone is 50% of the budget. And then when you put streets and solid waste collection, you're almost at 60-70% of the budget. So the amount of opportunity to reduce is very narrow. And so it's things like libraries, code compliance, animal care, and general administration. That's all we're left with. So, like I said, nobody is up here jumping up and down saying we really want to do this. But we have to balance the budget based on the revenues that we have available. And these are tough decisions. The next decision we're going to make to replace this is even going to be tougher, I'll submit. So we're going to work. When we were going through the budget workshop, we knew exactly we'd have this conversation. And I continually told Eddie and Amy, make sure that secondary list is ready, because we're going to need it. And so, yes,
and that's why now I keep asking when I speak to anyone in the departments, okay, how many are in your department? It's now like part of my conversation, because we need to make sure that all the positions are being used, of course, efficiently. And how do you get there? It's usually during budget that you figure out, okay, where is it that we can save some money or move, positions over. So I get it.
Yeah, and
okay.
the goal,
So, but
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but anyway, but these cuts that we're looking at, just as you know, yeah. I'm not saying anything different. It is hard.
Yes,
very
it is.
hard.
Thank you for acknowledging that. So one thing, though, that we did talk to the departments about, and we talked to you about it, and it's worth repeating here, is that $10 million off a $350 million budget is not, insurmountable. It's not major, but the goal is that reducing a little bit, everything else that's left, we want to do great. We want to do it really good. And so what we don't want to do is just take across-the-board reductions and start pulling from departments, and you're still expected to deliver that same service at high quality. So the message to the community is we're still going to provide very high-quality services in all areas, not just public safety and roads, but in all areas. But we're going to try to do without certain programs, certain locations of some of our businesses, so that the rest that we do provide is still high quality. So that was our approach here. So on animal care is our next slide. We know this is very important for council, and so even though we initially had some additional reductions on the list, we backed those off. So for animal care, we do have the spay-neuter program that was funded with one-time resources. So technically, it wouldn't even have been in this budget because we didn't have the money, but we know it's important, so we put it back in, $250,000 for spay-neuter. And then just a side positive note, in this budget, we had funding to redesign the kennels at the animal care facility. We need more of them eventually, but the ones we have today are literally falling apart. So that study is almost done, and then we'll put the construction in bond 26. So just an update on that. So the reductions for animal care is just 2 kennel tech positions to be eliminated. We'll still have 11 remaining. We added 6 in this year's budget, so the team that's managing it thinks that they can manage it. This was a better alternative than cutting animal care officers. So this is the recommendation on animal care services. I think Councilman Suckley had a...
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Peter, on animal care services, you and I have had lots of conversations. When you mentioned study a minute ago, is that still the study we've been working on for a year now?
No, that's a different one.
Program?
Yeah, that's a different one. So this was an engineering design study for the kennels, the building.
Okay.
The one you're referring to recently made it into the media. That one is done by Citygate, and that is the one that looked at the operations of the animal care department. We're going to be briefing council on those soon. The draft report is still that, it's draft, but the finals should be out anytime now.
Like I've said before, I'm just hard pressed for us to be spending any money or making material differences in the program.
Yeah.
Until we get that assessment we've been working on for a year now.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's why we're not really spending much here. The spay-neuter continues that program, which we can get you the page out of the report. It says keep doing that. And then everything else is, the kennels were in the budget this year. The kennels we have today are hazardous. They flood on a minor rain event. There's tile that's breaking and cutting the employees' hands. So they need to be replaced or upgraded, and they need to be elevated. It's just poor design from when they were done back then, but yeah.
Thank you. Long time coming. I think we're all anxious for this.
Right, yes, sir. Okay, in our health department, recently, just late last week, Nueces County, who initially was going to withdraw from being a partner in the city-county health district, voted last week to extend this contract that we have with them. And so we're going to continue to work with them over the next 4 months, and then December, we'll come back as a team to decide, does Nueces County still want to participate with the city, or do they want to procure services through another vendor? So we'll have some time. So the budget, this note here is just to say the budget fully reflects 12 months worth of budgeted expenditures and 12 months worth of revenue from Nueces County. That totals about $1.8 million. There was about 21 positions or so that are aligned to that $1.8 million, and all those stay in place for right now, and then we'll continue to work over these next couple of months and see what Nueces County ultimately wants to do.
Councilman Presley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Peter, and I appreciate you going over and talking to county commissioners about this. I think it's really important that we work to try to salvage this with the county.
Right.
I don't think the county needs to be going into the health department business on their own. But I would, as we go through our budget process over the next few weeks here, I would like to have a real close look at what our health department is doing now and what services they are providing. And are we providing what we need to, and are we providing things we don't need to?
Okay.
So we need to really assess what we're doing in that department, just like we are all the others, to make sure that we're, and I think that will go a long way in helping us maybe work with the county on what they actually need from this program. They may not need everything that we're offering.
Yeah, right. That's what I think we're going to look at as well. Is do they need this 1.8? Does they need that level, or is it something less? Or changing it up a little bit, like more mobile clinics?
Yes.
More frequency?
Because the rural services are going to be completely different than what you are providing here in the city.
Right.
And I'm not trying to negate the importance of any of this. It's just I want to make sure that we look at, and we did this once at the county. We had the county hospital director go through and list the top 20 things that they were providing, and we found out that we could do the top 10 of those in a clinic rather than in a 11-story hospital. So we just need to make sure we have a handle on all that.
Right, and we will. We'll work with them. I agree with you. I think it'd be more costly for them to set up another whole business model, whether they do it or another group does it, a nonprofit.
Yes.
Yeah, and they can buy less services from us.
Yeah.
We were prepared to cut the budget by 1.8, so. We already know what to do. So there could be some lesser service that they buy with a less payment, and
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so in our solid waste area, this is a general fund operation. We do have some updates here. So no change in the rate is being proposed, and we are going to recommend continuing the litter critter program. That's a very important program, so we're recommending continuing it. We do have some reductions, though, to help generate revenue to balance the budget. So reduce the brush bulky from what's 4 times a year to twice a year. So that'd be 2 brush pickups a year. At the same time, you can put bulky stuff out as well. Reduce the recycling compliance. These are recently added positions, and that was one of our philosophies, which was let's look at what we added most recently and unwind it or reduce it. And so these recycling compliance positions were added when we could afford it. We can't anymore, so we're recommending reducing them. And then eliminating a 2-person crew. It's called the litter crew, not to mistaken it with the litter critter crew. But they would help when spot cleanup needed to take place across the city, whether it's on the right-of-way or in vacant lots, that type of thing. So we would eliminate those 2 positions in the budget. Okay, so the next one is 2 departments, code enforcement, planning, and community development. And this one's a tough one, too. So as we look at the list, we may want to see, can we cut something else? But we do have a recommendation to reduce code compliance by 5 officers, code enforcement officers. That would leave 20 remaining. Reduce the funds for grass abatement and for demolition. The short-term rental hotline, that we set that up when we did the short-term rental program, and it's not really utilized, so we can reduce that budget, $25,000. We also added 2 positions for short-term rental compliance in the evening hours, and it wasn't necessary. There was no calls coming in, so we would be recommending this even if we had a lot of money. Reduce funding for fair housing program. This is a legacy program at the city where fair housing is a state and federal issue. The state agencies and state systems to go to if you have an issue with fair housing. And so we would eliminate 2 positions and not do the state's work for them at our expense. And then we do have a 3-person homelessness coordinating group that works with the 30 to 60 homeless providing agencies out there. And so that function, while important, it doesn't provide any direct service to the homeless. And so that coordinating group we would recommend to eliminate. We would postpone the 2 area development plans that we have scheduled for next year and delay them 1 year. There's 2 that are older, and we'll talk more about that in the work sessions, and then also reduce 1 planner position in the planning department.
Peter, what is the reduced funds for grass abatement? So we're reducing by 400,000?
Right, yeah, so right now, today, if a homeowner is not compliant with the grass ordinance.
No, I understand that, but what was it? So what's the total, what was the total?
That's
What is
it, it's the whole thing.
Oh, it's the whole thing?
Yeah, it'd be the entire budget.
And demolition,
Yeah, it's the entire budget. It would be 400,000 for grass abatement, and then demolition as well. There's 200,000 for it.
so there wouldn't be any more
Right.
demolition, and if somebody, so how would that be handled?
Just
the violation
We
to
would
the-
work with Judge Chopper and we need to work with code compliance. I know we're working on that now, but that we need better penalty systems and compliance systems. So when we place a notice to say cut your grass, they have all this time. They have time to become compliant. If they're repeat offenders, the fine isn't commensurate with being a repeat offender. So I think through other ways to include more quicker response time that we place on them, and tougher penalties if they violate it, especially a second and third time, we may begin to see more compliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it says reduce, so that's why I thought it was, you're reducing it by
Yeah, we
X
probably
amount.
should have put eliminated. Yeah.
Right. Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, the reduce, like you said, the best word is eliminating. That's
Yeah, we probably should have
we no
eliminate that.
longer will be able to call on or get code enforcement to enforce, or to get someone to, one of the contractors then.
Right.
No, that'll be cut.
Right, yes, ma'am.
So there's, except for punishment, or for, that's the only way we'll be able to try to get the homeowner to comply?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. The other question that I have is on the homeless program positions. You know, I do call on that program quite a bit, or I used to. And, you know, I could always be able to call Amanda, and she would actually go out and speak to the, you know, the person that was homeless or what have you. So we're not going to have, she's the only face that the homeless, that I know of, the homeless community that knew, that they knew her. So who will be the face of the homeless program?
There'll be today there's 30 agencies like the Red Cross, not the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, Metro Ministries. The police department recently started their own program where they, working with the hospital system, get medical services out. So there's been, since Amanda started, if that's your person, there's been other programs that have come online. So these positions I created 5 years ago through another legacy program where we were doing federal work, and we took those positions and converted them to this here. But it's just, again, we're trying to balance the budget, and this is they do help, no doubt about it, but they don't provide any direct service. And so we can't be in every business as we reduce our revenues.
No, it's not about being in every business, but we made a commitment 5 years ago to address the homeless population, and, you know, I'm just trying to figure out what is our role. I mean, I do appreciate now that the police department does have one officer that they've, you know, are now specially trained for just this one task.
Right.
Which I've spoken to him, and of course he's overwhelmed, or he won't say it, but you know, I've asked him, could you use some help? He goes, yes. So I think that we, you know, again, one of those programs that we say we're going to do it, and then we turn around, oh, no, too late, no, too bad. It's, you know, we can't do it, and that leaves a bad taste in us, you know, saying that we are committed to something, and then we turn around and just say, no, it's over. It's so back to who would be the face for the city. So I will no longer, or anybody in the city, be able to call the city. This is what you're proposing, that.
I mean, there'd probably be somebody, Councilwoman, but the reality is this, is that the city, in my 5 years I've been here, we're really not in the homeless business, except for these three positions. And even these three don't provide any homelessness programming. Other cities, like the one I came from, had millions of dollars budgeted in their budget annually to provide robust homeless services. We don't have it in our budget. And at this point, I'm not sure we can afford even these 3 liaisons is what they are. So it's a matter of council priority. We can do this, or we can do police and fire and streets, or we can have a good park system. So it's a choice. We're saying we want to focus on police, fire, streets, and parks.
But also, too, I think what we're missing out is the grant writing, like, Councilman Pusley had said.
Yeah.
In the county, there's at least 3 grant writers, and I think we're missing out.
We have a grant writer.
One.
Yeah.
One grant writer for the city of Corpus Christi.
Right.
Versus 3 grant writers for what kind of budget? I mean, like minuscule compared to ours. So
Right.
I really feel like we could be doing a better job as far as trying to get us money for some of these programs if we had a grant writer more, at least let's invest in some of these programs where we could actually get, some services back.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah. Okay, Peter, I'm a little concerned about the code enforcement department here because we've been trying to improve code enforcement since you came here, or since I came here.
Right, yeah, we've added positions every year.
We've added positions and we've reorganized and we've done a bunch of things. And so maybe my question is for Miles first, because I know under like speeding tickets and those kind of moving traffic violation those are all controlled by state regulations. Is that true for fines and whatnot that we assess for violating code enforcement things?
Some code enforcement violations are based on state violations. Most, however, are based on city ordinances.
Okay, and what does that mean?
We can increase the fee in some of them.
Okay, so
yes,
we
it's
can
set
increase
locally.
the fees or
Yeah.
Well, actually, okay, now I understand. If you're talking about the fine that comes off of them, that's pretty strictly controlled by the state. So if we have if a violation for a Class C misdemeanor is a maximum of $500 unless you have certain elements of proof that are in addition to that, and you can get up to $2,000 for certain types of violations, such as zoning or fire safety. But for the most part, city violations are enforceable for a maximum of $500. And that hasn't changed in more than a decade. So that's been a limit for a long time.
Peter, I don't think we can change the violation.
Yeah, I thought I misunderstood his answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know that the same is exactly true of JP courts, who would enforce our code violations. And the only way we could get deference to that is if we got the district attorney's office to agree to upgrade whatever violation that was to a criminal offense, which wasn't easy to do. I was able to get one in 9 years.
But there's a caveat to that, though. I mean, the caveat is that the degree of the number of citations that are issued has an effect on it. You're talking per violation.
Right.
There are many violations by which we might see the violation multiple times and issue a single citation because that's the most reasonable thing to do. There are, in the enforcement regime, you can issue more citations and be stricter, but that doesn't mean the fine necessarily is going up.
So it could be 500 every time.
Right, or more frequently.
Right, but that would require more intense enforcement as a practical matter. You can't enforce unless there's a code enforcement officer out there putting their eyes on a violation.
Yeah, and I don't know how we would increase that intensity if we're decreasing the number of people working the issues. I don't know.
Okay.
I know we're just beginning this.
Right.
I want to let us look at this because cutting grass and tearing these old buildings down across the city is a really important issue. And I don't know how we just abandon that.
Yeah, it's almost $1 million for those 3 right there. So we'd have to cut $1 million somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look. We have the list.
We'll look at Gil's swimming pool project. See if
we can,
All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Maybe the water garden.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, I was looking at what you have here and some of the similarities between parking enforcement and code enforcement. It seems like you can have some synergies there to combine those groups of personnel. I know occasionally I'll have a parking issue on the south side and they'll have to send somebody out there because code enforcement doesn't handle those kind of things.
Yeah.
So it could be something you can possibly dual train. That way you get the synergies of having more people, but yet, you know, not, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud here, but it seems like it seems like there's some synergies there you could take advantage of.
Yeah.
And put them under one, you know, under code enforcement.
Yeah.
Because they're both writing citations to some extent, right?
Right, that's correct.
Right, so it might be, you might find some synergies and savings there to where you can eliminate some things, but yet still have the personnel to do a combination of things.
Okay, we'll look at that.
You know, that's just something to look at.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mr. Dice back there has an opinion or not. No?
Nothing yet. Yeah.
All right. That was, thank you. That was what I had there for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Yeah, you know, I know in my district, I get a lot of calls on problems with people that don't cut their grass. The thing is, I think, is that the problem with enforcement on that is that it usually happens with either people that don't own the home, or it's like third, fourth, fifth generation where they don't even know who really has title to the property.
Right.
So if they don't pay, trying to enforce that whole lien thing and judgment is tough anyway. I get it, but at the same time, man, we get a lot of phone calls, and it seems like we cut a lot of grass in certain areas. And the other issue is kind of goes along with the same thing as far as code enforcement goes, because it's probably challenging trying to collect, you know, trying to collect the fees, trying to find, okay, who really is the one that is involved in taking ownership of the property or whatever the issue is.
Right.
I mean, we see that with animal control all the time.
Yeah.
We send somebody out and they go, oh no, I don't know, this is not my dog. It's somebody's down the street, and then they're shooing the dog away, and the dog's just like, yeah, you know, but, oh yeah, why are you being mean to me, Dad? You know, whatever. But, yeah, this is a pretty dramatic step there, and I don't know if I can get behind that either, because, you know, again, let's take a look at the big picture, but I think we're gonna have to circle the wagons here a little bit, because, man, you know, I just think there's some things that's gonna be tough.
We
as far as the
understand.
homeless initiative goes, I mean, District 1, the downtown area, there's a lot of issues. This whole homeless, I mean, prior to 5 years ago, we didn't have that, right?
Yeah, we didn't have any homeless positions.
Neighborhood services and had the homeless thing, and it hasn't been, I don't think overall it's been successful. And so I think we do have to look at other alternatives and think outside the box. Maybe, I mean, we got, how many agencies did you say, 35 or 60?
I've heard 30, but I've also heard as many as 60, so it's somewhere in between those two. There's over 30. Some of them are bigger, like the Salvation Army and Metro Ministries, but there's a lot of smaller groups out there.
Mission
You know, the Baptist Church helps, many churches.
Yeah, maybe we can do something to do some kind of co-venture with them, or give them a space, or at least have some, if they're willing to take the phone calls.
Yeah.
Then
we don't have a facility. The city doesn't have one, so our work is a collaborative alignment of the agencies. There's no direct service. This is one service we don't have in the city, which is funding for direct service to help homelessness. We don't have it.
Yeah.
We don't have it. And I've been there 5 years. We didn't have it 6 years ago, and we still don't have it today. I don't think we ever had it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Councilman Roy's comments kind of struck this thought in my head. Tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, there's a meeting of these nonprofits over at the United Way office over on Everhard. Last time I went to one of these about 3 or 4 weeks ago, there were, I don't know, I guess 20 to 25 different organizations represented. And I think that there were some city staffers there that day as well, but I forgot now exactly.
They were probably there. Yeah, one of these 3 persons is probably there. They have those meetings every month.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I mean, that might be an opportunity to kind of meet with these groups as a whole, as a group, rather than individually.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I apologize for this, but just is something I remember here. I know the issue around homeless, and I've had several conversations with Judy Telge and Father Bruce Wilson. And I'm looking, and I started discussing this with the Council of Governments leadership there, and it just recently transferred as using a grant-righted position to do some of those efforts that we have not been able to do in a more wider reaching area. Now, I've just started those discussions, so if they can take on some of these coordination responsibilities through a grant-funded position, I think we can work something out, and so it won't hurt as much for us to eliminate those positions. And I hadn't run that completely down yet, so I didn't want to bring that up, but it is something I am working on, and since this is coming up to a decision for us to eliminate these positions, I think it was appropriate to kind of talk about those efforts. I'm still working on that. There's no guarantees on this, but the COG really does a lot of grant writing to Councilwoman Campos's concerns, that it might be a better location for it and also affect things more regionally. So I'm okay with this. I'm still working on that. Okay. And I may need some assistance there, but I'll circle back with you on that.
Okay, yeah, and you talked to me about that, Councilman, already once.
Right.
Yes, sir. Okay, great. So municipal court is our next department, and Judge Chapa is here with us today. We want to thank her for being here with us, the presiding judge. So there's one reduction in municipal court, and that is a chief deputy clerk position. Gilbert, the administrator, as well as Judge Chapa, think this is an okay reduction to do to help save $90,000. It's somewhat of a redundant position. We do have increases in the budget for the municipal court, and that is for a new detention center location. The one that we've been using for many years in the Wilson Plaza building is now a place that we really need to exit. The building's it's in receivership or what have you, and the managing partner stopped doing maintenance, I think, last week. So we're aggressively looking for a new place. In fact, we'll be bringing potentially in the next 2 weeks or 3 a contract to City Council for a new location so that we can exit that facility. Hopefully we can still stay in there in the interim, but we do need a little bit more for rent. This place was real cheap price-wise, but we do need more money, so $106,000 more annually for the rent is in the budget, and then $2.2 million in finish-out work. We have to custom build, the cells and the places where the judges, magistrate, and security detail. So that's funded in this budget, and we'll be here sooner than later and talk more about it when we bring this contract to City Council. Now, one other thing in this budget that doesn't have necessarily a budget implication, but it's a managerial and leadership change, is that last year we funded a study to do a review of municipal courts, and we made just about all the recommendations. We put them into place, with the exception of one, and we want to do that one in this budget beginning October 1, and that would be that all staff at municipal court would report to the City Council's presiding judge. Right now it's Judge Chapa, so she would oversee the entire operation, including the now what you refer to as the director that's over administration, and then you have the presiding judge who's over the judiciary. But it's a phenomenon of 2 people in charge, and it's tough when you have 2 people in charge. So having a clear line of leadership, that would be with Judge Chapa. She's agreeable in doing this. The teams have talked it through, so we just want to bring that to your attention today. We'll talk more about it as we go through these next couple of weeks. Okay, in economic development, a few things here. So we've talked about this already with Councilman Hernandez's analysis. So we do have $3.7 million in the budget for developer participation agreements. Some of these may be ones that we know are on the books. They haven't been approved yet by City Council, but it's ones where we, based on the city's requirement to have a wider width on, say, the Oso Parkway, the developer builds their normal width, and then the city pays for the difference. We've estimated about $3.7 million is what we would need. The TERS board approved the next one, which is transferring financial support to the DMD from the general fund to the TERS fund. And so that helps save the general fund money, $425,000 that was approved on the 16th of July by the TERS board. And then we're right now exploring the transferring of the $221,000 that we use out of the general fund for the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation and putting that in the Type B corporation that has an economic development portion of their monies is for economic development. And so funding the EDC is an eligible use of that sales tax money. And so we have to still present this concept to the Type B board, and we'll do that at the next meeting. And that would relieve pressure on the general fund of $221,000. A note on the Sister City program, that program is still funded in this budget at $20,000. There would be a change, though, on who oversees it, and between Councilman Barrera and I think and the city secretary, we would like to transfer it from the Intergovernmental Relations Department to the city secretary's office. City secretary is willing to do it. So this would be a good transition. It aligns closer with the city council and the mission of being on those missions. And so no change here except where the sister city would be placed in the city organization and how they would get support. It would come from the city secretary's office. $20,000 is still in the budget for the program.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so you have that shown as a $20,000 reduction, but that's not a reduction.
No, it's not a reduction. It just says transfer it to the city secretary.
And what is the purpose of the City Sister program?
I believe it's a economic development advocacy type program.
But I haven't seen, in the 4 years I've been here, I haven't seen one drop of economic development coming from the Sister City program.
Right.
Yeah.
This was something we talked about early in the year of moving this to the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chambers agreed to accept this. And I feel very strongly about this. This is not a city function. And we've not seen any economic benefit out of this whatsoever for the city of Corpus Christi. So.
Yes, sir. I understand. So Ryan Skabarczyk, Intergovernmental Relations, which primarily oversees the Sister City program at present. And the Sister City program is multifaceted. I think there's a couple of things that it does well. The student exchange program, and we have done delegations to certain sister cities over the past couple of years, primarily Agen, France. Staff has put forward a recommendation to the committee to look at transferring it to the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce or some similar nonprofit that would be willing to oversee the operation of that program. We've had conversations with the Chamber of Commerce. They've indicated a willingness to look at that and the possibility that we could do something like that through a change in the ordinance and executing an agreement with that organization, much like we do the South Texas Military Task Force. We're still exploring the dynamics of that with the committee because I think the initial reaction was, oh my goodness, you're eliminating the program and we care about it.
And that's not true. If we transfer it to the chamber, which the chamber members I have talked to have expressed a willingness to do that, then that's where it ought to be. And as far as student programs, most of those are done through universities and high schools and whatnot, and it doesn't mean that the chamber can't continue to do that. But for this to be a city function, there has to be some showing of economic benefit other than taxpayers just forking out $20,000 a year and then plus the money to send council members on vacations to other countries. And I just don't agree with that. And I just think we can't continue to do that. I've been here 4 years. I've not been invited to go to a foreign country. So, and I don't know how you get on the selection list, but I never made it. But I just think this is a program that needs to be moved to somewhere else.
That's been the staff recommendation at this point.
to do that and explore it. And we've looked at some of the best practices across the state. I think, in my opinion, the nonprofit model has a demonstrated record that it can work. But I think it is a transition that this program would need to. It's a new step for this program, and obviously a council decision to be made at that point about where it goes and at what speed it transitions to that format.
Okay, well then, over the next few days, I would like to hear more from the chamber and whether or not they would agree to accept this program and take it over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Not every department is meant to make money. So let's just, let me make sure that statement is clear. And as far as the Sister City program, I've known about the Sister City program for years and years and years. And just to answer the question that came up as to, how do you get to go on this trip or not? I'm the one that initiated. I'm like, I didn't, realize what country or what, trip was coming up. I'm like, well, if there's, a vacancy, I'd be, willing to go. So anyway, that's how I ended up going on this Agen trip. But the Sister City program is meant to promote peace. And I know that sounds like maybe pie in the sky. But the Sister City program is meant to promote that and to use for exchange of ideas. As you know, I did also reach out to the chamber, and I spoke to Al, and he says, that they were just studying it. They're not, all 100% sure. And it's I did study what you had sent, because I was asking you what is it that some of the other cities do. Right. And so that was, educational. But I also feel very strongly that whenever the Sister City, when we ended up going to Agen, what they valued was us. It was Jim and I, the whole, of course, committee, but they were so elated that, 2 council members from the city of Corpus Christi took the time to go and meet with them and exchange ideas. So it is a valuable resource, and it is something that, again, it's hard to put down, on paper. 20,000 in comparison to some of these other departments is nothing. It's pittance, and I'm just grateful that Rebecca's department is willing to at least accept it for now. It has gone through so many departments. I think it was under Park and Rec, and it was under yours, and I thought it should be under the mayor's, but, so anyway, I just think that finding the right home and the right balance is the answer, and just, tossing it over to the chamber is the wrong direction, because at the end of the day, the value that we as elected members of this body bring to other cities is valuable to them. And so I didn't take advantage of the traveling to California to go see the desal plant over there, but I know others did, and that's part of the what you choose to use the expense, the traveling money for. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that the people know that not every department is made, is designed to make money. And yes, it would be nice to have economic development. Yes, it would be nice, but that's not the number one reason. Just thank you. Thank you for listening.
Yes, ma'am. So on that program, I should say the Sister City program at the City of Corpus Christi is a member of the international program, Sister City International, and they focus on 4 primary issues, which are youth and education, economic development, community development, and there's a 4th one, but it's on our display actually at the airport. And I think that there's a couple of, and culture and rec, that was the other one. So we do cultural and arts exchanges. We do delegations in that nature, and then obviously I think there's a lot of community investment in the youth exchange. So I think as we look at what the program can be, that's what the committee is exploring. So right now we know that it's got a very active committee. The volunteers that are involved in it care quite a bit about it. I think y'all have heard from a few of them over the course of the last few weeks as we've initiated this conversation. And so recognizing that they need a level of service that probably extends beyond IGR, we have talked with the City Secretary's office about helping us in that regard, moving it there, particularly during the legislative session. So, but again, it's all part of that working with the group to explore with the Chamber of Commerce the opportunity to take it to a nonprofit model.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Well, I just want to go over a couple of things. 89.9% of what we do here at the city is paid for by the taxpayers of this city and was never intended to make money. But that doesn't mean that we have to continue to do things that don't make any sense. And that's how bureaucracies always get overextended. Well, it's only 20,000. Well, it's only 30,000. Well, it's only $1 million. And the next thing you know, it's 15 or $20 million. So I still feel very strongly about this. I was invited to go on the DSAL trip. I declined to go. I thought that was very important for some people to go, but I was not able to attend, and that's fine. But there's never been any set form on how it's decided that this council attends trips overseas. And last I looked, excluding the upset with the Olympic people, we're not at war with France. So I don't know that we need to go over and do a peace trip over to France. But this is just something I feel very strongly about. And we can, Councilwoman and I can argue about this offline till we're blue in the face. But I feel, we need to look at how we do this, and it needs to be in a nonprofit model.
Yes, sir. And I think to that effect, that's why we'll continue to work with the committee and council on this discussion.
Councilman Paletta.
So, part of the reason that I recommended or I suggested to Rebecca that if she could take this over is a couple of reasons. Number one, they handle logistics for the 9 prima donnas up here. I'm sorry, Mary. That are up here on a regular basis. And in addition, they handle a lot of, dignitaries. So I just kind of felt that we've got a lot of, obviously, activity that, the session's coming in. I mean, there's a lot of big ticket items and a lot of issues with regard, TWIA is next week. There's a lot of things that you're involved in. And I just kind of felt that this was outside government relations. And I do feel that eventually it'd be better off with the chamber because they're going to have a much easier time finding support and financial support and more engagement in the community. They have a lot more opportunity for philanthropy, and it doesn't end up more bureaucracy than we have. But I think when we visited, there was still going to be a financial stake with the city and the chamber. So even if we did move it over, what was the plan?
I think initial conversations had indicated that we would fund it similar to what we do with the South Texas Military Task Force. So to answer your question directly, yes, the chamber would be interested in operating this program if we keep some certain level of financial commitment. So I don't know that it was 20, and I don't know that they would have expected it to continue in perpetuity, but we wouldn't expect them to take over a program and operate it without any funding.
Exactly. So my point is, and Councilman Pusley and I had, it was a very a nice conversation over, shall I say, a bourbon. And so there's a lot more that we agree on that we don't agree on. But I guess my point is that even if we did move it to the chamber, there was still going to be some financial attachment. There was still going to be some financial attachment.
Councilman?
Yeah, I agree.
I think the reality is what we were recommending is that the program could reach its full potential if they could be in a setting where they could find
and we
additional
both agree
financial
on that. And we both agree on that.
Right.
We both agree on that. So I guess that's the whole thing. My thing was trying to establish a strong transition so that way all the players understand and we have a meaningful program that instead of one that is basically, you know, just dropped in your lap. I mean, it's easy to say. It's been difficult for government relations to manage.
Right.
You know, and you know, we have a lot of big issues that we're chasing after. I mean, you know, TCEQ hearings, you know, what is it, Texas Water Development Board. I mean, there's a lot of big items that where Corpus Christi is globally affected, and even though this is a global deal, but anyway, that's just, I just wanted to stress that out, especially since Peter threw my name out there. So anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I see a lot of support, a lot of value in the Sister Cities program. I think that maybe perhaps the committee, the Sister Cities Committee, could be doing a better job of economic development. But I think there's real value in it. You know, I've been teaching at Del Mar now for about 18 years. I think my students are pretty good cross-section, I think, of the city's population. And a lot of them think traveling to San Antonio is like going to the other side of the earth. I just think that this is an opportunity for them to get out just for a few weeks to see another part of the world. That's really invaluable. I think this is a quality of life issue, and you know, this came up this morning. These are very difficult to quantify, but there's comment made this morning during public comment, I guess this afternoon during public comment, about the drain of medical professionals from the area here. These kinds of quality of life issues, I think, are one of those issues that we're not, because we're not addressing those quality of life issues, is because we have that kind of continued steady drain. And so I think that we need to kind of revisit that as well. I think there's an opportunity perhaps maybe to partner with the Chamber of Commerce on this, especially with regard to the economic development side of this. But the cultural exchange, I think, is still highly valuable yet as well in and of itself. The educational exchange is still highly valuable yet in and of itself. I really would very much like to see this really stay within, continue to have city funding, no matter what the organization of it looks like going forward.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, to that effect, we're working with the Chamber and other community partners right now actually on a potential delegation from Veracruz, which is another sister city, more with a marked attempt to focus more on the economic development opportunities that exist there. So the Chamber is an active partner in that, and so before it would transfer from the IGR department, we are looking to demonstrate that there are is real potential there.
Councilwoman Campos.
Just one more thing that I wanted to just mention, that I know that the library board also has like a 501c3, right? The Friends of the Library, and this could be the same thing, you know, sort of like working with the chamber could be, you know, again, like we're saying, in partnership. So I just wanted to just throw that out there as well. There could be, you know, synergy. That's the word that Councilman Hernandez likes to use. But this would be another good opportunity for that. So with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ryan, thank you. And I think at the end of the day, your message is you are looking into this and you're working towards it. I'm supportive of the program. I think it has almost, quote, died multiple times in the last 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think it does bring a very good experience to the city, you know, where it sits and how it grows, because it does need to grow. It does need to develop into everything it can be. And I think everybody wants that.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you're working on that.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll be back.
That's correct. We actively are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, great. We're going to go to the next slide here, which is Mayor and Council.
20,000. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, our next thing we want to talk about, next area is Mayor, City Council, City Secretary, City Auditor. So there's a few reductions here recommended by the Mayor and City Auditor and City Secretary. So reduce food and beverage at meetings at $9,000. Reduce some unused travel. We increased the travel budgets in this budget for Mayor and Council, but we realized it may have been been a little too high, the saving, so reducing it. There's still plenty of travel money in a reserve account should a council member need a little bit more than what's in the budget. Reduce temporary services and reduce a few other operating budgets at $14,000. And then the city auditor recommended freezing one position for 6 months. We put it for 12. The auditor likes to use temporary services, temporary positions, and so he'll backfill this one just a freeze. It's not an elimination for the 1 year is what's being recommended. No lunch.
No, actually, quite a bit of that is for the board and committee member reception. We plan a reception, so a good amount of that is actually for that expense.
Yeah, we're still going to feed you, Councilman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enroll and donate their lunches.
There you go.
Okay, and the city manager's office, we're reducing about $500,000 from the city manager's office, a little less funding for our executive retreats, transferring the agenda system to the IT fund and having it being distributed across the entity, and then eliminating a 3-person unit that's provided strategic and innovation reviews on business operations. We would eliminate those 3 positions out of the manager's office. I think Councilman Hernandez had a question.
Oh, yeah. Councilman Hernandez.
Peter, you currently have a vacant assistant city manager position. Can you put that on hold for a year?
We could. It would have an impact, but yeah.
I mean,
who do you
we
have?
can cut
We're
over.
tightening
Right now,
the
we're
belt
reducing
here.
$500,000, so we can reduce more if yeah.
Okay.
It'd be tough, but,
Well, let's talk about that. What? How many do you have now?
We have 4 assistant city managers today and one deputy. And so, is it 3?
No, 3.
3, yeah, sorry, 3 assistant and 1 deputy. So
One's vacant.
And one's vacant, yes,
So
ma'am.
4 in 1.
Yes, in total 4 and 1, yes. We have 3 filled today.
Have they all ever been filled? Or?
Oh, yeah, for the most of my time here, they've all been filled.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a resource issue. I think Councilman Pusley one time said you need more. We need more leadership oversight to keep the city.
Well, right, because I guess maybe explain to us how those duties are broken down, right, between those 4.
Yeah.
Because if you would, or what happens if you do eliminate?
If we had one eliminated, it means more departments for 1 assistant city manager, deputy city manager. So the level of attention that we can help departments lead their operations, resolve critical issues, process agenda items, work with city council members, work with the community, interact with employees, all that gets compromised. And it would be, the result would be less service for the city council, less service for the community, less leadership service for the executives,
All right,
less
you have to
attention.
sell one guy, you don't have to sell us all. I'm with you.
Okay. But we have knowing that, we have to look at ourselves as well. That's why we're recommending $500,000, $500,000 reduction.
Right.
Probably one of the highest in the city in terms of administrative oversight. This team has been very helpful to us in looking at operations and coming up with best practice solutions for some of our challenges. But in the times when we don't have the resources, this is one that we said we'll have to do without. Would we want it? Yes, we would want it. But we have to cut somewhere, and we're willing to make up that big sacrifice of $500,000 in the budget on this strategic group.
Peter, the reason I suggested that was that generally the effective management control is no more than 7 to 8 people, right?
No, not necessarily. No, in this role, it's a lot different. If you're talking like a staff person to a mid-level supervisor, maybe, but if you look at other Texas cities above and below, the number of departments that report to an assistant city manager is pretty consistent with what we have. However,
Okay, so I said 7 or 8, but you have 5, mostly 5 departments per city, assistant city manager.
Right, and it depends on the
pretty
complexity.
reasonable.
What's that?
It seems pretty reasonable to have 5.
It all depends on the department. Some of the departments we're still getting feedback on include things like animal care, Parks and Rec, code enforcement. So if you had just those 3 alone for 1 ACM, that's a lot. But if we want real change and good leadership, you would probably have 2 tougher ones and 2, 3 easier ones. So I don't recommend it personally. Can we do it? Sure. But we're dealing
Just
with...
tightening belts here for this year, right?
Right. Unlike other cities, our executives, at least probably at all levels, are really doing two things. One, we're still trying to dig out from, past issues with the city leadership, and then we're trying to run the business. And that's why we have high turnover sometimes, because it's such a stressful job where you're really doing two jobs. If you're in a city that was run well prior to 5 years ago, where the business processes in place, where we didn't have any issues, then that person comes in, it's a lot easier, you're just running the business. At our level, all the executives are doing two things. One, they're trying to get the business back up to speed, and then they're running the business. So you're working double duty. So if you eliminate a person or a director, assistant city manager, that just means less attention to those two areas. So it's either you don't run the business well or you don't recover as quick as we otherwise would like to.
Okay, I understand your arguments here, but can you tell us what you pay your assistant city managers?
Yeah, we're going to get you that. I saw your email.
No, I mean, what?
I don't know. I don't memorize all that stuff. I know we're going to get you the list.
Yeah.
Okay, so from just the conversations that we had, it's $255,000 per year.
Okay.
Is what you said was market rate that you pay your assistant city managers.
Okay.
I think for that level of pay, we can address at least 5 departments per assistant city manager.
Yeah, the pay, you can say that. The pay doesn't result necessarily in the ability to run those two businesses. One, fixing legacy issues, two, running the business. So we could pay them even more and we still may not get the work product. It's not like there's only 24 hours in the day, I guess is the point. So time is if you said I'm going to give you 48 hours to do 24 hours worth of work, it'd be okay. Now we're talking, but yeah, it's really a time issue.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so going back to page 35, Peter.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to save you another $28,000.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we just completely reduce the travel budget for individual council members other than the mayor? Because I know the mayor has to travel for some of the stuff that we do on a statewide basis, but for the individual council members, why wouldn't we just establish a travel budget of, pick a number, and if a independent council member needed to travel and it, was for city business, we could use that instead of having individual assigned travel budgets for each council member.
You could. Right now, it's I think 3,600 would be the new number.
No.
What's that?
35?
And what would it go down to?
It was 3,600 prior, and it's 10,000 now.
No, I know, but it'd go back down to 3,600?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so on the proposed budget, it'd be 3,600 times 9, so.
Oh, yeah, so I thought it was 3,500.
Well, I mean, it's pretty close.
It would be 3,600 times 8, times 8, not the mayor.
28.8.
Okay.
So, you establish a travel budget of, because council members are not required to get state CE credits like county commissioners and school board members, where they have to go get state training on a regular basis. So I don't know why we couldn't just establish a travel budget for the city council at large and pick a number, 20,000 or whatever you want to think is appropriate, and cut the rest of that off, because in 4 years, I haven't used a penny of mine, but you've been carrying that on the books.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I haven't either.
We can look at that and bring it back to council. Yeah.
Usually does, yeah.
Well, why don't we look into that?
Yeah, we're going to look into
Being
that.
just a fund as opposed to individual funds. Okay. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Okay, so of the budgeted full-time employees, not your office, everywhere, 4,000 plus, where are we now?
I'm going to show you that. It's towards the end of the presentation.
Okay, I'll wait for that, sir.
Okay, Councilman Roy. Do you have your line? You forgot.
I did. No, I forgot what.
We'll come back to you. Let's keep going. Go ahead, Peter. We'll come back. I know. It's hard.
Okay, we ready? Okay, so we went over the city manager's budget. We're almost done in the general fund, then we're gonna go over just a few other funds. So in the general fund, everything I just went over, there were a few things that we're not using general fund operating monies. We're recommending using tax notes because we can afford it within the debt service side of our property tax rate. And so, in our property tax rate, we have a percentage, about 63% goes to general fund operations, and then 37% of the tax rate goes to pay debt. So there's some capacity to issue some short-term notes, 7-year debt instrument, not much different than a vehicle note at 6 years. So to replace the fire medic units, we would use tax notes of $700,000. To buy those additional 40 police cruisers, we would use $4.3 million in tax notes, $200,000 for a dump truck that's in the Parks Department. They're using one that's almost 20 years old, so we put that on the list as well. The city detention center build out, we don't have the cash to do it, so we're saying let's do the 7-year short-term debt and do that. And then the developer participation agreements also are in the form of tax notes. And again, this would be a 7-year note, similar to a 5 or 6 year vehicle note alone. Okay, so we're going to move into tourism real quick, and then we're going to do CCW. We do, as a reminder, have a whole half a day on Thursday to have the workshop on water, wastewater. So I'll go through some high-level material, and then Drew on Thursday will provide much more. So in our hotel occupancy tax fund, we are seeing a little bit of decline in revenue. And Brett Otting, the president of Visit Corpus Christi and CEO, recently returned from a conference that has national professionals there in the visitor industry, and they're all kind of seeing a little bit of decline in the visitor industry. So our revenues, we're budgeting for 25 are consistent with the re-estimate that we're seeing today. So 1.7 less is what we're budgeting for next year, 19.8 million instead of 21.5. Because there's uncertainty on what will be on the 1A cent for the sales tax renewal, and uncertainty as to if the American Bank Center is on there or not, will it pass? We've kept everything kind of constant in the HUT fund for now, Hotel Occupancy Tax Fund, so that means 44% of the revenues continue for this next year. For Visit Corpus Christi, we would continue to fund the Art Museum, Art Center, the Museum of Science and History, Botanical Gardens of the state Texas Aquarium in total at $1.3 million. And then we do have additional funds from the cash that we get in for the American Bank Center. So that does include more dollars for the HVAC system. We have HVAC system control in the budget, new. We have a lighting control system, flood mitigation in the ADA accessibility area on the convention center, and a few other things. So that's included in the budget, and we'll go over that in the budget workshop. Okay, so for water, the high-level notes is that the operating budget for 2025 has no additional positions, so the same level of positions to accomplish what we're doing today. The short-range capital budget is going to be more than what it was last year for 2 reasons. One, some of the projects that continue on in this next fiscal year, the cost has gone up due to construction inflation, and so the budget reflects that new probable cost estimate, as well as I mentioned, the $200 million at the first year for the in-harbor desalinization plant. We are going to be looking at rates extensively. Rates now are reviewed annually by the staff and the city council. And then this budget does propose continuation of the rate structure that our rate analysts that we brought on last year recommended, and that is making sure that there's equity amongst the rate classifications. That means that the residential, commercial, large volume users, and even the wholesale and network customers are paying that proportionate share. Last year we began to make that more equitable, and there's one more and almost one more the next year adjustment that has to be made. This table here has just like all the facts that you would need to know about the water, including on my right some of their account classifications. The key thing though for here is the budget. So you can see revenues are projected to increase by about 12 million on that box up in the upper left. And expenditures are expected to increase by 14 million. And I'm going to go over a list of 3 things. When you exclude those, the operating budget is only going up 3.5%. So of that 14.9 million, 7.5 of it is for CIP cash funding That means replacing pipes, water pipes with cash instead of debt. That's half the $14 million is in the form of infrastructure. $2 million is for developer trust fund payments. Our developer trust fund payments, we're going to pay $2 million out of this fund to make them whole. And then we have $2.6 million for the SWIFT loan escrow requirement that we have. So that is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of the almost 12 of the $14 million. So the difference is that 3.5% increase, and that's in general inflationary increases to include increased labor costs, increased chemical costs, increased materials and supply costs. You can see in the bottom, no additional positions, 330. This is a sample bill, and again, we're going to see a lot more of this, so we can probably save you time tonight, but for the residential customer, there'll be a decrease in their water bill. This is for a customer that uses 6,000 gallons a month, and a monthly decrease of $1.77. Commercial accounts will see a decrease of $9.31. Large volume users, like a refinery, would see a reduction per month of about $4,000, for almost $5,000. And then the wholesale treated customer would see an increase of $22,000. We have had numerous meetings with all these classifications of customers, with the exception, I should say, of residential and commercial, but large volume users, our wholesale and our network customers, we've met with twice just recently, and we've met with them along the way as well. On wastewater, similar story. There's no budget changes in position counts. Here also, some of the short-term, some of the 25-year capital budget costs have gone up. It's the same project, and it may be in phase 2, a year or two, but with more probable cost estimate information and increased construction inflation, some of those costs have gone up. And a big one is from the William Lift Station that an audit was recently done on. And similarly here, the rates are meant to be more equitable amongst the classifications. So here is that all-inclusive slide. The budget's up on the left. You can see an even more dramatic increase in the expenditures, but half of that, or almost half, $12 million, is for the stormwater legacy debt. So recall that the water, wastewater funds used to be the funds that paid for stormwater debt. And when we transitioned the stormwater program to a standalone program with a standalone fee, we still had legacy debt that's in these funds, and there's still 25 years left or so to pay that debt back. So this year, because the wastewater fund had a better fund balance, we put the $12 million payment in this fund. Last year was split half and half. Half was in water, half was in wastewater, but we just put all of it in this fund. And then there's also, like the water fund, $6 million in cash funding for basically maintenance items, but the pipes that you would replace, it's more of a maintenance, but it's a capital improvement item. And then in this fund, we have $7.4 million in developer trust fund payments to make those things whole. So when you exclude those three things, the stormwater legacy debt, the cash funding for CIP, and developer trust funds, the budget is going up 3.3%, and that's pretty much just because of inflationary increases to include labor, chemicals, materials, and supplies. On a sample bill here for the residential customer, this does see an increase to the residential customer, and I'm going to give you the net of the two in a moment, about a $4.68 increase. For the commercial account, using 20,000 gallons of water, it would be $18.90 increase per month.
Peter, Councilman Hernandez has a question.
Okay.
Peter, on your water fund, and I'll go water and wastewater, you have currently 32.5% if you're going by the amount of expenditures. If you go to by revenue, you have 33.6% of your budget is debt service. And it looks like it's going up, and your deficit spending in water by $5 million, because you're bringing your reserve balance down to 25%.
Right, that sounds correct, Councilman.
And then in wastewater, you're currently at 19% if you're going by expenditure, and again, deficit spending from your balance from 40, I guess your beginning balance of 43 million, and you're going down to 28 million.
Right.
Again, I'm assuming to get down to the 25%,
That's
but it's still
exactly why.
deficit, considerable deficit spending.
Yes, sir.
And significant increases in your debt service.
That's right.
And, so that can't necessarily continue, and I guess Victor's going to kind of address that here in the next presentation. But, I don't think this is sustainable going forward unless you raise rates significantly.
Right, yeah, so recall in the wastewater, we were sued by the federal government, so a lot of this deals with that consent decree.
Right.
We were mandated by the federal government to fix our systems and stop having sewer leak into federal waters. That's a big part of it. The other part is having a system at Owen Stevens and a delivery system that works. So it's choices. We're not doing things that we don't necessarily need to do.
Even in your raw water fund, you're going from a beginning balance of $7.9 million to $2 million.
Yeah, I'm going to show you in a moment all the fund where we are. Another strategy in this budget is drawing down fund balances. And if we could put it on mute because our financial advisor's here, but we're drawing down fund balances intentionally. So because we've been criticized that the fund balances are too high, and now we're drawing them down too quickly. So we're trying to find that.
No, I'm not saying you're drawing it down too quickly. I'm just saying you're having a lot of increases in your debt service as it relates to your overall budget.
Right.
There's only two ways you can go here. You either increase your rates or you reduce your operating costs. Now we're doing that by reducing our reserve balance, which is okay. But once you get there, it's not a sustainable model once you get to once you draw down your reserve balances.
Right.
So
I agree.
I want to caution that we got to pay attention on, especially on the capital projects, to kind of pace ourselves a little bit better on this, so we don't get over our skis in debt.
Yeah, right. We agree. This year's capital budget are very consistent. I think in water there were 2 additional critical projects. Wastewater, I think almost the same. So it's the same capital program the CCW laid out 2 years ago. This would be year 3 of it. And we'll show you the change, but very minimal change. So it's just moving along that continuum. Obviously, the first couple of years are design costs, but when you get into construction, you need more money to pay for the construction. So it's we've gone over the list. That's another thing we can work with the council on. If you want to take out capital projects, it can have an adverse effect. We recommend continuing the course. 2 years ago, we moved things back into that 10-year plan. We delayed certain things. So what we have in front of us today are critical operational CIP projects.
When we get to CIP, we'll kind of go through.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Camille, who's behind me over here, created a brand new one for this year, so we're excited to be able to show you that because you can really see what happened year over year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor, let's see. So stormwater was our next fund. So this one is this is a program that the City Council approved a few years ago and had a 5-year plan of increasing service across the community. That means keeping our streets clean, improving our drainage system, our underground drainage system, and improving ditches and systems that convey the water. So each of the years on this 5-year continuum, there was a planned rate increase. And the yellow is the 24. And I'll draw your attention to the residential tier 2. That's where most of the customers are on the residential side. So they would see a $1.48 increase. The 1032 is the monthly total fee. And it goes up from $8.84, so there'd be a $1.48 increase there as planned over these past couple of years. And on the next slide, the yellow highlighted column is what would result from that rate increase. And primarily it would be residential street sweeping would go from twice a year to 3 times a year. We want to get to 4 times a year. That means we sweep all of our neighborhood streets 4 times a year. This budget would be 3 times. That also includes increasing collector and arterial, or at least collector frequency, from 6 times a year to 8 times a year. And then really the bigger takeaway for this year's program is doing minor channel cleaning maintenance and moving it from every 6 years to every 3 years. That means that all those channels you see out there, the minor ones, bar ditches also known as, right now we only clean them out once every 6 years. Unless something, there's a catastrophic event where we need to move something for one particular reason or another, but this would get us to cleaning them out every 3 years. Okay, so I'm going to show you some sample bills, and this one here, we just went through water, wastewater, stormwater, and these sample bills don't have, some of them on the left don't have the wastewater or the stormwater, but we wanted to show you that there's more customers than just the residential, and so all these programs aren't on the ratepayer of the residential, so we wanted to show you all customer classifications. So for water, since they don't buy any wastewater services, the large volume customer, this would be a refinery, one of our top refineries, and their water bill per month, they would see a decrease of about $5,000. For the wholesale treated customer, that's like a South Texas Water Authority. That's a smaller one. That's about 100 million gallons. They would see about a 46,000 monthly increase in their water, and they distribute that to their customers. And on the right-hand side is the commercial customer account. This is like a Walmart, something as big as a Walmart, and they would see an increase of $290 in their overall bill, a decrease of water by about $119, an increase in the wastewater, and the stormwater would go up to that by $297. And then on the residential side, there would be, this is the menu of all the fees that we have for the residential customer. So water, as I mentioned, would go down. This is for the average residential customer, the ones that we have in the most classification. So most customers are in this bill type here. Their water would go down $1.77. Their wastewater would go up $4.68. So combined, that's $2.91. So for the water, wastewater combined, there would be a $2.91 increase per month for them. And then the stormwater goes up $1.48, as I mentioned. So that's under $5 per month, $4.39, or less than 3% over the year. And we're going to go over this ad nauseum beginning on Thursday. So that's just a high-level summary. This is another one, just to put it in just words. So property tax, no property tax rate adjustment is assumed in the budget, but instead extensive property tax relief is, doubling the homestead exemption from 10 to 20% and increasing the disabled and over 65 exemption from 50 to 62,500. There is a proposed rate adjustment for water, wastewater, and stormwater. No rate adjustment for gas or solid waste, and we have eliminated the street user fee. So this is that chart. Councilman Hernandez and Pusley has asked for this before. So a lot of material here. These are 12 of our top funds. And the takeaway here is that every one of them has its fund balance being drawn down and used to balance this budget, every one of these budgets. So the columns include this year's projected ending fund balance. The next column to the right is the FY25 budgeted ending fund balance. And then we put, for your notes, the reserve policy, because some of these funds have a city council approved reserve policy. So the general fund, and then before I get to the detail, when you total up the difference in the 24 to 25 projected ending fund balance, we're using $78 million out of the fund balances across all these funds. We're using $78 million out of fund balance. So in the general fund, it was $80 million. We're going to drop it by $9.5 million for streets and leaves us with a $71 million fund balance. The reserve policy is 68, so a little bit of difference there. However, for the water, wastewater, those are being reduced by 5.9 and almost $15 million. But the ending balance in 25 will be consistent with the 25% reserve policy. The stormwater fund has a reduction as well from 12 to 11 million. We're just a little bit over the 25% policy threshold. The gas fund would have a reduction in their fund balance to be put into production to be used for expenses of 1.2 million. The hot fund, we're almost depleting. It was 5.1. We'll draw it down by 4.7. The SHOT fund, which is a state hotel occupancy tax fund, similarly, we're using 3.1 for things like lifeguards and new lifeguard programs. The street maintenance fund and the residential street fund are being used substantially. 11 million would be reduced out of the street maintenance fund so that it's put into street work. We're not giving it away. Residential streets also, about $10 million would be utilized for streets, leaving an $8 million fund balance. And then on the 3 self-insurance funds for healthcare, fire, police, and the civilian ones, substantial drawdowns there as well, $7.3 million out of the fire fund balance for programs and services, $3.8 to police would be reduced out of that one. And then the city care, the one that that our civilian employees use, would be reduced from $13 million to $7.5, and so probably one more year of a drawdown, and we'll probably be at a better fund balance. So this is important because we do hear that, hey, I don't know why we need all these reductions. We have tons of fund balance. This shows you not really. And we may have a little bit left for one more year, and so I just wanted to point that out today. Yes, sir, thank you. And then our capital budget here, we're going to get into a separate whole presentation. This is just a quick snapshot. It is a big part of our plan. If you remember the circular chart we showed you in the beginning, the reason we didn't add them up and put them in a big number because people think that's the total operating budget. So the operating budget's $990. The capital budget's just under that, $867. This one here shows over, actually it's $1 million when you don't have the transfers in and out. So you can see on the far left, the water is obviously our biggest capital expenditure area. Half that is for the seawater desalination plant. You can see others, wastewater, streets has $78 million, and so on. And we'll get into detail with this in one of our workshops. Okay, was there a question? Okay, now I mentioned in the beginning we had 4 main goals in this budget. That includes, there's 5 actually. The first one was rate relief and property tax relief to our community. That's goal 1. Goal 2 was police and fire. That's 2 and 3. Goal 4 was making sure we could fund streets. And then the 5th goal, which we've had for 5 years in a row, this is year 6 we've had it, is investing in our employees with fair, competitive wages and affordable health care. So this slide here talks about total compensation adjustments in the budget for all funds. Some of them are mandated, some of them are recommended by us in this budget. So the police collective bargaining agreement has a 2.2, this is year 2 of their contract, $2.2 million for wages. The fire, with their contract that council will approve in in August, has $5.3 million in wage and flexible healthcare spending adjustments. Performance pay for civilians from a range of 0 to 5% is $3.5 million budgeted, a little less than last year. The 100 level is the group where we put certain employees. Each year we try to make sure employees in these pay bands are at market rate pay. We analyze it constantly. So in this case we have 13 titles or 384 positions like animal control officers, like kennel technicians, and like public works technicians. Their pay right now is below market. So with those 384 positions, we have $800,000 budgeted to bring them up to market and on top of the performance pay. We have mandated wage adjustments that we have to do from the federal government. They look at certain wages for persons that work overtime, and we have to put $500,000 in the budget to be federal law compliant on wages. And then we're doing additional health saving account contributions to civilians and police officers with that $2.7 million. Similarly, those are being made in the fire CBA as well. So that's a total of $15 million. So just some quick detail here. I know people are probably pretty tired at this point, but our employee compensation for police, as I mentioned, year 2 of 4, there's a 3% salary increase for all sworn police officers. This is consistent with the approved contract that they approved and we approved, and that would be in April. But on October 1, there'd be a one-time payment of $2,000. This is all laid out in the contract for the police force. For fire, year 1 of the 4-year contract, average increases for the entry-level firefighter or firefighter 1 and 2 would be 9%. That's what's in this budget. And there'd be also a one-time payment on top of that 9%, consistent with the contract, that would be to firefighter 1s on October 1 as well, the $2,000. Performance pay, as I mentioned, is for the civilian employees that aren't covered by collective bargaining agreements, and that would be a pay adjustment based on performance with a range of either 0 for low performers or no performing to 5% for the high performers. On employee health care benefits, the great story here to include no premium increases for employees. That means no increases in their biweekly payroll deductions to help pay for health care. It would be the same rate as this year, except if you're in the City Care PPO, which is the premium, the kind of legacy program that we offer, that would have a 7% annual premium increase, and that's by design to try to have more employees migrate to what's better for them and what's better for the taxpayer, and that is the consumer-driven healthcare program. So all sworn fire personnel have moved to, in this contract, the better priced plan for the taxpayer, and it helps them out as well, the consumer-driven healthcare plan. And all sworn police have been in the consumer-driven healthcare plan. There's no change to their $0 premium that we charge them. One important thing on the employee health benefits funds is that this chart here shows you how we're using some of the fund balances with the concurrence of the unions, both fire and police unions. So we're using that money to benefit them in a way other than health care, but in a way that they need it, and they're supportive of this. So the chart on the left, if you're too tired to read words, is the general fund transfers, the general fund transfers money to to these funds, the healthcare funds, to pay for healthcare. But since we don't need any more money in those funds, we're going to keep it in the general fund and buy the equipment you can see in the table. So we'll use some of that money for 2 fire pumper trucks, 3 medics, and we still need a little bit more money in the short-term debt to pay for the 3 medics. And the police, we're going to use $1.2 million from the healthcare, less, the money that's in the general fund that otherwise would have gone to healthcare. We'll use that to buy vehicles, and then we'll buy the rest with short-term debt. So that $4.6 million in general fund money that would have gone to the healthcare funds is now going to actually pay for equipment that is critical in providing services and keeping employees safe. And then, let's see, the employee health benefits, the city's contribution for civilian medical insurance is projected to remain flat, so we're not putting any more money in the healthcare funds, and that helps us in the general fund then with other areas. And the city's contribution for medical insurance is projected to actually decrease because of use of fund balance. This is a good news story when it comes to pay. So when we try to attract and retain and motivate employees, pay is helpful, but so is healthcare benefits. And so this shows some one-time increases to their flexible spending card, their health savings account that we're using out of the fund balances. We view that money is as much as theirs as some of the city's money as well. And so police, sworn personnel, in addition to those pay increases I talked about, will see an additional one-time contribution of $2,000 on their flexible spending card that they use for health care, health savings account. That'll be going to them. All of them today get $1,600. That would remain, so they get the $1,600 plus the $2,000. On the fire side, they get about $16,000, $1,626 in the contract. There would be an additional one-time contribution to their health savings account of $2,400. On top of the $1,600. And then for the civilian who today, if they're employee only, meaning they're just covering themselves, they get $1,300, or family, $2,600. That's part of that private sector model, consumer-driven healthcare plan. Those funds would increase in a one-time in this year with $1,000 to the employee health savings account and $2,000 if they're covering a whole family. So these funds here are using fund balances. There's no additional general fund money to accommodate this. It's drawing down fund balances that many have argued really belongs to the employee anyway because they paid into these funds, and it helps in the overall compensation for the employee. So I don't know if Councilman Hunter had a question.
Next slide.
Okay, this is a good one here. So this one, we've also heard that, hey, since the manager's been here, he's ballooned the organization and added all these positions. And so we wanted to show you really what's going on here in the organization. So in the past 5 years, we have added 606 positions. But when you look at that pie chart, 55% or 276 of the 66 positions are in 3 areas. That includes 55 more police officers, 40 more firefighters, and that public safety blue slice. That means 76 more positions in water and 101 in wastewater to mitigate that federal lawsuit. That does include public works. That has a total of 80. 26 of those are for streets, and then 54 was for the stormwater program that we never had. And so this is why our streets now are being swept and we're cleaning our ditches and such. The facilities is one that Councilman Roy was talking about. We didn't have any staff on board to manage our facilities. That's why City Hall kind of looked the way it did. So we've added 47 over the time to improve the maintenance of our facilities. That means our City Hall, our libraries, police department, and so on. Solid Waste had 40 added. Many of those are for drivers for new routes because of new development. We're going to reduce about, I think, 6 or 7 of those as recommended. Development Services and Code Enforcement had 29. And then you can see the left there, those smaller slices. We've added some in parks for lifeguards, 26, and other services. Animal Care had 22 positions added. Health Department had the 19 that we brought over from the Health Department. Gas had 17 added, and we added a call center. We never had one before, and so 17 for the call center. Engineering is for managing bigger bond programs, and then other is a list we can get you if you need. So this is a good snapshot to say, yes, nobody's trying to say we didn't have positions. We did, but it's for highly critical functions that the city did not have and the city council and the community wanted. That is more public safety, self-performing of road maintenance, a stormwater program, facilities maintenance, and more garbage collection services. That's almost 75% of all the positions added. Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Zanoni,
yes, sir.
Of all of your full FTE budgeted positions for the coming year, how many are unfilled?
So we have about a 10% vacancy rate. So if you take 4,000 as a rough number, about 400 vacancies. We're going to reduce about, we have about 35, 40 vacant positions recommended to be eliminated.
So if you have, I mean, that's a lot of open positions.
Yeah, we have, that's pretty normal in any organization, 10 to 15%. Actually, our vacancy rate is lower than it has been in 5 years.
But, and y'all done a great job adding a lot of new positions. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is we're kind of trying to fulfill our shortfall issue, and we have 400 unfilled positions.
Right.
Are there any more of those that may solve our shortfall issue that we could add to?
Yeah, so the way we looked at it is we looked at what areas could we do less of. Ultimately, all those positions we would want filled, so it just means people aren't getting the job done, or to get the job done takes longer. And so if you said, let's just cut all the vacant positions.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know, but just so I can get my scenario through. So if you said that, then we're going to be offering services that are minimized, are compromised in various areas. So instead we said, what services are we providing today that we should not do anymore?
Sure.
Like, and no offense, 'cause I know some people like it, the homelessness service, or take the Oso Bay snake farm. So, we're looking at what do we eliminate so we can.
Take that over for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that case, some positions are filled and some are vacant.
Can you fill 400 positions in 1 year?
Here's the other side of that story is that departments' budgets aren't 100% funded for salary. We don't fund them at 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have to have some flexibility in the budget, meaning they're not going to fill them all every day of the year, but neither does their budget have enough money to fill them all anyway. So even if we cut them all, we're still not going to.
I'm not suggesting cut them all.
I know, I'm just explaining the scenario.
I'm sure there's about half of them that we would probably need to fill very quickly, especially if you consider the council's position on public safety.
Yeah. And some of those are in public safety. A lot of those are these tough to fill positions, the toughest jobs in our city, including our streets crews, stormwater crews, our solid waste. They're doing pretty good, but this parks crews, it's those tougher jobs where you're out in the elements, So.
And I'm sure you all do a great job filling them, and you have great leadership in here to help you fill those.
Right.
But if we're in a shortfall, And
Right,
it's
that's why
not being utilized, and it's not,
Yeah.
it might be something that we have to look at a little bit closer, is all I'm saying.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this here, just so we didn't distort the facts, we wanted to show you the position counts in 3 different categories this year. So on the far left in the green, that is full-time positions, and there are 78 positions that we're recommending to be reduced out of the budget. We do have an increase in 2 areas, in stormwater to continue street sweeping and ditch cleaning, and the gas has a few positions added as well. So the net effect of reductions and the additions in stormwater and gas is a net full-time position reduction of 41. That's full-time positions. When you look at the bottom right, that's part-time positions. You can see an increase from 24 to 25, and that's primarily, that's almost all from the net effect of decreasing some and adding a total of 84 for the after-hour kid power that we talked about. That's for adding 3 more sites and increasing the staffing at the other sites that are going to see more students. So 84, we're reducing 19, so there's a 65 position count increase. And then when you look at the public safety, it's constant, 501 police officers and then 455 firefighters. You can also see and be proud of the growth that we've had from 2021 to 2025. Back then we had 456 police officers, now we have 501, and we had 414 firefighters, and now we have 455. So that's the position summary. There is a reduction in full-time positions of 41. Okay, now we do have next steps. So as we mentioned, this is just the beginning of 6 to 7 weeks of work with the community, the council. That does include workshops every Thursday now from this Thursday to August 29th, every Thursday in this chambers at 9 o'clock, with the exception of this Thursday at 10 o'clock. We have 7 community input sessions, 2 more than last year, and at fun places. And we do appreciate those entities that are helping us sponsoring food and letting us use their facilities to try something a little different so we can get more people to come and talk to us. There are 2 public hearings required by our charter and tax law. That does include one on the tax rate and one on the budget. They're both on September 3rd. And then the first reading on the budget is Tuesday, September 3rd. As I mentioned, that's 5 weeks from today. And then 6 weeks from today, the 10th of September, is the budget adoption, second reading. So that concludes this presentation, Mayor and Council, and if there's still more questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Councilman Barrera.
This is a simple one.
Okay.
At what point is this going to be, the package that we received today going to be put on the website? Because that's typically right.
Right, yeah, let me check with the staff. Tomorrow, they said give them till tomorrow.
Perfect.
If I, just for a moment here, let me just get these.
By not having it on
Just, I don't know if the community can see this, but so our operating budget is this one here, and council has a copy. We delivered it today. It's not too thick, but that's our operating budget. We do have some great pictures on here, by the way. We have an Officer of the Year, right, police officer? Yeah, and then we have a great firefighter picture. So I was looking last night, all these employees are smiling, and we have a lot of activity just in the pictures. But anyway, this is our operating budget. And then we do have the capital budget that was provided to the council as well today. So that is, all that will be online tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And that's all the fine detail on what is in the city's budget. Our presentation that we just went through will be online as well tomorrow. And then everyone we have from now till the end will be placed on. So as we do the budget workshops with the city council, we'll make sure we put those presentations on our website as well. And all those meetings are going to be live. You can come here. They'll also be aired on our social media and other channels that we show our council meetings.
Right. Councilmember Roy, did you have a comment?
Peter, thank you for your presentation. I want to thank staff and everyone for hanging in there. And but can you tell me, projected right now, what is our total budget compared? We were 1.5.
The total budget is 1.8 billion. It's gone up from 1.5 to 1.8, and primarily in the capital side. and mostly because of our seawater desalination project. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people that have asked me that, and I just wanted to make sure for the record that we stated that.
That's right. 1 point. Let me just double check that. I'm not sure if it's 8 or 9. Is it 8? Yeah, 1.8. Okay. And we have a one-page sheet here that I'm going to send to the council probably tomorrow as well. It's the difference of the 2 years, and it pretty much explains it to the dollar. You're going to see on this that we're going to send to you that most of the increases in the budget are for infrastructure, even on the operating side. It includes cash funding for capital projects, contributions to developer trust funds, street maintenance, TERS monies, arena, economic development money, Bear Lane Aquarium from Type B, increases in debt service payments. So, and the capital budget is explained as well. So this will be helpful because you're going to get the questions, and we knew they would come. That's why we prepared this. We have that information for you.
Great.
That's not in the, no, it's not in the material. That's why it's not. I have it here. I'm going to give it to you tomorrow. We'll transmit it to you with the memo unless you need it tonight.
Yeah, no.
Good answer. Just tell them to call us for tonight.
Mayor, may I just, on the list of budget workshops, Peter, there's a date that's missing. It's August the 6th. So there's an additional one on August the 6th to make the 6th that we have. So just want to point that out.
Okay.
I think we moved that to the 15th. There was a change.
No, we have that one on the 6th. There's one on the 6th.
Okay, we'll double check it.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're right. Oh, we did move it. I'm sorry. No, you're right.
Okay, we're good?
Oh, yes.
Never mind?
It's
okay, what's stated is right.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Well, Peter, thank you. And
Yes, what you have is correct. There was a subsequent calendar, there was a prior calendar that we adjusted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what you have is the most recent calendar. That's the one we're going with. It's every Thursday is the workshop. Initially, there was one on a Tuesday, but there was too many on 1 week, so we just put everything on Thursday.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thank you to all the staff, everybody that has been here, all day or afternoon, and for all the work that you put forth on this. A budget's difficult. It changes, right, from year to year. I'm sure Eddie can give us some great stories on 25. What is this, 25 or 26? 25. This is 25. Okay. But it's difficult, and we heard some comments today. But we also have to remember, Peter just explained there are certain things that are out of our, out of our control in terms of pricing because of COVID and such. But there are also decisions we made as a council. There are decisions we made as a council, and we have to remember why we made them. And we made them to prioritize our senior citizens, to raise, that percentage up from 10 to 20, the exemption from 10 to 20%. And we also decided as a council to do away with a decade-old fee, the $5 fee. So those things come with adjustments, and they're challenging because when we did that, we didn't know exactly what was going to come in terms of all of the numbers that we've seen today. So Peter, when you're standing there and we're telling you, well, hold on, I don't think we want, this is a sacred cow here and this is another sacred cow here. Right. Know that, I hope I speak for everybody, we know the actions we took. Now, what we're trying to gap here is not necessarily just for those two items. But I don't think anyone regrets making those changes. And I think it forces us to truly come up with a very, very, conservative, lean budget.
Right.
It hurts, though. There are places where it does hurt. Right. Your job is to do what we vote on. Right. And so it's, nobody wants to eliminate the homeless advocacy that was happening. But it's your job to say, well, if we do, we are still not, we're going to continue to succeed in the homeless department. We may not just do it through our office, but utilize the agencies around. And then we go down the line, every department that we're having to cut. I'm glad that this is the first of many conversations and discussions that we're going to have.
Right.
Because at the end, I'm certain that there will be things we'll be able to move around or alter. I don't know. And we haven't heard from our bosses. You've heard from yours. We haven't heard from ours.
Right.
And so that is to come. So this is most definitely the most difficult one in the last 8 years that I've been here that we have come across.
Right.
And although that said, I will say that I'm confident that we're going to end up, obviously with the balanced budget and continuing to deliver good service and trust in you and the staff that puts in endless hours to make certain of that. So thank you all again for being with us. Thank you for the presentation, Peter.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy, did you have something? Sure.
Peter, again, thank you. The majority of the public, when you take a look at and you compare the fact that we were at 1.5 billion last year and now we're sitting there at 1.8, I think it's also important to kind of look at things in terms of a perspective. We're tackling the water issue, which is a big part of the increase in this budget. But a lot of times we compare ourselves with the other 8 top cities in the area, and I just wanted to kind of bring a reference to that. If you take a look at Arlington, which just balanced their budget on the 24th of April, I think that was the date, they're sitting at 1.65, and they're not dealing with some of the 1.65 billion, and they're not dealing with some of the issues. And they're pretty much comparable in terms of the size and the scope of how they operate. So I wanted to get that out there, and I encourage people out there in the public to continue to do their homework. It's easy to sit there and panic. At the end of the day, we've got to be able to take responsibility and do the things that we need to do to keep this city operating correctly. So I want to, again, thank the city staff and yourself.
Good. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Hunter.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. Just a suggestion. We still have the capital budget to go through, and I'm sure that's going to be just as quick as the last budget. And we also have a special session. This is a lot of our leadership here. We don't want them tired out for the workday tomorrow. Just a suggestion that maybe we let them get some rest. And they haven't been forced to partake too much into it other than maybe the budget office, which we appreciate. So I don't know. I don't think we should be wasting their time having them here all night out. I'm sure they could turn on the TVs and watch this meeting if they wanted to, but
yeah, they're about to leave. We got one more.
Nobody stood up. That's a good leader.
They're about to go. Yeah, we just have one more item on the agenda.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we do have one more item.
Yeah.
We have 2 more items.
Well, we're going to recommend moving to the next council meeting the debt policy and the financial policies.
We have an executive session.
Oh, yeah, right. But we do have one more item. Victor, our financial advisor, is here. Just to do a quick update on
Not a problem. Councilman Presley?
You have capital budget too?
No, not today. That was for those are the debt policies, so we're going to recommend moving those. I think it's 18 and 19. We're going to move to the next council meeting. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to extend my sincere thanks for everybody staying this afternoon and hanging in there with us. We sincerely appreciate that. And you're here. I know you're here because you care and in case we had questions with respect to your specific departments. And thank you for all the work that you've all put into putting this together. I know it's no easy task whatsoever. So thank you very, very much.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. They appreciate that.
Okay, I'm calling Victor up here so we can get.
Okay, Victor's going to be the next item then.
Right.
It's on the agenda.
So item number 20 is the Bond 2024 Program Financial Capacity Briefing.
Where's everybody going?
I know.
I was going to say.
Okay, hi Victor. Thank you for waiting all day. Well, you were involved in some of the, I'm glad you were here.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
We're not leaving. I'm just.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just, no, I was going to say, I've been doing this for 24 years now, and nothing clears the room like Victor coming up and talking about bonds. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but my presentation is brief, and it's just to provide you an update based off of what we could afford in terms of the bond capacity that you have available to you on your solely under your interest and sinking fund tax fund there. Okay. So we updated some numbers based off of the budget that you're going through and the difficult decisions you're going through, and so we're able to adjust some of that. Just very quickly, the first page after the cover sheet, just want to overview the goal. Our goal in the analysis as requested by the city administration is to calculate what our borrowing capacity is based off of maintaining the interest and sinking fund tax rate at 22.09 cents per $100 valuation. We also assume very conservative property valuation growth rates. We've sold a portion of the 2022 bond authorization, which was for $125 million. We sold $50 million this fiscal year. Under this model, we're assuming we're going to sell $75 million next year. Also, as a different scenario that we've included here recently is the a tool to utilize called the tax note. This is a short-term tax note that does not require voter approval or notices. This is just an item that you use for capital expenditures. We did plug in $1 million use of tax notes for next fiscal years to plug in some of the capital expenditures that you're removing from the general fund. So that's for $11 million, primarily for public safety vehicles and the developer participation agreements, as Mr. Zanoni indicated earlier. Also in our model, we still are able to afford the $175 million bond program. That election would occur November 2024, but we wouldn't be selling bonds until fiscal year 2026 and 2027. So these are just like plugs in our model to determine, can we still afford these capital improvement needs through debt financing by maintaining the INS tax fund? And the answer is yes. And so whether you issue this debt as listed here, that's really going to be an annual council decision, and also on your decision on when you need capital funds to address these projects. And so the next slide here, as you know, we did have a setback with our property valuation. We actually went backwards this current year for multiple factors, as already discussed. In the last 10 years, we were averaging about 6.75% growth per year. The last 5 years, about 7.25% growth. Here, as you know, going over to the blue shaded area, we're looking at a decrease of about close to 2%. But after that, just to be conservative, because I don't want to overpromise and obviously not get you over leverage, is that starting in 2026, 29, I'm still being pretty conservative. That we're going to grow about 2% for a couple years, and I'm backing off even more from 2030 to 2034. I'm assuming 1% growth, and then after that, I'm just assuming no growth. So just to let you know, we're still trying to be as conservative as possible in our future estimates with respect to the property valuation you have to work with that 22-cent INS tax rate. If you go to the final page here, ladies and gentlemen, is the results, as I indicated to you, not including the $125 million bond program that's already been approved and we've sold. We still can afford $175 million for November 2024, and also we included the $11 million for the tax notes, as already discussed during your budget workshop. Here are just some of the variables we used. Again, conservative growth rates for property valuation growth. We're assuming 20-year repayment schedules for the voted bonds, but anytime we could reduce that as much as possible to shorten that debt, we will do so. 7-year tax note repayment. We are assuming that we're going to use a good chunk of your INS fund balance here in the relatively short term just to maintain that 22-cent level. And again, the funding cycle is just modeled here is for every 2 years, conservative interest rates, and also just the collection factor that the city uses of 97.5 cents. And of course, all this is factoring in the existing debt that you have that's supported by ad valorem property taxes or secured by ad valorem property taxes. So that's my quick message here, and sorry I'm talking quickly, but I understand it's been a long meeting for you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Could we put the diagram back up? I just had a couple of quick questions here. Okay, so with our current 0.2209 INS tax rate, we can fund $175 million of new bond without increasing that. So if we didn't do a $175 million bond this year, what would that tax rate be able to be decreased by?
For this upcoming year, unfortunately, it won't be able to be decreased. We have a debt service that was scheduled because we have a fund balance to utilize and support that tax rate to maintain it at 22 cents. So for this immediate year, the anticipation is going to be at least 22 cents on the INS tax rate. The 175, those debt issuances won't be sold until fiscal year 2026, so a couple years from now. And so our model is assuming that we're going to keep the INS tax rate at 22 cents for sure for the November 22 bond program, the tax notes, and then after that, if you want to reduce, the bond program from 175, then that impact won't be felt until you have to start selling those bonds and then start making those repayments on those bonds.
So you said we wouldn't sell the $175 million bonds until 2026?
Fiscal year 2026, yes, sir.
Okay.
Which is the same cycle that you all have used in your previous couple of bond cycles.
Right. But let's just say theoretically, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding. Are you saying that we're required to keep the 22 cent rate because of the previous bonds we've sold?
So for this upcoming year, the way the bond payments are structured currently, we'll have to maintain the 22 cent.
So what you're assuming is our tax base is going to go up enough by 2026 to allow us to sell $175 million worth of bonds and still cover the debt?
Yes, sir, exactly right. So I am anticipating and reflected the fact that we actually went down this year for your property values. Then I anticipate the next couple of years to show, 2% growth rate. And if, we don't hit that, we could modify the repayment structure on the new bonds. But if we go above that, then, there's an opportunity to pay down debt sooner than the 20 years that we would structure.
Or we would just reduce the 175 to a lower number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you like. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's your discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Mr. Guido, have you been given our debt management policy?
We have we been dealing with it? Just when we're asked, for our opinions on certain matters, or
no, we have a council debt management policy. Was that provided to you?
Yes, that's been in effect since 2011, or last revised in 2011.
It was reaffirmed in 2011. I think it was actually voted on 2010. I think from the debt, from the just looking at the from our budget policy. But you didn't mention revenue bond debt in your presentation. Was there not any reference to it?
We were invited here to talk specifically about the November 2012 24 bond program and your INS tax supported bonds, or your property tax supported bonds.
Okay, so you weren't asked to talk about the revenue bonds?
Not for the purposes of today's discussion.
Okay, are you going to be coming back to us and talking about that? Or
I could come whenever you'd like me to, yes.
Okay, can we have that? Because, currently in our debt policy, we are required to have a 1.25 ratio. But I think we're proposing a 1.15.
Yeah, 1.15 is what we're going to recommend when we bring that back to council in the next council meeting. But we did, just to confirm, Victor came here to answer the question, can we do the $175 million bond program, given that values have dropped? That's what we asked them to do today.
Okay, so just looking at it from a more practical sense, obviously when we have these policies regarding debt, there's some specific things from the state. When you consider the 3.5 limit, it's only for maintenance and operation. INS is not considered, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in looking at our debt outlays or debt service, they're increasing quite substantially from $55 million to $70 million. Right, so, but that doesn't affect what you're looking at in terms of what we can do in terms of capacity.
Yes,
not necessarily how much it is as a reflection of our operating budget.
Correct. And the reason for it's going to go up, but then it's also scheduled to go down because the bonds that we have on the books are annually, you're paying them down as you go along. And so although it's going to go up to 70 million, it is just the existing debt as placed right now, scheduled to go down as well. And so this is where we're able to fill in those holes with the new bond programs that you're considering.
Okay, and I don't think, have we sold all our 2022 bonds?
No, sir. We have $75 million left of that. We sold $50 million during this fiscal year. The model that we updated for you anticipates that we would sell $75 million next year to complete that.
Right.
Again, these are just plug figures, model numbers, just so that we could have a good sense about.
And you're taking that into consideration with your estimate here?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, all that, your existing debt that's on the books, debt that's already been approved but may not have been sold yet, like under the 2022 bond program, in addition to the 175 that you're contemplating for this November, and the $11 million 7-year tax notes to help you with the public safety vehicle purchases and the other items listed already.
Right. So you're taking into consideration all our debt?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. I want to ask some more questions, but I'll ask them later. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Okay.
Victor, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for being
Patty.
here
It's
all
good to see
day.
everybody.
Yes, and thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. So we're going to go, we've got one item left, and that would be item number
23, Mayor.
So the council, if I find my place, the council will go into executive session on item number 23 per Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. We'll return. Okay. Okay, we're going to reconvene our meeting. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to move to place the city auditor on paid administrative leave from July 30th, 2024 through, oops, you took me off?
No, I never put you on.
Okay,
Okay, start over.
Mayor, I'd like to move to place the city auditor on paid administrative leave from July 30, 2024 through August 13th, 2024.
Okay. Do we have a second? We have a second? Okay. Please submit your vote.
Did you say so that we could take in all this stuff, or just administrative leave?
Just
I'm voting for
administrative
it.
leave. Yeah.
Just asking.
No, let's wait.
You will know.
Well, they did that to me yesterday.
Okay.
It was Dan's fault, though. Not
Is voting
yesterday.
Who abstained? Oh, where's the, okay. Gil abstained?
He's chairman.
The motion carries. Okay. All righty. Well, there being no further business, this meeting's adjourned.